Chapter 1. Traversing the World of Dragon Ball. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling the bangs of the young man. Li Feng stared blankly at the desolate landscape before him. Where am I? He glanced around, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Isn't this the very scene from the game Dragon Ball Shining that I just played? Li Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out that Li Feng was merely a recent college graduate who had found himself unable to secure employment and thus had resorted to idling at home. A devoted fan of Dragon Ball, his favorite game was indeed Dragon Ball Shining. He had just completed the storyline involving Raditz, and the surrounding scenery mirrored that experience perfectly. I've actually traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. How remarkable! A torrent of information bombarded his mind. After what felt like an eternity, Li Feng finally grasped that he had indeed entered the world of Dragon Ball. As a seasoned enthusiast of the franchise, Li Feng was well-versed in every plotline. With the aid of a system as his golden finger, wouldn't he thrive splendidly? While Li Feng was lost in his daydreams. Beep. Detecting. Location. Dragon Ball Universe A1807. Successfully bound. Li Feng. A notification echoed in his mind. Subsequently, a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying his personal information. Name, Li Feng. Skills, none. Battle power, 5. Bloodline, Earthling. Indeed, a mere combat power of 5. Li Feng chuckled at his own predicament. In the world of Dragon Ball, characters in the later stages boast battle powers measured in the billions. Here, he was nothing more than cannon fodder. How could he possibly possess such a paltry combat power upon arriving in this realm? I shall punch the god of destruction, kick the angels, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Ahem. Enough daydreaming, I must swiftly enhance my battle power. Just as Li Feng was lost in his thoughts. Ding. First login to Dragon Ball Universe A1807. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Battle power 1000. Primary storage space 1 cubic meter. Senzu Beans X10. Do you wish to claim this? The electronic voice resounded once more. Claim it. Without hesitation, Li Feng opened the gift package. Before him appeared a virtual space of 1 cubic meter, containing a bag of Senzu Beans and a white fruit. A primary storage space. Indeed, in this technologically advanced world of Dragon Ball, such storage methods existed, akin to Bulma's capsule technology, albeit his own storage would undoubtedly be superior. Moreover, the Senzu Beans' significance was self-evident. They could save one from the brink of death, and were the quintessential tool for Saiyans to enhance their battle power. Oh, what is this fruit? Does it enhance battle power? What is this white fruit? Li Feng inquired of the system. Due to the host's initial physical constitution being exceedingly weak, this fruit is provided to enhance the host's battle power. Li Feng couldn't shake the feeling that the system had looked down on him, if only slightly. Hee, are there more of these fruits? A few thousand would suffice. Li Feng hoped to endear himself to the system if he could start with tens of millions in battle power. Wouldn't that lead to rampant destruction? Please abandon such fantasies and focus on combat. The system coldly rejected. Very well then. Li Feng resigned himself to consuming the white fruit from the spirit tree. Boom! As the sweet essence entered his mouth, a tremendous aura erupted from within Li Feng. His muscles and bones cracked audibly, and the previously frail Li Feng's physique swelled noticeably. In an instant, Li Feng felt as if every cell in his body had been rejuvenated. Is this what they call ki? As he experienced this transformation, the surge in his battle power allowed him to sense the very essence of his ki. Ding! Raditz, the Saiyan, has arrived on Earth. Mission issued. Defeat Raditz of Universe A1807. Mission reward, Saiyan Bloodline. So, this was the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. Although his battle power stood at a mere 1005, Li Feng felt confident that, armed with his knowledge of the plot, he could ambush Raditz at a crucial moment and secure victory. Li Feng was not foolish. He had no combat experience and was outmatched in battle power. Charging in recklessly would surely lead to his demise. He would wait until Raditz was weakened before swooping in for the kill. What exactly is this Dragon Ball Universe A1807? Li Feng suddenly noticed a prompt from the system. There are many universes within the Dragon Ball franchise. The universe in which the host currently resides is a 1807. The cold voice of the system echoed. No wonder. Not only are there universes featuring the time-traveling Trunks from the original narrative, but also GT, Dragon Ball Super, and the 12 universes of the Gods of Destruction, among others. It seemed that traversing into the future was a possibility. Thus, the prospect of journeying across various universes and becoming the sovereign of each was indeed within reach. Li Feng felt exhilarated by the possibilities. Enough chatter, he needed to familiarize himself with his newfound powers. As he recalled his original purpose, the surging strength felt foreign, akin to a child suddenly endowed with the physique of a strong man. With a mere swing of his fist, he unleashed a sound that cut through the air, sending a nearby stone flying. This is impressive. Is this the might of a warrior with a battle power of 1005? Let's test my speed. Whoosh! Without exerting much effort, a single step propelled him dozens of meters away. Moreover, shallow footprints were left imprinted on the ground. This is astonishing. No wonder Dragon Ball was once heralded as the most formidable battle anime in the second dimension. Even with just over 1,000 in battle power, one could dominate other worlds. Yet within Dragon Ball Z, this was merely the beginning. Additionally, Li Feng distinctly sensed an elusive energy lingering in the air. His body inadvertently exuded this energy. Could this be Ki? Li Feng closed his eyes, held his breath, and concentrated on the energy coursing through his body. Before he knew it, he had learned to control his Ki. The ability to wield Ki meant he could also utilize the instant transmission technique. That meant soaring through the skies. Li Feng began to focus his Ki in his upper body, gradually lifting off the ground, feeling an indescribable thrill. This is the sensation of flight. Unlike traveling by airplane or other external means, he was truly flying. Due to the rapid surge in his battle power, Li Feng initially struggled to adapt to his own body, causing him to wobble in the air. However, within mere minutes, he became accustomed to it, effortlessly controlling the Ki within his body to navigate through the skies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Li Feng was practicing his flight technique, he suddenly sensed 3 powerful auras in the distance. The 3 intense energies radiated like brilliant lights, piercing through the darkness. Among them, one aura fluctuated violently, clearly stronger than the other 2. It seemed to be Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo. The plot is commencing. Let's see how I can dominate Raditz. Li Feng activated his flight technique once more, soaring toward the direction of the 3 auras. Chapter 2. Confrontation with Raditz. In the Western Wasteland, 3 figures stood. Now you understand just how formidable the Saiyans are, don't you? Alas, it is far too late. The sinister laughter came from a muscular man with spiky hair, wearing a scouter over his right eye. Goku, feeling excited in the face of such a formidable foe, remarked a green-skinned alien with 2 antennae atop his head, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. I'm truly ashamed. I'm not excited, but rather trembling in fear. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the man before him, Sun Wukong trembled, yet the warrior blood coursing through his Saiyan veins ignited a thrill within him. Wait, Gohan, your father is coming to save you. Don't harbor such delusions. What makes you think you can rescue him? You'll perish long before he does. With that, Raditz stomped the ground and launched himself toward Piccolo and Wukong. This battle can only be fought heated, Piccolo declared as he charged forward, raising a cloud of dust beneath his feet. Swish, swish, swish. Wukong and Piccolo launched a joint assault on Raditz, their figures darting swiftly through the air. Bang, 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 bang. Although Wukong and Piccolo's attacks were as rapid as a machine gun, Raditz effortlessly parried their strikes, remaining calm and composed. Hey! Wukong shouted, his figure vanishing in an instant from Raditz's front and reappearing from the side, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Raditz's face, whipping up a fierce gust of wind. Piccolo seized the opportunity to strike from Raditz's left. Swish! In a flash of wind, Raditz seemed to teleport behind the 2, delivering a brutal kick. Bang! Bang! The blows landed squarely on Wukong and Piccolo. The two men fell back like kites severed from their strings. "You bastard!" Piccolo cursed, quickly regaining his footing and lunging toward Raditz. "Ha ha! D!" Raditz cackled, swiftly conjuring two yellow energy spheres and hurling them at Piccolo and Wukong. Oh! Wukong's pupils constricted in a moment of urgency. He turned aside, the searing shockwave grazing his hair before crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Piccolo was less fortunate, hastily dodging to protect vital areas, but the overwhelming energy of the shockwave instantly evaporated his left arm. Boom! The two shockwaves erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing a terrifying gust of force. "Ha! Two of you teaming up and still performing so poorly, pathetic." Raditz mocked. "Piccolo, how are you holding up?" Wukong inquired. "Don't worry, even though I have only one arm left, it won't impede my fighting," Piccolo replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Draw his attention while I prepare a secret technique to deal with him," Piccolo whispered. "All right," Wukong responded, propelling himself toward Raditz with a powerful push from his right foot. Tap, 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 tap. Wukong unleashed an all-out assault on Raditz. "What's the matter, Kakarot? Is this all you've got?" Raditz casually blocked Wukong's attacks with one hand, then swiftly kicked him aside. Swish, swish, swish. Undeterred, Wukong managed to push himself off the ground just before hitting the floor, launching into the air 10 meters above. Came! Wukong brought his hands together, gathering blue energy at his lower back. What? His power level is rising? 924? The reading on Raditz's scouter escalated rapidly. This brat is concentrating his energy. His power level is increasing. Beep, beep, beep. What? Meanwhile, Piccolo pointed his right hand to his forehead, accumulating a massive surge of energy. Gun! Boom! Wukong thrust his hands forward, sending a blue shockwave hurtling toward Raditz. Hey! Raditz braced himself, catching Wukong's Kamehameha with his left hand. Bang! Dust and debris flew, and as it settled, Raditz emerged with only a minor cut on his left hand. Here's a gift for you. Raditz unleashed a purple energy blast that sent the nearly exhausted Wukong crashing to the ground. Raditz charged forward, intent on obliterating Wukong. The one who is doomed is you. As Wukong bought time, Piccolo pressed his right hand against his forehead, amassing an enormous amount of energy. At that moment, Piccolo had fully gathered his energy, his aura surging dramatically. Special beam cannon. With a flick of his right hand, a spiraling wave of red and yellow energy surged toward Raditz with incredible speed. Power level 1330. They can control their own power levels. Raditz was filled with rage and fear. Raditz roared. Bang! The beam's power remained undiminished, piercing through the distant mountains. Raditz wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had sensed the deathly threat just in time to evade a fatal blow. However, his right shoulder had still been grazed by the intense heat, stripping away his armor and a portion of flesh. Bastard, you actually pierced my armor. Had I been hit directly, I would surely have perished. Raditz thought, trembling with fear. I will not forgive you. You shall die. With that, Raditz raised his left hand, gathering a terrifying energy sphere. Swish, swish, swish. A formidable energy coalesced in his hands, flickering with violet lightning, surpassing the power of Piccolo's previously amassed special beam cannon in an instant. Die, Raditz bellowed. What? Just as Piccolo thought his demise was imminent. The energy sphere in Raditz's hand abruptly dissipated, and he slumped to the ground. You were too careless. I seized your tail. It turned out that Goku, lying on the ground, had taken advantage of Raditz's distraction to grab his tail. Piccolo, quickly use that technique again. Goku urged Piccolo without delay. Well done, son Goku. I can use it at most one more time. Raditz, weakened on the ground, spoke feebly. Kakarot, are you truly going to kill your only brother? Son Goku, do not heed his nonsense. He will not spare us. Piccolo interjected hastily that I will not do that. Let me go. I wish to leave this planet. Raditz lamented. Not release him. This is a conspiracy. He is deceiving you. Piccolo vociferously prevented Goku from complying. "I beg you. Brother, I will keep my promise." Raditz pleaded softly for Goku to spare him. Yet the kind-hearted Goku ultimately relinquished his grip on Raditz's tail. With a sudden release, Raditz's tail felt a surge of relief, and he swiftly retaliated, knocking Goku down and trampling him. "Oh, easily deceived. You truly lack the qualifications to be a warrior. I am different, a top-tier warrior, capable of ruthlessly slaying my own brother." "Huh? Does it hurt? Die." Raditz pressed his foot down hard upon Goku's wound. Goku cried out in agony. "Farewell." Raditz's palm gradually coalesced into a violet energy sphere, preparing to deliver the final blow to Goku. "Do not bully my father." With a youthful voice, a diminutive figure shattered Raditz's spaceship and leaped forth. Goku looked up and recognized the familiar silhouette. "Gohan, quickly escape!" Goku shouted anxiously. Raditz, too, was taken aback that Gohan could break free from his confines. Beep, beep, beep. The battle scanner before Raditz was incessantly beeping. 750, 850, 950. Raditz widened his eyes in horror, staring at Gohan. How is this possible? This child's battle power has reached 1,000, and it continues to rise. Both a fatigued Piccolo and Goku, drained of energy, were equally astonished. "Do not bully my father." Gohan's cheeks flushed crimson with rage as he charged at Raditz. "Impossible." Raditz momentarily doubted the scanner's accuracy. Bang, caught off guard. Raditz took a heavy blow to the chest from Gohan. Raditz's chest armor shattered instantly. Following Gohan's furious strike, Raditz was grievously injured. "Damn you, wretched little brat." Raditz clutched his chest, fuming as he charged at the exhausted Gohan. With just one strike, Gohan had no hope of survival. "No." Goku shouted in despair, yet he was powerless to intervene. Chapter 3. Killing Raditz. "Do not." Goku cried in anguish, just as Raditz was about to strike Gohan. A whoosh of wind cut through the air, and a shadow appeared in an instant. Raditz was taken aback. Impossible. The Gohan before him had vanished. "I'm glad I didn't arrive too late." Feng sighed in relief. He knew his mission was to eliminate Raditz, but Gohan could not perish here. Yet, with a battle power of only 1,005, he was still inadequate to contend with Raditz directly. He had to leverage Gohan's surge of anger to diminish Raditz's strength. True to the original narrative, Gohan unleashed his power and collided with Raditz, inflicting grave harm. "Who are you?" Piccolo asked, sweating profusely. They had been in a fierce battle, and yet someone had silently entered the fray and rescued Gohan. "My name is Feng, and I am here to assist you." He introduced himself succinctly. "Hello, Mr. Feng. Thank you for saving us. Please take Gohan and escape. That man is extremely dangerous." Goku struggled to rise, expressing his gratitude to Feng for saving Gohan and imploring him to flee. "Yes, it was perilous until just now, but that may no longer be the case." Feng said no more. He pressed his right foot down, causing the ground to cave in and unleash a wave of energy. Then dashed towards Raditz at near sonic speed. "So fast. This person possesses incredible power," Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I cannot believe there is someone else this strong aside from Raditz," Goku remarked, both anxious and exhilarated. "You bastard!" Raditz, infuriated and humiliated, could not contain his murderous intent upon witnessing Feng's audacity. Bang! However, the severe injury from Gohan's strike had halved Raditz's battle power, rendering him incapable of evading Feng's onslaught. Feng's kick sent him flying nearly 100 meters away, shattering his chest armor entirely. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power scanner displayed Feng's strength, 1,005. "Who are you?" Raditz exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. Unable to fathom the sudden appearance of a warrior with power exceeding 1,000. "Someone here to kill you," Feng replied coldly. Without pause, he accelerated towards Raditz. "Die." Raditz gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his wound, as he gathered violet energy spheres in both hands, aiming them at Feng. Whoosh! Boom! The two energy blasts struck Feng with tremendous force, sending up a cloud of smoke. Where did this ignorant brat come from?" Raditz laughed triumphantly upon seeing Feng hit. "What? Feng was actually struck?" Goku gasped, dragging his injured body towards the explosion's epicenter. Wait, it's not that simple. Piccolo fixated on the smoke, suspecting that Li Feng would not be so easily defeated. Ugh, that still stings a bit. As the smoke cleared, a robust figure emerged. Li Feng stood firm, arms crossed in defense. The energy wave's attack had merely left his arms slightly bruised. He had intentionally absorbed Raditz's strike to test his own defenses. His gamble paid off. Raditz's ultimate attack, lacking sufficient power, failed to harm him. Phew. Li Feng exhaled deeply. How? How can this be? Raditz, drenched in cold sweat, realized that his most powerful attack had failed to bring Li Feng down. Raditz, now in a state of agitation, ceased to gather large energy waves in his hands. Instead, he unleashed a relentless barrage of ordinary energy blasts towards Li Feng, akin to a machine gun. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Li Feng understood that the current Raditz served as the most reliable litmus test for his own combat prowess. He needed to swiftly acclimate his body to the rigors of battle. Faced with the oncoming energy blasts, Li Feng remained unfazed. The recent surge in his combat strength had significantly enhanced his dynamic vision. The rapidly approaching energy blasts appeared to him as though they were moving in slow motion, allowing him to easily discern their trajectories. Thus, he deftly evaded them with the most agile of footwork. Remarkably powerful, Piccolo remarked, observing the figure advancing through the thick smoke, swallowing hard. Li Feng truly is formidable. I too must strive to become stronger. As Goku noticed that Li Feng was unharmed, he felt a sense of relief, igniting the Saiyan's fighting spirit within him. Meanwhile, Raditz, employing his princely tactics, was astounded to see that the figure, once several dozen meters away, not only remained standing, but was now drawing ever closer, the looming threat of death causing him to tremble. No, this cannot be happening, Raditz thought, his heart gripped by fear of this mysterious and powerful man before him. As the energy continued to pour forth, Li Feng not only dodged, but also sensed his body gradually acclimating to the speed of the battle. Occasionally allowing himself to be struck by the energy blast served to enhance his resilience to impact. Ahem, Li Feng was not a masochist, but he believed in honing his skills before fully mastering his newfound combat strength. Raditz was indeed an excellent benchmark. Were he to learn of Li Feng's thoughts, he would surely spit blood in disbelief. I risk my life in battle merely to provide you with experience? Li Feng would respond, Indeed, I am grateful for your experience package. Raditz, ha! As Li Feng skillfully dodged Raditz's energy blasts, he steadily closed the distance. Upon reaching close range, he delivered a powerful punch to Raditz's face. Pooh! Instantly, several of Raditz's teeth were sent flying, his body resembling a projectile struck by a cannonball as he was propelled backward, the tremendous force shattering the mountainside. Cough! 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 Raditz, severely wounded, was now filled with dread towards the enigmatic and formidable man before him. That should suffice. It is time to put an end to this. Li Feng sensed Raditz's energy waning significantly. No, please, spare me. Raditz pleaded desperately. You are so powerful. Surely you can join our team. My two companions possess formidable combat strength as well. They will arrive on Earth in a year. Do not trust him. Li Feng. Piccolo warned, concerned that Li Feng might, like Goku before him, show mercy and allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Li Feng recalled the Kamehameha technique that Goku had once demonstrated while watching Dragon Ball and wondered if he could replicate it. He concentrated all his energy, drawing his hands back, in no time. He felt the energy surging from his palms, gradually coalescing into a blue orb of light. Came. The sphere of light expanded, its azure glow spilling through his fingers, illuminating the surroundings. That the Kamehameha? Goku exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized Li Feng's familiar stance. Haim. Li Feng summoned even more energy, compressing it further. Indeed, old friend. He too is a disciple of the Turtle School. Piccolo pondered. The energy in Li Feng's hands intensified. It was this very energy. Li Feng unleashed it. No, I will not let you harm Vegeta and Nappa. I will not allow my other companions to fall. Raditz screamed in despair. Boom! A robust beam of cerulean light erupted forth. The energy shock wave obliterated various boulders, striking Raditz directly, causing his body to disintegrate instantly. The residual force surged skyward, unrelenting. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task complete. Defeat Raditz. Task reward. Saiyan Bloodline. Chapter 4. The Saiyan Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task complete. Defeat Raditz. Task reward. Saiyan Bloodline. With the battle concluded, an exhilarating voice resonated within Li Feng's mind. Saiyan Bloodline attributes. Significant increase in combat strength upon nearing death. Boom! Suddenly, Li Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through him. The energy he had expended while executing the Kamehameha was instantly replenished, and his physical form grew stronger. His wounds completely healed. Li Feng utilized the system's combat detector to assess his newfound strength. Name: Li Feng Bloodline. Saiyan Bloodline combat power. 3,000 skills. Kamehameha. Good heavens! After absorbing the energy and acquiring a new bloodline, my combat power has doubled. The Saiyans are indeed a warrior race. Is my bloodline akin to that of Goku and Vegeta? Li Feng inquired. The Saiyan bloodlines are similar, all possessing the trait of substantial power increase upon nearing death, the system replied. Then why did Goku's power soar dramatically after nearly dying twice on Namek, while Vegeta's did not? Li Feng posed a question he had long contemplated. It was common knowledge that upon arriving on Namek, Goku's base combat power was only 90,000, yet after 2 near-death experiences, it skyrocketed to 3,000,000, a 30-fold increase. Although Goku possesses a lower-tier bloodline, his personal potential is immense, and years of combat have greatly stimulated the S cells in his body, resulting in a significant power surge. Vegeta, on the other hand, had insufficient stimulation of his S cells at that time. Thus his power was adversely affected. Well, let's not delve too deep. It's simply the protagonist's halo. Despite the advantages of the protagonist's halo, Goku's personal efforts were equally commendable. But do not be disheartened, host. Your potential surpasses that of anyone else. Please continue to strive. The system reassured him. Of course, with a system like mine, how could I possibly fall short of Goku and the others? It would be better to just end it all. Li Feng thought grimly. In the distance, Goku sensed the astonishing energy Li Feng had just unleashed and was even more astounded, dragging his injured body. He approached Li Feng. Incredible! Li Feng, you can use the Kamehameha too? Goku exclaimed, both curious and astonished. Weren't you the one who just used it against Raditz? I merely observed it once and was able to replicate it. Li Feng replied. What? You learned it just by watching it once. Goku was taken aback. Is there truly someone who can master their technique after a single observation? Later, with Cell and Majin Buu. You are astonishing. Mr.Li Feng. Thank you for saving us. Goku sincerely expressed his gratitude towards Li Feng, his excitement palpable. Now, please, let us engage in battle. Enough of that. Your body is in such a state. Here, take this. Li Feng bestowed upon Wukong the mystical beans. Oh, thank you. Wukong was not particularly curious about how Li Feng came into possession of these extraordinary beans. After all, the young man's presence was filled with so many astonishing surprises. Being an optimist, Wukong shared the beans with Piccolo and Gohan before consuming one himself. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted and then quickly subsided. This moment, Li Feng assessed Wukong's battle power. 1,000. After consuming the beans. The Saiyant's unique trait of recovering from severe injuries had significantly amplified Wukong's strength. The storyline had diverged entirely from the original narrative. Wukong had not perished alongside Raditz, but instead had survived with enhanced power. However, this meant he would forfeit the opportunity to journey to King Kai's planet. Li Feng was reluctant to alter the protagonist's fate due to his own actions. Wukong, would you like to know why I am so powerful? Li Feng enticed. Wukong's eyes lit up with eagerness as he inquired. Then you should seek answers from the deity at a place called King Kai's planet. Li Feng replied cryptically. Wukong took note of this and fed the mystical beans to Gohan. Upon waking, Gohan appeared bewildered, but after Wukong recounted the recent events, he graciously expressed his gratitude to Li Feng. Although Piccolo appeared cold and unfeeling on the surface, he too acknowledged Li Feng with thanks. Gurgle! At that moment, Wukong's stomach let out a loud rumble. I'm a bit hungry after the battle. Come on, Li Feng, let's go to my home for a meal. You saved both me and Gohan, and I'm sure Chi-Chi will agree. Wukong extended the invitation. Then I shall graciously accept, Li Feng replied, wishing to strengthen his bond with Wukong's family. Humph, son Wukong. Next time, I will defeat you, Piccolo retorted with a hint of pride. Yet Li Feng, familiar with the storyline, knew Piccolo was merely putting on a brave front. Suddenly, a jet soared in from the distance and landed nearby. My Gohan. A voice filled with urgency rang out as a dark-haired woman rushed forward. Shoving Wukong aside, anxiously checking Gohan for injuries, that IT was none other than Chi-Chi, accompanied by Bulma, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, the rest of the main characters. Upon hearing the news of Gohan's abduction, Chi-Chi had nearly fainted, but immediately boarded Bulma's aircraft to arrive at the battlefield. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng saved us, Gohan explained to Chi-Chi. I see, Mr. Li Feng, we are truly grateful to you. Please allow us to express our thanks. Chi-Chi said earnestly, and no need for such formality. It was but a small effort, Li Feng replied with a smile. That powerful Saiyan was actually defeated by you. Impressive, Krillin exclaimed in awe. Wow, so cool. Bulma, noticing the tall, imposing figure of Li Feng, felt her cheeks flush. Young people these days are truly unpredictable. Master Roshi sensed Li Feng's energy and found it unfathomable, far exceeding that of Raditz. What a terrifying individual. Yamcha realized that Li Feng's power was on par with his own. That I must train harder, Tien Shinhan resolved silently. Please, just call me Li Feng.as for my background. I will keep it a secret for now. But I hope we can all get along well. Li Feng remarked with a slight smile, signaling his intent for amicable relations with the group. After exchanging pleasantries, they all accepted Wukong and Chi-Chi's warm invitation to visit their home on the mountain, while the others began to depart. However, as everyone was leaving, Bulma shyly handed Li Feng her contact information, hoping to communicate with him more often. That evening, under Chi-Chi's culinary prowess, the hearty eaters were thoroughly satisfied, and Li Feng felt the warmth of Wukong's family. After enjoying a lavish dinner, Wukong once again challenged Li Feng to a sparring match. This time, Li Feng could not decline, following Chi-Chi's playful complaints. The two flew to a distant clearing, ready to engage in combat. Chapter 5. Sparring with Son Wukong on the plain, two youthful figures stood poised, radiating formidable energy. Son Wukong and Li Feng assumed their battle stances, meticulously searching for each other's weaknesses. With a rustle, a stone fell from the breeze, marking the commencement of their duel. Wukong seized the initiative, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before Li Feng. Li Feng observed Wukong's movements clearly and calmly raised his right hand to block. Thud! 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 Wukong's assaults grew increasingly fervent, his fists raining down upon Li Feng like a barrage from a machine gun. Li Feng glanced at Wukong's current battle power. 800. Indeed, Wukong, true to the original narrative, was initially reluctant to exert his full strength. Although Li Feng's power reached 3,000, he refrained from overpowering his opponent. Especially since this was a sparring match, a splendid opportunity for honing their skills. As they continued to test each other, Li Feng elevated his battle power to around 800 as well. However, due to his relative inexperience in combat, he found himself at a disadvantage. Wukong feigned a weakness, and, as Li Feng struck, he became an illusion, reappearing behind Li Feng to deliver a powerful kick that sent him flying. What kind of technique is this? Li Feng exclaimed, widening the distance in surprise. This is the afterimage technique. It took me quite some time to master, Wukong boasted, scratching his nose proudly. Oh, fascinating. Show me a few more times. Li Feng expressed his eagerness to learn the technique. It's not that easy to learn. Just watch closely, Wukong replied. Swish! Wukong's figure appeared before Li Feng once more, then became an illusion as his genuine attack came from above. Bang! Li Feng braced himself against the blow with his sturdy physique. This time, he did not rely solely on sight. He also employed his energy perception. Although his eyes confirmed Wukong's presence in front of him along with a portion of energy, he sensed that the true energy was located above. Once more, Li Feng had grasped the underlying principle of the afterimage technique. With a few more attempts, he should be able to replicate it. Here I come, Wukong exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Bang! 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 the two continued their exchanges. The energy of their strikes causing turbulence in the air, raising clouds of dust. Had a scouter been present to measure their battle powers, it would have noted a continuous increase, from 800 to 850 to 900. Ah, I see. Li Feng comprehended the essence of the afterimage technique. In truth, it was a manipulation of energy to at the moment of attack. A portion of energy was separated to create an afterimage while swiftly relocating to another position, thus giving the illusion of sudden appearance. Having grasped the principle, Li Feng decided to attempt the technique himself. Wukong once again unleashed his afterimage fist, aiming a powerful strike directly at Li Feng's chest. Li Feng, already aware of Wukong's technique, summoned a portion of his chi to create an afterimage of his OWN. As Li Feng's illusion collided with Wukong's, Wukong's true form emerged from behind Li Feng, thrusting his right elbow toward Li Feng's back. Wukong initially believed Li Feng would be struck as before. However, he soon realized that it was merely Li Feng's afterimage, resulting in a missed attack, followed by a fierce impact that sent him crashing into a small hill. Li Feng's true self appeared behind Wukong, successfully deceiving him. "You've improved remarkably," Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Let us go again." Li Feng was eager to further familiarize himself with the afterimage fist, his excitement palpable. Though he possessed a system that continuously enhanced his combat strength, Li Feng recognized that his practical experience and fighting skills were still lacking and required diligent honing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of the two combatants moved with increasing speed, the sound of air being sliced growing louder until they became indistinguishable amidst a flurry of afterimages. Unbeknownst to them, Li Feng began to grasp the rhythm of battle. During one swift acceleration, Wukong, caught off guard, was struck once more. Bang! A human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Wukong emerged from the pit, covered in dirt and dust. Wukong felt perplexed. Initially, he had believed Li Feng to be an unparalleled master. Yet many of his combat techniques and practical experiences were far inferior, making his fighting style seem rather clumsy. What astonished Wukong even more was Li Feng's extraordinary martial talent. He could grasp the principles of many techniques after just a single demonstration, and he quickly learned them in subsequent encounters. The battle transitioned from Wukong suppressing Li Feng to both evenly matched, and ultimately, Li Feng gaining the upper hand. Naturally, both fighters maintained their combat power around 900. So the situation did not involve Li Feng overpowering Wukong through sheer brute force. Very well. Since I have tested my fist and foot techniques, it is time to resort to chi attacks. Wukong resolved. Ha! With his right hand propelling himself off the ground, he soared into the air, launching several yellow energy blasts from his left hand towards Li Feng. Li Feng, with an acute sensitivity to chi, instantly dodged upon seeing Wukong's energy projectiles. Boom! 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 3 craters formed on the ground once more. Wukong executed his aerial technique, ascending higher, as he once again concentrated energy in his spheres, unleashing a barrage akin to a machine gun from his hands. Thud! 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 Initially, Li Feng evaded, but as the attack area expanded, he was forced to endure some hits with his body. Noticing Li Feng appearing somewhat helpless, Wukong intensified the onslaught of energy blasts, hoping to finally defeat him. After adapting to the rhythm of combat, Li Feng ceased being passive and transitioned to a stalemate. First, he blocked with both arms, then used his hands to deflect the excess energy blasts, ultimately retaliating with his own white energy projectiles. As chi flowed and coalesced in his hands, Li Feng became increasingly proficient in its application, releasing more energy blasts at an accelerating pace. The scene shifted from Wukong's initial overwhelming yellow flashes to a dazzling display of white starlight, culminating in a sky filled with white projectiles. Wukong marveled at Li Feng's martial prowess once again. With a swift motion, Wukong distanced himself from the recent battlefield, ascending to a higher altitude. Wukong ceased using ordinary energy blasts and began employing the Kamehameha technique. Observing this, Li Feng simultaneously gathered energy for his own Kamehameha chi. Above and below, the two figures amassed vast amounts of energy. Gong! 2 brilliant blue energy waves erupted, illuminating the night sky. The two energy waves collided, coalescing into a blue energy sphere at their center, the released energy causing the air to tremble. Boom! Huh. Wukong, sweating profusely, increased his output. This was his first experience clashing with someone from the Sun family. But he was determined not to lose. Li Feng unleashed an even greater surge of qi, causing the blue beams to thicken. Charge! Wukong bellowed, exerting all his strength. The Kamehameha from above plummeted toward the ground. Counterattack! Li Feng shouted with equal fervor, unleashing his qi. Boom! Even though Wukong's energy had soared to 1,500, Li Feng's full power surged to 3,000, proving to be superior. His Kamehameha pushed back, striking Wukong directly. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated, and the figure in the sky fell helplessly. Chapter 6. Training Plan After a Colossal Explosion. The figure in the air descended powerless. Oh no, I overdid it. Li Feng rushed toward the falling form. Wukong couldn't he possibly be finished like this? As he caught Wukong, he was taken aback by the charred state of his body. Could it be that Wukong survived Raditz, only to perish by my hand? How dramatically ironic. Fortunately, Wukong was quite resilient and still clung to a thread of life. Li Feng administered a Senzu Bean to Wukong, and upon witnessing his energy gradually stabilize, he finally felt relief. Clearly, he needed to better control his combat power. Wukong, initially believing he was on the brink of death, had endured a complete rebound of his Kamehameha. His body had been ravaged by energy, leaving him barely conscious. It was only when he felt something in his mouth and instinctively swallowed that he regained awareness. Ha! I'm alive. Wukong sighed deeply, lying on the ground. You are truly remarkable, Li Feng. I have never encountered anyone with such extraordinary martial talent. Wukong praised. You are impressive as well. Wukong, do you wish to become even stronger? Li Feng enticed Wukong to train on King Kai's planet. Absolutely. I yearn to battle formidable opponents. Please, tell me how to grow stronger. Wukong clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seek out the deities on Earth, then travel to a place known as King Kai's planet for training. King Kai's planet? Wukong scratched the back of his head, his carefree nature preventing him from questioning how Li Feng knew such things. Li Feng gazed skyward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Above, a green figure, supported by a cane, observed the scene below. From the moment Li Feng appeared, a cold sweat had been trickling down his forehead. Who exactly is this mysterious young man? Why had I not sensed his presence until now? Beside him, a shadowy figure clad in black with a headscarf remarked, Master, that powerful individual must be here to aid Earth. Bobo commented that I sense no malice from him. He is indeed a formidable and enigmatic being. We must avoid antagonizing him. Let us heed his words and inform Wukong of King Kai's location upon his arrival. The old sage pondered, in a year, even more terrifying foes will emerge. I hope you can protect the Earth. The following morning, Li Feng assessed his combat power, 3,500, while Wukong stood at 1,900, due to Wukong's near-death experience and subsequent healing. His original combat prowess had significantly surged. Likewise, after engaging with formidable foes, Li Feng had grown more adept in battle, resulting in a slight increase in his own power. Li Feng, were you truthful about what you said yesterday? Wukong inquired, recalling Li Feng's words to him in Piccolo post-battle. Li Feng informed Wukong that, a year hence, 2 even stronger Saiyans would arrive on Earth, and that Raditz would be even more powerful and ruthless. Thus, he recommended that Wukong train on a planet known as King Kai's, and suggested that Gohan should train with Piccolo as well. Indeed, both of them are immensely strong. I am by no means their equal. Li Feng candidly admitted. Presently, with a combat power of merely 3,500, he was far outmatched by Vegeta's initial 18,000 upon arriving on Earth. However, there remained over a year for training. I wouldn't mind going to train with that King Kai. But if Gohan were to train, Chi-Chi would certainly object, Wukong lamented. Fear not. You can approach it in this manner, Li Feng suggested, imparting a strategy to persuade Chi-Chi to. Will that truly be effective? Wukong queried, puzzled. Let us convince her together. She will acquiesce, Li Feng asserted, producing a capsule for Wukong. This capsule was a gift from Bulma. intended as compensation for the technology she had provided regarding spaceships, essentially a stake in her innovations. Poor Raditz had indeed become a mere repository of experience for Li Feng, having been thoroughly drained of all usefulness, even his spaceship. Feng understood that Chi-Chi's reluctance for Wukong and Gohan to train stemmed partly from Gohan's youth and need for education, as well as their family's financial struggles, with Chi-Chi tasked with supporting two voracious eaters, which placed considerable pressure on her. Adequate funding could alleviate some of Chi-Chi's family burdens, although Wukong often appeared somewhat simple-minded. He recognized the value of Li Feng's generous gift and hastily attempted to decline it. Yet, under Li Feng's persuasion, he reluctantly accepted the funds, promising to train diligently on King Kai's and to allow Gohan to do the same. After discussing their plans, they noticed Piccolo training not far away. Initially, Piccolo showed little interest in training a child, but upon hearing of the formidable enemies approaching in a year and recalling the debt of gratitude he owed to Li Feng for saving his life, he reluctantly agreed. "Piccolo, you can't escape your role as a father," Li Feng thought to himself, stifling a laugh. The trio flew back to the Capsule Corp, where Chi-Chi vehemently opposed Wukong's plan at first. However, upon witnessing the ample funds contained within Bulma's capsule, along with the favor owed to Li Feng, she reluctantly consented after repeatedly stressing the need to ensure Gohan's safety. Chi-Chi vented her frustrations on Wukong, resulting in him receiving a few bumps on his head. It was then that Li Feng truly comprehended the formidable nature of Saiyan women, who indeed exuded a powerful and fierce presence. Meanwhile, the innocent and endearing young Gohan felt elated, resolutely determined to grow stronger and train alongside Piccolo. Thus, the two made their way to Bulma's residence. Whoosh, thud! Wukong and Li Feng arrived at West City. At the Capsule Corporation. "Hey, Bulma, we're here!" Wukong greeted enthusiastically. Wukong, you've come? "Ah, Li Feng, you're here too," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she blushed at the sight of the tall and handsome Li Feng. "Greetings, Bulma. Have there been any new developments regarding that Saiyan spaceship from yesterday?" Li Feng inquired. "Oh, certainly. Come inside. My father is also quite interested in extraterrestrial technology," Bulma replied excitedly. "Ho, ho, ho. What a handsome young man. May I have the pleasure of taking you out on a date?" A blonde woman emerged from a room, smiling as she linked arms with Li Feng. "Oh dear, mother. This is Li Feng, Wukong's friend, the one who saved us all. We're here to discuss something with father. So please release his arm." Bulma hurriedly pulled her mother away, fearing her mother might steal Li Feng from her. "Oh dear, how rude of me. I shall prepare some refreshments," Mrs. Brief said with a smile, retreating into the room. Shortly thereafter, a blue-haired elder with black glasses emerged. Bulma relayed Li Feng's request to her father. "Oh, you wish to construct a gravity chamber. The higher the multiplier, the better," Dr. Brief exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, I hope to exchange technology from my spaceship for it." Li Feng responded that, in the world of Dragon Ball, currency held little significance beyond purchasing food. Why be troubled by the need for sustenance, when one could instead barter for items that enhance one's strength? "No worries, give me a week, and I will thoroughly investigate the materials," Dr. Brief replied. By the way, Li Feng, why not stay with us during this time? Our home is quite spacious." Tea that moment, Mrs. Brief emerged with red tea and cake. Speaking gently. "Oh, mother," Bulma exclaimed, her hands cupping her cheeks in embarrassment. "Thank you kindly." Li Feng accepted. "Since Vegeta has yet to arrive, I shall take care of your wife. But no, she is not your wife just yet." Li Feng jested, contemplating taking Bulma under his wing. "Wait, Li Feng, didn't you say we would head to King Kai's after a week? How will we train during this week? Can I also stay here?" Wukong, focused solely on training, asked eagerly. "That's fine, as long as Chi-Chi agrees," Bulma replied with a smile. Wukong, rubbing his sore head, quickly declined. "Haha!" The Brief family's laughter echoed joyfully. The final arrangement involved Li Feng and Wukong training by day, while Li Feng would reside at Bulma's home by night. Chapter 7. Senzu Beans in Gravity Training Room. A week later, Wukong heeded Li Feng's advice and sought out the deity at the temple to inquire about the route to King Kai's. The deity informed Wukong of King Kai's location, but noted its considerable distance, necessitating the assistance of the Dragon Balls. In the original narrative, Wukong discovered King Kai's realm only after his death in the underworld. After gathering the Dragon Balls, Wukong stood in an open space and made his wish. "Come forth, Shenron," Wukong called, summoning the eternal dragon. Whoosh! Though it was daytime, the sky suddenly darkened. The 7 orange orbs on the ground emitted a dazzling light. Whoosh! 7 beams of orange light erupted, coalescing in the air, gradually transforming into an enormous figure, a green dragon, several hundred meters long, coiled majestically in the sky. Could this truly be the Dragon of Earth? Having seen it only on television before, Wukong was awestruck by the sheer grandeur of the dragon in person. Li Feng sighed. He sensed the aura of the dragon, and although its power was far inferior to his own, he felt an unusual energy, likely the might of the dragon G.O.D. This moment, he thought to himself that he was not even close to the god of destruction, let alone the supreme Kai, and that he should first focus on increasing his combat power. The dragon, with its crimson eyes, addressed Goku and the others. "Speak your wishes. Whatever they may be, I can grant one." Goku replied to the dragon. "Oh, dragon, could you send me to the realm of the North Supreme Kai? That wish is quite simple." The dragon's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, enveloping Goku in an overwhelming divine power. In an instant, Goku vanished. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." With that, the dragon's form dissipated and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone, scattering across the earth. After training with Goku for a week, Goku's combat power had surged from an initial 1900 to 4600, while Li Feng's own power soared to an impressive 8000. Aside from their mutual training, Li Feng also benefited from the Saiyan physiology and the extraordinary properties of the Senzu Beans, making their recent gains modest by comparison. In the original tale, Goku's combat power only reached 8000 after a year of training on King Kai's planet. However, for Li Feng, the greatest gain was not merely an increase in power, but rather in combat experience and techniques. Although Goku had not yet faced the subsequent battles on Namek, against the androids, or the formidable Majin Buu, his childhood encounters with various strong adversaries had endowed him with considerable fighting experience, from which Li Feng learned immensely. Next came the training in the gravity chamber, but before that, there was still one task to accomplish. Li Feng's training plan was exceptionally clear. First, he would spar with Goku to enhance his martial skills, followed by utilizing the gravity chamber for training and using Senzu Beans to heal his injuries and boost his combat power. Now, everything was in place. All that was needed were the Senzu Beans. Indeed, there were originally 10 beans. He had used 3 to save Goku and his companions, and after a few days of training, they were all consumed. His primary objective for venturing out today was to procure Senzu Beans from Krillin. Li Feng believed that Krillin, being a cat, surely had a fondness for fish. Time to act swiftly. Whoosh! In mere seconds, Li Feng soared to a sea area several kilometers away, gazing at the vast ocean. Tumultuous waves stirred within him a sense of elation. He casually unleashed an energy wave into the sea. Boom! Li Feng's energy sphere erupted like a massive torpedo, generating towering waves that cascaded skyward, sending various fish flying, which rained down from above. Unperturbed, Li Feng deftly caught them all with a prepared net. Using his key sensing, he intuitively directed himself toward Krillin's location. He had matured significantly in his mastery of ki, now able to perceive the auras of the strongest fighters on the planet. That direction must be Paozhu Mountain. Those 2 powerful auras belong to Piccolo and Gohan, I presume, and over there in the distance is Kame House. That should be Krillin and the others that in the sky, aside from deities and bubbles. He had located them all. Swish! Li Feng shot forth like a cannonball, creating gusts of wind that rivaled small shock waves. Parting the waves as he flew, whoosh, he arrived at Krillin Tower. The astonishing speed generated winds that threatened to topple the tower. "Who are you?" Krillin, sweating profusely, asked in astonishment. "I am Li Feng, a companion of Goku, here to exchange for Senzu Beans." Li Feng explained his background. "Oh, so you're Goku's ally. Were you the one who dealt with the Saiyan situation?" "Indeed. And what about the fish behind you?" Krillin inquired, noticing the fish netted on Li Feng's back. "Krillin, I propose we trade all the Senzu Beans for the fish I have. Li Feng stated, maintaining an air of composure. Everyone knew the value of the Senzu Beans far exceeded that of the fish. Yet Li Feng feigned a sense of loss, as if he were making a tremendous sacrifice. He was truly an actor of great skill. How could I accept such a deal? Krillin drooled, swiftly producing 3 large jars of Senzu Beans. Take them. Krillin, fearing Li Feng would refuse, immediately grabbed the fishing net. Feng stored all the beans in his dimensional space. By the way, how are Senzu Beans cultivated? Just plant them underground, Krillin replied. Are there any specific conditions required? None at all. Well, since it's that simple, I shall cultivate them myself. After all, leaving them with Krillin would only lead to waste. These are strategic resources, and having Senzu Beans during future battles would make things significantly easier. If you were to face Frieza, crack, an impressive combat power of 12 million, do you know what a Saiyan's physique entails? As long as I'm not killed, I will relentlessly consume Senzu Beans until they are piled high. Cough, cough. Just kidding. Combat power still requires gradual enhancement. Feng took out a jar of Senzu Beans and found a secluded area near Bulma's home, requesting Dr. Brief to assist with cultivation. It was no joke. Such important items deserve the utmost care to ensure maximum yield. Dr. Brief was also incredibly intrigued by these beans, which could instantly heal injuries and restore stamina. With preliminary preparations complete, Li Feng flew to an open area on the outskirts of West City and tossed out Bulma's capsule. Bang, a nearly 100-meter-wide hemispherical training room appeared. This was the gravity chamber that Dr. Brief had constructed at Li Feng's request. The maximum gravity multiplier had been modified to an astonishing 100 times. Great, I will strive to adapt to 100 times gravity within a year, Li Feng declared enthusiastically. Upon entering the training room, Li Feng adjusted the gravity to twice normal. Boom! Suddenly, the overwhelming force of gravity bent him at the waist. Twice the gravity not only increased his physical weight, but also affected his blood, bones, and other bodily functions in equal measure. This the gravity they trained under. Li Feng marveled silently. It was hard to believe how they managed to endure 100 or even 300 times the gravity later on. However, having entered the Dragon Ball world and possessing Saiyan physiology, what they accomplished he too could achieve. Thus, Li Feng began performing squats, push-ups, and other foundational exercises. Due to his unfamiliarity with the double gravity, the basic training drained his stamina as much as his earlier battles with Goku. Half a day passed, and Li Feng had already acclimated to the 2x gravity. In the afternoon, he commenced simulated combat. Whoosh, 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 ha, 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 ha. Li Feng ceaselessly swung his fists, unleashing whip-like kicks, his form fluidly shifting. The initial impediment caused by the double gravity had long been eradicated, and Li Feng was steadily growing stronger. Chapter 8. A Date with Bulma. Outside West City, within a hemispherical structure, terrifying tremors reverberated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A week later, Li Feng had fully acclimated to the quintuple gravity, employing the technique of flight. He moved with the swiftness of the wind under the 5-fold gravitational force. Li Feng unleashed punches that stirred gusts of air around him. His most formidable imagined adversary was Frieza, the original cosmic tyrant. Frieza possessed a staggering battle power of 120 million. Yet at present, Li Feng's own combat prowess barely exceeded 10,000. Naturally, he could not aspire too high. His immediate foe remained the approaching Vegeta. Why did Li Feng refrain from accompanying Goku to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb? He understood, well, that while the Kaioken offered a significant multiplier, it also imposed a substantial burden on the body, and he pondered whether Goku's subsequent heart condition was linked to this. As for the Spirit Bomb, he deemed such techniques unnecessary. That he was confident that as his battle power continued to ascend, no enemy would be insurmountable. Li Feng recognized that in the Dragon Ball universe, the mastery of Ki was of utmost importance. Therefore, he endeavored to develop new applications of Ki during his training. Kamehameha, Li Feng brought his hands together and placed them at his waist, promptly gathering a sphere of blue energy. A deep blue energy wave erupted from his hands. Yet this was merely the beginning. He needed to master the Kamehameha completely. Just as Goku had, he could distinctly feel the Kamehameha he emitted. Before striking a target, he simultaneously moved his hands to the right, and the Kamehameha followed suit. Whoosh! The energy wave circumvented the central control panel, poised to strike the wall. Huh. The energy wave seemed to possess a life of its own. Deftly veering right, completing a circle before returning. Bang! Hiss! The power of the Kamehameha remained formidable. The fierce impact left him gritting his teeth in pain. Indeed, he had begun to control the trajectory of the energy wave. Next, he needed to refine his precision. The true battlefield was a place of rapid change, and opponents would not present themselves like living targets. The more adept he became at manipulating ki, the better. Li Feng continued his practice, his battle power steadily rising. A week passed. Boom! Following the eruption of a terrifying energy wave, the gravity chamber was finally breached under the immense strain. In truth, Li Feng had consciously restrained his ki prior to this. However, his strength had surged too rapidly that a torrent of energy surged forth as Li Feng exited the training room. With the loss of the tenfold gravity effect, he felt considerably lighter, as if he could float effortlessly in the air with just a slight push. Even without flight, every cell in his body was exhilarated, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. This was merely a week of training. Li Feng had adapted to training under tenfold gravity. His physique, strength, and speed all surpassed his condition before entering the training chamber. Now, Li Feng's battle power stood at 12,000. The rate of growth was astonishing. Well, since the gravity training room was damaged, he might as well have Dr. Brief assist with repairs, taking the opportunity to deepen his connection with Bulma. Li Feng mused it was no wonder that Goku and Vegeta, those Saiyans, were so obsessed with training. It truly was an addiction. He had spent the entire week in the training room, and Bulma had shown remarkable patience. Oh, what was that explosion? Upon hearing the resounding blast, Bulma arrived driving a hover car. Li Feng, are you all right? Without a care for the invaluable training room, Bulma rushed to Li Feng, her face etched with concern. I'm fine, Bulma. I just accidentally damaged the doctor's gravity training chamber. Li Feng replied with a smile oh, that's a minor issue. Hey, why aren't you wearing shirt? In her haste, Bulma had not noticed Li Feng's appearance until now. Realizing he was bare-chested, showcasing his muscular physique, which made her cheeks flush, it's inconvenient to wear clothes while training. I sweat a lot, Li Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. Then come take a shower at my place and rest a bit, Bulma suggested, covering her face but sneaking glances through her fingers. Well then, it would be rude not to accept. One could not help but admire the Brief family. They were the richest on Earth. Not to mention their various luxuries, their technological advancements were quite impressive. Lying in the bedroom, the robot's massage service relaxed every cell in his body, elevating his entire being. Oh, Li Feng, come out. Let us eat. I haven't seen you in a whole week, and you look like you've lost weight. That moment, Li Feng stepped out of the bathroom to find Mrs. Brief, a stunning blonde, waiting at the dining table. Thank you very much. Li Feng was not shy. Diving into the Saiyans eating mode. Point 1 could not deny that the Saiyan Bloodline had significantly increased his appetite. The food in the training room had long since been consumed. Indeed, he was just like Goku, a voracious eater. Bulma watched Li Feng, amused by the stark contrast. By the way, Bulma, weren't you always thinking about going shopping with Li Feng? Now that you have some free time, why not go together? Mrs. Brief suggested with a smile. Bulma glanced at Li Feng, her face instantly turning crimson. That sounds good. I haven't had much chance to explore the big city. Li Feng seized the opportunity to draw closer to Bulma. Fantastic, Bulma exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of a child. After their meal, the two changed in a fresh attire, Bulma once again captivated by Li Feng's dapper appearance in a suit, while he admired her youthful and vibrant ensemble. He recalled that someone had once tallied Bulma's hairstyles and outfits. It seemed she donned a different look in nearly every episode. Clearly, Bulma's efforts in grooming made her quite enchanting. During their date in West City, they purchased numerous items. Li Feng could not help but marvel at a woman's shopping prowess, especially when combined with the purchasing power of a wealthy woman. It was nothing short of terrifying. He also witnessed the prosperity of the Dragon Ball world, juxtaposed with the ordinary lives of common people. Previously, observing the Dragon Ball universe solely from the protagonist's perspective, one might view ordinary individuals as mere fodder. It was a rather hollow sentiment. However, they were indeed living beings with their own lives to lead. He silently resolved that in future battles, he must not endanger the innocent. He would protect this world at all costs. Throughout the day's outing, the bond between Li Feng and Bulma deepened significantly. Bulma found herself irresistibly drawn to Li Feng's aura. Powerful, witty, humorous, yet exuding the innocence of a big boy. Li Feng's fondness for Bulma grew with each passing moment. Well then, Li Feng, good night. Before the room of Bulma, she bid farewell to Li Feng with a mixture of shyness and excitement. Well, good night, and you should rest early too. I had a delightful day. Thank you, seemingly resolved. Bulma suddenly dashed towards Li Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck, her crimson lips brushing against his right cheek. Then, like a startled deer, she scurried into her room. Closing the door behind her, Li Feng touched the lipstick mark on his face, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Take your time. Emotions require gradual nurturing. Chapter 9. The Science Assault 1 year later. Boom! Boom! In a bustling metropolis on Earth, two resounding explosions echoed. Two spherical spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating two massive craters. With a crack, the hatch of the spaceship opened at S.O. This is Earth, not bad, is it? A man with spiky hair and an M-shaped hairline emerged from the vessel. Let me greet these unsophisticated folks. Another fierce-looking bald man raised his right hand, lifting his index and middle fingers slightly. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated, obliterating the entire city. The Z-warriors on Earth felt the intense surge of energy. That's enough. Nappa, that if this planet suffers too much damage, it won't fetch a high price. Vegeta remarked. True, Vegeta. Let us search for the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Nappa replied eagerly. First, let's locate the strongest warrior on this planet, the one who defeated Raditz. Vegeta pressed a button on his scouter. Beep! Beep! Vegeta, there are more than just a handful of individuals here with power levels exceeding 1,000. Nappa exclaimed in surprise. Let us go play with them, Vegeta sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures streaked across the sky like meteors. Gohan, a green-skinned individual called out to a small child. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, someone is coming, Gohan responded. Whoosh! A small bald figure appeared before them. Hey, long time no see. Piccolo, that you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Piccolo inquired. I've made some progress in martial arts recently, Dad. I remember you were Gohan from the Turtle School. Gohan remarked that, I'm Krillin. You must be Goku's son. You look just like him when he was young. You must have endured a lot training with Piccolo, Krillin asked discreetly. Uncle Piccolo treats me well. I want to fight alongside him, Gohan declared resolutely. Enough chit-chat. They're coming, Piccolo said, his gaze fixed on the two powerful energy signatures ahead. Whoosh! The two figures instantly appeared before them. Even without powering up, their terrifying battle prowess exuded an overwhelming pressure. Were you waiting for us? Vegeta mocked, be cautious. I will ask again, what brings you here? Piccolo said, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He sensed that the two before him were vastly stronger than Raditz from a year prior. That voice, did you kill Raditz? Vegeta questioned. Voice, this thing can also serve as a communicator. Vegeta pointed at his scouter. This guy must be an Namekian. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Raditz? Nappa asserted no. It seems there is another person, besides him and Kakarot, who is quite formidable, Vegeta recalled. Regardless, our goal is to obtain the Dragon Balls. So hand them over, Nappa shouted. You say I'm an Namekian? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, stop pretending. With your skin color and those antennae, you must be an Namekian. No doubt I've taken down several of your kind. Nappa boasted. Although Vegeta and his companions had not visited Namek, they had encountered wandering Namekians along the way and learned of the legend of the Dragon Balls. I was about to thank you for informing me about my ancestors. But I cannot create the Dragon Balls. I am solely interested in combat. Piccolo assumed a fighting stance. Dealing with you won't even require us to lift a finger. Nappa pulled out a bottle containing 6 seeds. Just cultivating these will suffice. With that, he planted the seeds into the ground. Goo! 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 Mere seconds later, 6 diminutive green creatures emerged from the earth. How disgusting, Krillin remarked. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, 3 figures descended onto the battlefield. Tian Shinan, Chaozu, Yamcha. Krillin exclaimed joyfully to Ha. More helpers have arrived, but they're all weaklings. Nappa scoffed. With 6 of us, it's a perfect one-on-one match. This will be entertaining, Vegeta taunted. How boring. I can take them all on myself. Piccolo declared with fervor. Well then, let me go first. Tian Shinhan stepped forward. Ha. The cultivator shouted as he charged towards Tian Shinhan. Ha. Tian Shinhan aligned his index and middle fingers and flicked them, sending the cultivator flying away. Whoosh! The cultivator was struck, rolling over, and upon landing, the skin on his head split open, launching an energy blast. Tian Shinhan deftly dodged. Boom! The energy blast struck a nearby hill, scorching the ground black in its wake. Ha! Tian Shinhan rapidly moved, dodging the cultivator's energy blast and landed an elbow strike to the cultivator's head. Bang! The cultivator was struck at a vital point, losing consciousness. Humph! That cultivator was too complacent. Vegeta chuckled, casually firing a blast that obliterated the cultivator. I said to give it your all, Vegeta commanded the remaining cultivators. How cruel, Tian Shinhan remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This time, let me handle it. I'll show you how the game ends. Yamcha stepped forward. Now you'll see the true power of the cultivators, Nappa said, as another cultivator charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, the 2 figures vanished in an instant, reappearing dozens of meters away, engaged in a fierce battle. Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha unleashed his signature move. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed as though several wolves had truly appeared behind Yamcha, intensifying his assault and rendering it even more ferocious. The cultivator, however, countered each move, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Ah! The cultivator extended his arms, attempting to embrace Yamcha tightly in a swift motion. Yamcha evaded. Kamehameha! In mid-air, Yamcha launched his attack. The cerulean energy wave struck the cultivator, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. These monsters are nothing to be feared. Leave the rest to me, Yamcha declared confidently. This time, you were careless, Vegeta mocked. Crack! The cultivator on the ground made a faint sound before wrapping his arms around Yamcha. What? Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, feeling an overwhelming surge of life-threatening energy building behind him. Ha! The cultivator self-destructed. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, forming a massive crater in the ground. The classic scene of Yamcha lying lifelessly emerged. Yamcha! Krillin cried out in anguish. Damn it! Yamcha was too careless. Witnessing the demise of his comrade due to negligence, Krillin gritted his teeth in fury. He then clasped his hands together and unleashed a wave of energy towards the remaining cultivators. Ha! Just as the cultivators attempted to evade, Krillin raised his hands. Instantly, the energy wave split into several parts, each hurtling towards the remaining cultivators and Vegeta. Bang! 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 With a series of deafening explosions, several cultivators were obliterated. Oomph! The game is over. After the dust settled, the unscathed figures of Nappa and Vegeta emerged. Indeed, the game is over. That moment, an unfamiliar voice resonated on the battlefield. What? When did this person arrive? Nappa remarked in astonishment. Gazing at the suddenly appearing LF engine, turned out LF Ing had noticed the arrival of Vegeta and his companions long ago, but had suppressed his energy, hiding discreetly as the mission had yet to trigger. Beep. Mission. Defeat the Saiyans. Mission reward. Basic instant transmission. LF Ing understood that such pivotal moments in the narrative would undoubtedly prompt the system to issue a mission, yet it had waited until Yamcha's death to release it. It seems the system possesses a rather morbid sense of humor. System. Do you not wish to witness the recreation of this classic scene? One cannot deny that, despite the somber atmosphere, the actual outcome was rather amusing. You're the one who killed Raditz? Vegeta immediately recalled the voice from the communicator. What? Nappa exclaimed, shocked. Humph, that would be me, LF Ing replied coldly. Ha, Raditz was a worthless fool. His demise is of little consequence. Your strength appears commendable. I may consider accepting you as my subordinate, Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed. No need. You are all far too weak. LF Ing stated before his form gradually blurred. Chapter 10. Nappa's demise. What? Everyone was taken aback by LF Ing's astonishing speed. His figure abruptly vanished. only to reappear before Nappa. Bang! Feng delivered a light punch. Boom! Nappa was sent flying as if struck by cannonball, his massive frame hurtling through layers of rock. This bastard, Vegeta gasped, astonished that this Saiyan speed exceeded his expectations. Incredible. The Z fighters behind him could not help but exclaim. Damn it! Cough! 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 Nappa struggled to emerge from the rubble. His armor shattered, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke fiercely. One mere punch had left him grievously injured. Boom! Swish! 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 Nappa erupted with rage. A terrifying aura emanated from him, lifting debris and sand from the ground. The immense energy creating a massive crater beneath him. I will kill you! Nappa gritted his teeth. He could not tolerate being wounded by such a feeble insect. Whoosh! With a surge of power, Nappa charged at Feng like a ferocious beast. Thinking that if Feng were to endure even a single punch, he would either be dead or severely injured. Feng. Nappa appeared to move at a snail's pace. He effortlessly evaded with minimal effort. Damn it! Nappa roared as his attack missed, his fury escalating as he intensified his onslaught. Whoosh! 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 Feng's figure darted about, arms crossed, nonchalantly avoiding every strike. And no matter how relentlessly Nappa attacked, he could not even graze Feng's shadow. At this moment, Nappa panted heavily. How dare the lowly earthling insult the noble Saiyan? Nappa could hardly bear the humiliation inflicted by Feng. Boy, is dodging all you can do. Nappa was convinced that Feng was merely slightly faster. If he could land just one punch, victory was assured. Feng chuckled. What's wrong? Can't even keep up with my shadow. He taunted. Perhaps it would be better for you to concede. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, felt the veins in his forehead throb. Hey, Nappa, you can't even defeat a weakling with a power level of 4,000? Do you wish to die? Vegeta felt that Nappa was bringing shame upon their Saiyan lineage. No. Prince Vegeta, I will handle this brat immediately. Nappa replied, beads of sweat streaming down his face. He had previously witnessed Vegeta's ruthless methods firsthand. Die. Nappa charged once more. Then let us see what you've got. Feng decided not to evade this time. Nappa swung a punch at Feng's chest. Boom! Feng gently blocked with his left hand, firmly absorbing Nappa's heavy assault. The explosive energy reverberated through the air. What? How is this possible? Nappa was utterly astonished. He had previously confirmed with a scouter that Feng's power level was merely 4,000, while his own full power was 6,000. How could he possibly be at a disadvantage? Before Nappa could ponder further, Feng's counterattack arrived. With a swift kick, Feng struck Nappa squarely in the abdomen. Cough! Nappa spat out a mouthful of bile, his body soaring through the air. Whoosh! Feng moved with astonishing speed, almost vanishing, and appeared behind Nappa. Then, with a powerful elbow strike, he sent Nappa crashing to the ground. Bang! The violent impact once again created a massive crater in the earth. Dust and smoke swirled and dissipated, leaving only the feeble figure of Nappa collapsed on the ground. What? The Z fighters, who were spectating, were utterly astonished, particularly Piccolo. He had trained diligently over the past year, making rapid progress, with a combat power of 5,000, yet, when Nappa unleashed his fury, he still felt a sense of peril. Who could have imagined that Feng would toy with Nappa? Just how strong has he become? Uncle Feng is incredibly powerful, Gohan exclaimed in awe. Truly, Feng is remarkable, Krillin remarked, witnessing Feng's prowess for the first time. This the legendary mysterious warrior. How impressive. Tien Shinhan marveled. This your confidence? Feng retorted coldly. Cough. Nappa, filled with rage and humiliation, spat out another mouthful of blood. Impossible. I refuse to accept such a scenario. With a maximum combat power of 6,000. He found himself bested by a mere insect with a power level of only 4,000 within mere seconds. This was an immense disgrace. His former pride and dignity as a Saiyan were utterly crushed by Feng's overwhelming strength. How infuriating! He yearned to fight once more, yet he could hardly rise. Nappa, you are utterly useless. As a noble Saiyan, to be defeated by a lowly earthling is unacceptable. Vegeta seethed with anger. Hearing Vegeta's scorn, Nappa summoned his last vestiges of strength to crawl toward him. Prince Vegeta, save me. I was too careless just now. Grant me another chance, and I shall surely vanquish that scoundrel. Nappa clung to hope, still shackled by his pitiful pride, completely oblivious to the true reason for his defeat, blaming it on his own negligence. Vegeta raised his right hand. Nappa's heart ignited with hope. Indeed, Prince Vegeta would not abandon me. He thought that Feng made no move to intervene. According to the original plot, Nappa was destined to be slain by Vegeta himself. His only objective was to defeat the Saiyans, and as long as he ultimately triumphed over Vegeta, he would be satisfied. He relished the sight of despair on Nappa's face. I had no intention of saving you. At that moment, Nappa felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Prince Vegeta, I do not understand your meaning. Nappa believed he must have misheard. Oh, you truly think you could defeat that man with all your might? Vegeta sneered, turning his head dismissively. Of course I can. A person like him would fall before my serious efforts. Nappa protested. Foolish, Vegeta interrupted him. Oh, you think he possesses only 4,000 in combat power? Even those Earthlings can alter their power levels during battle. In that instant, he unleashed a staggering 9,000. That is why you were so easily defeated. What? How is that possible? Nappa could hardly fathom this reality. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Nappa desperately insisted. Foolish and ignorant. You are of no value in your current state, Vegeta coldly remarked. You are no different from that rubbish Raditz. Perish here. Vegeta conjured a white energy sphere in his hand and sent it crashing toward the prostrate Nappa. No, Prince Vegeta, Nappa cried out in despair, unable to believe that he would not be killed by Feng, but rather by the very prince he had respected. No, Nappa shrieked in hopelessness. Boom! The energy wave mercilessly exploded upon Nappa, and as the smoke cleared, his life force had completely vanished. What? Were they not comrades? Krillin and the others were left in shock. Even Piccolo was taken aback, unable to comprehend the cruelty displayed by this Saiyan. Capable of slaying his own ally, Feng had long foreseen this scenario. Worthless beings have no place in this world. It seems you may possess the qualifications to become my subordinate. Vegeta extended an olive branch to Feng. I declined it. That's so. Though your combat power is at 9,000, you are still far from my match, Vegeta declared with bravado. That's so. I return your words to you in kind, Feng replied coolly. Chapter 11. Confronting Vegeta. Facing death, Vegeta accelerated, delivering a powerful punch toward Feng. Bang! Feng met his fist head-on. The shockwave reverberated through the air. This is somewhat interesting, Vegeta scoffed. Immediately, Vegeta launched a rapid onslaught, throwing his left fist with equal ferocity. Bang! 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 The speed of their exchanges escalated. Swish! 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 Their figures blurred in the air, almost akin to instantaneous movement. Incredible! I can hardly see their movements, Krillin marveled, unable to contain his astonishment. Piccolo's expression darkened, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Even he could barely catch glimpses of their fleeting silhouettes, unable to discern their actions. Could it be that my strength pales in comparison to Feng's? Piccolo begrudged the thought, but had to concede that Feng was indeed far superior. The figures of Feng and Vegeta intermingled, and after a fierce exchange, each struck a blow that sent the other staggering back. Quite impressive as a warm-up exercise, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Now, let me show you the true power of this prince. With Vegeta's roar, a formidable aura surged forth from him. His energy intensified, radiating a terrifying force. Dust swirled around them. How formidable! Tien and the other Z-fighters were left in utter shock. Was this merely a warm-up? This aura is so terrifying that even the slightest contact could lead to death or injury. Vegeta continued to gather energy, white power swirling around him until it finally stabilized. So what do you think? This is my full strength, Vegeta proclaimed with pride. That all. Feng said, scratching his ear. You, who were staring death in the face. Vegeta could no longer tolerate Feng's insolence. With such formidable strength, Feng should have been wide-eyed and begging for mercy. Here it comes. The prince's trick. Vegeta rapidly concentrated energy in both hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Li Feng like a machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy sphere ruthlessly struck Li Feng. Even the residual waves from the explosive energy forced Krillin and the others to activate their defensive shields. This is bad. The magnitude of this power is utterly frightening. Can Li Feng withstand it? Krillin was shaken and filled with concern for Li Feng. Whoosh! After the missile's impact, the terrain was flattened. Haha, that arrogant fool has surely been reduced to mere fragments. Vegeta was certain that his recent energy blast had struck Li Feng with tremendous force, and under such a frenzied assault, no one could possibly survive. Is this truly your full strength? As the smoke cleared, a chilling voice emerged from Li Feng. Uncle Li Feng, you did great, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Li Feng's energy now surpassed what it was before. Piccolo remarked in amazement. What? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Li Feng's figure became clearly visible before everyone. Not only was he unscathed, but even his clothing showed no signs of damage. How is this possible? Vegeta had assessed that Li Feng's battle power at that moment was approximately 10,000, while his own full power energy blast had reached 15,000, enough to annihilate Li Feng. Yet now, Li Feng remained completely unharmed. This situation exceeded Vegeta's expectations. Could his battle power be greater than 10,000? Vegeta activated his power level Scouter Point 16,000. Vegeta was astonished by the reading displayed on the device. Oomph! Ha! Vegeta then became even more exhilarated. Now, this is what it means to defeat you. His own full battle power was 18,000, still sufficient to suppress Li Feng. The Saiyans' combative nature ignited his fervor even further. Vegeta understood that battling a formidable opponent would only enhance his own strength. You shall serve as the touchstone for my growth. I will kill you to express my gratitude. Ha! With a surge of determination, Vegeta charged towards Li Feng. Li Feng too unleashed his energy, bracing himself to confront Vegeta. The two commenced their second bout. Their speeds doubled, and Krillin and the others could hardly perceive their movements, with only Piccolo barely able to catch glimpses of their afterimages. Bang! 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 The shockwaves of their battle reverberated through the air, with mere residual energy capable of shattering rocks. Not only were there spectators on Earth. On King Kai's planet, King Kai was intently observing the clash between Li Feng and Vegeta. The more he watched, the more alarmed he became. Their combat was terrifying. Even Goku might not stand a chance against them. Indeed, Goku was hastening back to Earth. After a year of training, Goku's standard battle power had reached 15,000. During the same period in the original story, Goku only possessed 8,000. The reason for this rapid increase, aside from his week of intense training against Li Feng, was primarily due to Li Feng's overwhelming strength, which inspired Goku to train harder than ever before. Of course, the role of the Senzu Beans Li Feng provided was indispensable. After all, the unkillable Saiyan's ability to grow stronger when on the brink of death was a mechanic that needed to be wisely utilized in the early stages. The two energy signatures on Earth must belong to Li Feng and his companions. Hurry! Goku surged with energy, racing through Snake Way. His intense focus on training had caused him to lose track of time. Bang! The two combatant speeds escalated further, but Li Feng seized an opening in Vegeta's defense and landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's face. Cough! In a duel between experts, a split second can determine the victor. A single misstep leads to a cascade of mistakes. As Vegeta was struck, his breathing became labored, and his vulnerabilities multiplied. Li Feng capitalized on this opportunity, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Vegeta's body. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Vegeta hurtling into the in a flash. He appeared behind the airborne Vegeta, with a powerful clasp of his hands. He delivered a devastating blow, sending Vegeta crashing into the ground. Boom! With a force akin to that of a cannonball, Vegeta's form violently impacted the earth, creating a massive crater. Cough! 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 Vegeta spat out several mouthfuls of blood, looking utterly disheveled. That consecutive combo he had just executed on Nappa, which he had previously dismissed, now felt like a profound humiliation. Damn it! Vegeta was furious. You have thoroughly enraged this prince. Vegeta rose once more, extending his hands resolutely behind him. Whoosh! Vegeta gathered energy again, a purple energy wave coalescing in his hands. How is this possible? Vegeta's power is still increasing. Krillin gasped in astonishment, trembling uncontrollably, be annihilated by this prince's ultimate strike. Gallic Gun! Vegeta roared, thrusting the purple Gallic Gun towards Feng. Humph! Bring it on. Feng was prepared to counter. His hands, too, gathered energy, a blue aura accumulating his grasp. Kamehameha! Boom! The Azure Kamehameha collided with the purple Gallic Gun. A colossal surge of energy erupted, scattering the nearby mountains with its terrifying force. Bastard! Vegeta could hardly believe that Feng was able to withstand his full-force attack. Vegeta poured all his energy into the blast, only to realize that his energy wave was being pushed back. Impossible. I cannot lose to someone with a power level of only 16,000. Just as Vegeta pondered this, his scouter began to beep incessantly. Beep, 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 beep. The readings of Feng's power level continued to soar. 16,000, 17,000, 18,000, 19,000, 20,000. Boom! The scouter exploded. What? 20,000. Impossible. By the time he came to terms with this reality, his Gallic Gun had already been completely repelled, engulfed by the overwhelming shockwave. Chapter 12. Vegeta's Great Ape Transformation. Vegeta was engulfed by the Kamehameha. Like the explosion of a nuclear bomb, a mushroom cloud ascended as the dust settled. Vegeta emerged, bloodied and battered, his battle armor in tatters. His energy diminished. What terrifying power! Piccolo's complexion turned an even deeper shade of green. The energy from their clash was immense. If he were to confront even a fraction of that energy, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Thankfully, he had held back at the last moment. Upon witnessing that Vegeta still clung to life, Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that Vegeta was a character bound by the narrative and could not be easily slain. Thus, in the climactic moment of counterattacking against Bu, he adeptly siphoned off a significant portion of energy, leaving Vegeta merely gravely injured. At this juncture, Vegeta's state of injury was far more severe than depicted in the original narrative during his encounter with Goku. Presently, Vegeta's battle power had dwindled to a mere 6,000. Gradually, he managed to prop himself up. That it was evident that he had suffered a complete defeat against Bu as a proud Saiyan prince. He found it utterly intolerable to accept his humiliating loss. Slowly ascending into the air, he declared with fierce determination, "This time, I will utterly vanquish you." He still has the strength to fight. Krillin gasped in astonishment. It was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that Vegeta was no longer a match for Feng. Yet he still possessed a hidden reserve. "Mr. Feng, please defeat him at once. Do not allow him to unleash his final technique." Krillin shouted, his fear of this ruthless and powerful Saiyan escalating. Feng, however, remained composed, responding, "It's fine. Even if he does, he is still no match for me." Foolish one, you are yet to grasp the true terror of the Saiyan race. Allow me to demonstrate. Vegeta continued his ascent. Scanning the surroundings, suddenly he was struck with disbelief. What? Where's the moon of this planet? Stop searching. The moon was obliterated long ago, Feng remarked, recognizing that Vegeta was on the verge of transforming into a great ape. "How do you know I was looking for the moon?" Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. Feng merely smiled in silence. "Well, it matters not. I can create one myself." With that, Vegeta conjured a white energy sphere in his right hand, propelling it skyward before compressing it. Boom! The white energy sphere erupted with a dazzling brilliance, rapidly expanding. Vegeta laughed heartily, his gaze fixed intently on the artificial moon. He roared as his tail thickened, his face contorted into a fearsome visage, his body sprouting hair, and simultaneously his form grew larger. With a mighty roar, Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape, towering dozens of meters high. Thud! His immense frame crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Curse it! Is this what it means to be a Saiyan? Piccolo sweated profusely that a year prior he had witnessed Gohan's transformation into a great ape firsthand. The destructive potential was immense. Left with no choice, he had to destroy the moon. Ah, it's a great ape. Krillin and the others trembled in terror. As a child, he had witnessed Goku's transformation into a great ape, which had turned him into a savage beast, nearly costing him his life. It's over, Krillin thought, despair settling in that if Goku's destructive power as a child had been so terrifying, one could only imagine the current might of Vegeta. Surely, Feng would be powerless to stop him. Was Earth destined for destruction today? Ha! How do you like that, arrogant fool? You are no longer a match for this prince. Vegeta regained his confidence, believing his battle power had soared to 60,000, far surpassing Feng's. Oh, is that so? How does it feel to be repeatedly slapped in the face? Feng mocked. Die. Vegeta, filled with rage, charged at Feng with renewed ferocity. Boom! The ground trembled. Ha! Feng roared, a tremendous energy erupting from within him. Boom! He began to gather energy, a terrifying aura swirling around his body. The earth quaked, the very air vibrating with energy. What? Feng hadn't even unleashed his full power before. Krillin and the others gasped in shock. Vegeta swung his colossal fist, intent on pulverizing Feng into a pulp. With a deft movement, Feng skillfully dodged the attack. Boom! Vegeta's giant fist struck the mountain, obliterating it instantly. With a single step, he left a massive crater in the earth. His enormous form lunged toward Feng. Let you escape? Vegeta accelerated once more. Even though his battle power had increased tenfold, the sheer size of his body limited his speed. To onlookers, it appeared as if Feng was merely toying with Vegeta. Uncle Feng is making a fool of Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Feng is truly formidable, Krillin lamented, marveling at his prowess time and again. Damn it, Vegeta realized he couldn't even graze Feng, a great ape. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of purple energy spheres. They shot towards Feng with relentless fury. Boom, 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 boom. Not a single shot landed. Yet the terrifying energy waves flattened the terrain. Is this all you can muster? It is time to bring this to a close. Feng surged forward, fury igniting within him. Seek death. Vegeta swung his massive fist toward Feng once again. This time, Feng did not evade. He too swung his right fist. Boom! Their fists collided, releasing a cataclysmic energy. The air vibrated, and the shockwave obliterated the surrounding hills. Cough! To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly colossal and fearsome Vegeta was sent flying after clashing fists with Feng. Vegeta felt as though he had struck an invisible wall, his right hand fracturing upon impact, sending him hurtling backward. No, this is impossible. Vegeta's fear returned. His formidable battle power of 60,000 was insufficient to contend with Feng in a direct confrontation. What was Feng's true might? At this moment, white energy once again coalesced around Feng, his aura soaring. Were there a battle monitor present, it would reveal his battle power skyrocketing from 60,000 to 80,000, then to 100,000. Boom! As Feng completed his energy gathering, he radiated light, resembling a miniature sun. Swish, 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 swish. A terrifying aura and energy erupted forth. The white energy surged from his body. Indeed, 100,000. This was Feng's current battle power. After a year of rigorous training, he had fully acclimated to the 100-fold gravity training chamber. Now he was stronger than Goku upon first arriving at Namek. Although he lacked the Kaioken technique, he possessed his own ultimate weapon. The full-powered Kamehameha had multiplied his true battle power several times. How could this be? Although Vegeta is arrogant, he is not a fool at this moment. He perceives that the aura emanating from Feng far surpasses his own, leaving him in a state of shock and fear. Boom! In the fleeting instant that Vegeta is dazed, Feng moves with astonishing speed, almost teleporting to stand before him, delivering a solid punch to his chest. Bang cough! Vegeta painfully spits out bile as his massive frame is sent hurtling backward. Whoosh! Li Feng again teleports to the spot where Vegeta has been flung, striking his back with a powerful elbow. Vegeta senses a life-threatening danger from behind, yet his body cannot react. Boom! The explosive sound shatters Vegeta's battle armor. He is sent flying back like a mere ball. Bang! 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 Li Feng's speed accelerates tremendously, his form flickering as he appears behind Vegeta with each hit, unleashing a series of relentless blows. Thud! Finally, Li Feng soars above Vegeta, bringing both hands down in a crushing blow that sends him crashing to the ground once more. Chapter 13. Defeating Vegeta. Bang! A colossal shadow crashes to the earth. The terrifying tremor creates a minor earthquake. This is enough that Li Feng has had his fun. It is time to complete the mission. He casually fires a blast at Vegeta's tail. Vegeta roars in anger. Yet he can only seethe in helpless fury. Whoosh! The energy blast effortlessly obliterates Vegeta's tail. Vegeta howls in agony. His body begins to shrink, the fur gradually disappearing. His energy diminishes. The pain intensifies, amplifying his suffering. At this moment, Vegeta's aura weakens considerably, rendering him incapable of standing. Damn it, Vegeta laments weakly. Tap, tap, tap. Li Feng slowly approaches Vegeta. The powerless, enraged Vegeta hears Li Feng's footsteps as if they were the tolling of death's bell. He realizes that Li Feng could easily kill him now. Vegeta is engulfed by fear. Get lost. You're far too weak now, Li Feng scoffs. What? Krillin and the others are stunned and bewildered. However, only Li Feng can determine Vegeta's fate. They can only respect his decision. What? Vegeta thinks he must have misheard. Li Feng has actually spared his life. Terrified of Li Feng changing his mind, he crawls toward the spaceship. Once Vegeta successfully boards the spacecraft, he regains his arrogance. Just wait. Next time I will personally kill you. You will never be my match, Li Feng retorts coldly. Humph. Vegeta pilots the ship, rapidly leaving Earth. Beep. Mission accomplished. Defeat the Saiyan. Mission reward. Beginner-level teleportation. Finally, the mission is complete. Li Feng is exhilarated. The most thrilling aspect is undoubtedly the reward. As he claims his reward, whoosh, a refreshing sensation washes over Li Feng's mind, revealing information about teleportation. Instantly, he grasps the basics of beginner-level teleportation, finding it as natural and effortless as moving his own limbs. System, why are there different levels of teleportation? Li Feng is curious about the specifics of the classifications. Beginner-level teleportation functions similarly to the teleportation techniques of the Yardrats, allowing movement to locations where ki can be sensed. Intermediate teleportation mimics the effects used by the Supreme Kai, enabling movement to known coordinates without the need for ki perception. Advanced teleportation allows movement to any known location across different universes without restrictions. What? Li Feng is astounded. He can deduce the effects of intermediate teleportation, but the advanced version can traverse different universes. This is utterly invincible. If he encounters an unbeatable foe, a simple use of advanced teleportation could whisk him away to another universe. Not even a god of destruction or Xeno could touch him. However, advanced teleportation consumes a significant amount of ki, and the current host is still relatively weak, rendering it unusable. The system douses Li Feng's fantasies with cold water. Alright, one step at a time. Li Feng concludes that having beginner-level teleportation is quite satisfactory. He will consider the rest once his strength increases. Li Feng. You are incredible, Krillin exclaims at this moment. The Z fighters who had been watching approach Li Feng. Indeed, Uncle Li Feng is amazing. He brought that evil Saiyan to his knees. Gohan admires. But letting him go this time means he might come back stronger. Piccolo warns that, no worries, it's just a minor issue. As long as we grow stronger, we will be fine. Li Feng encourages everyone. While they converse, a powerful aura approaches. That aura is Dad's. Gohan exclaims excitedly as he senses it. Hey, it's Goku. He's back. Krillin also detects Goku's ki. Has son Goku become that strong as well? Piccolo senses Goku's aura. Although it cannot compare to Li Feng's or Vegeta's, it is still significantly stronger than his own. Hey, everyone is here. A figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform appears in midair. It is Goku. Where's Yamcha? After greeting everyone, he notices Yamcha's absence. Yamcha was too careless. Krillin laments that I see. Goku, initially enthusiastic, becomes solemn. The innocent lives lost due to the Saiyan attack will be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. Feng reassures him, that's true. The atmosphere grows heavy up. By the way, I just sensed two exceptionally powerful key signatures. One should belong to you, Feng, and the other to that person named Vegeta. Where is he? Goku scans the surroundings but cannot find Vegeta. I just defeated him. I let him go, but you arrived too late, Feng explains. Huh, really? I was hoping for a good fight this time. Goku frowns, then brightens. Feng, let's spar now. I've become much stronger. Goku's warrior spirit ignites once more. Wait, Goku, Feng just finished battling and has exhausted a considerable amount of energy. That wouldn't be good, Krillin interjects on Feng's behalf. Yeah, Dad, Uncle Feng must have used a lot of ki just now. Gohan adds in caution, and oh worries, actually didn't exert much effort earlier. Now would be the perfect time to spar with Goku. Feng does not shy away from challenges. No, Feng, that's not fair. You should first consume a Senzu Bean to restore your energy that I wish to defeat you in a fair and honorable manner. Wukong, realizing his prior considerations were misguided, also hoped for a fair battle after Feng regained his strength. In the original story, Wukong had previously provided Senzu Beans to sell during their game. Pursuing fairness even with such a malevolent foe. When it comes to his good friend Feng, he certainly would not take advantage. Feng understood that without consuming a Senzu Bean, he would not be able to engage in this battle with Wukong. Reluctantly, he began to sift through his vast storage of Senzu Beans and selected one to eat. Indeed, a year prior he had exchanged fish with Krillin for some Senzu Beans, a portion of which he had planted as seeds. In Brief's lab, those seeds had flourished, resulting in several acres now dedicated to cultivating Senzu Beans. His storage space was brimming with them. Exhaustion? An inconceivable notion. After both had consumed the Senzu Beans, their energies returned to normal. Wukong and Feng distanced themselves, preparing for combat. This what battle maniacs are like. I'm truly in awe of them, Krillin remarked. Goten, pay close attention. These high-level battles will undoubtedly enhance your martial skills. Piccolo advised the student. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, Goten exclaimed with wide eyes. How strong has Wukong become after training? Tianjin fan wondered with anticipation. Chapter 14. Son Wukong, Ko Kin. Wukong unleashed his energy first. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A tremendous force erupted from Wukong's body. As he flew toward Earth, he sensed the terrifying aura of Feng and dared not hold back, unleashing his full power from the very start. What? Piccolo gasped, initially believing that after a year of training, he might not match Feng, but at least be close to Wukong. Yet, this energy was evidently stronger than his own. How infuriating that even son Wukong has become so formidable. Bam! In the blink of an eye. Feng and Wukong's fists collided. What a terrifying encounter. Wukong distinctly felt the overwhelming power of Feng. His right hand was forcefully impacted, rendering it momentarily numb. Yet the Saiyan blood within him surged even more fervently. Thud! 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 Wukong, undaunted, accelerated his assault on Feng. Excitedly, Feng reciprocated the confrontation. Their heavy blows clashed, producing a series of explosive sounds. This was true hand-to-hand combat. This was the essence of Saiyan battle. They continuously exchanged blows. Their combat prowess escalating with each encounter. After over a year of training, both warriors' fighting abilities had vastly improved compared to a year ago. The intensity of their battle rivaled that of Feng's recent confrontation with Vegeta. After dozens of exchanges, Feng feigned a weakness. Wukong, exhilarated, aimed a punch at Feng's chest. Whoosh! Little did he know, Feng preemptively executed the afterimage technique. In an instant, Feng appeared behind Wukong and delivered a powerful elbow strike that sent him flying. Cough! In a battle of masters, victory and defeat hinge on the slightest moment. Wukong immediately found himself at a disadvantage, crashing heavily toward the ground. Bam! Once more, a human-shaped crater appeared in the earth, whether it was due to a vendetta against Saiyans. After Nappa and Vegeta, yet another crater formed, this time by a Saiyan's might. Wukong, Dad! Krillin and Goten shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at Li Feng in the air. Li Feng, you are truly powerful. It's time to unleash the fruits of my training. Wukong bellowed, double Kaioken. Ha! Whoosh! Once again, a tremendous aura erupted around Wukong. This time, however, the aura was no longer white but a dark crimson. What an intimidating presence! Krillin sensed that Wukong's energy had instantly doubled. Continue! Wukong initiated the second round of combat. Now, Wukong's fighting power had reached 30,000, yet Li Feng effortlessly managed to block Wukong's attacks. Thud! In another swift motion, Li Feng delivered a kick to Wukong's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Wukong collided with a mountain peak, the force of impact shattering several summits, ultimately embedding him in the rock face, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Cough! 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 At this moment, Wukong's body bore the brunt of Li Feng's devastating strike and the strain of the Kaioken, leaving him injured. Yet he remained unwilling to concede. Gritting his teeth, Wukong once again concentrated the dark crimson energy. Triple Kaioken. Wukong pushed himself to the limit. The speed of the Kaioken burst propelled Wukong directly before Li Feng, delivering a solid punch to his body. Noticing the effectiveness, Wukong instantly quickened his attack, determined to defeat Li Feng before his body could no longer withstand the strain. Initially, Li Feng was caught off guard by Wukong's sudden surge in speed. However, through repeated exchanges, Li Feng gradually elevated his combat prowess. The battle shifted from Li Feng being at a disadvantage to an even match, and eventually, Wukong found himself again on the back foot. The red and white auras clashed violently, resembling two tornadoes in fierce collision. Gradually, Li Feng's fighting power surpassed Wukong's once more, and his speed increased significantly. Thud! 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 Li Feng's heavy fists fell upon Wukong like iron hammers, forcing him to block with both hands, barely defending himself. Bam! A knee strike from Li Feng sent Wukong flying. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng intensified his assault. Bam! 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 The terrifying shockwave shattered the surrounding rocks. The continuously fracturing stones bore witness to the ferocity of their battle. Ultimately, Wukong, lacking sufficient strength, was kicked by Li Feng in the back. Whoosh! Wukong soared downward like a shooting star, crashing into the earth. Boom! Dust filled the air, and the ground sank beneath him. Quadruple. Wukong, gravely injured, refused to surrender. He broke through his limits once more. Boom! An even more formidable aura enveloped him. Wukong knew this was the final technique that could determine the outcome. Wukong placed his hands at his waist and began to gather energy. Another Kamehameha? Li Feng thought with delight, unleashing his own energy. Whoosh, 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 the sand and stones whirled, and dust filled the air. Two swirling forces, one crimson and the other white, expanded ominously. The aura, two beams of azure light, intensified, gathering a terrifying energy. What? These two energies were more formidable than the earlier clash with Vegeta. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's face as he marveled at the duo's prowess. How could this be possible? Piccolo was equally astounded. Setting aside Li Feng's strength, Goku's energy at this moment was capable of annihilating him entirely. Power! Boom! As the final accumulation of energy concluded, both warriors unleashed identical Kamehameha waves. The two immense energies collided violently, creating a colossal wave at their center. The terrain was instantly devastated, and the released energy rampaged uncontrollably, with howling winds compelling the spectators to activate their defensive shields. Goku, nearing his physical limit while wielding the fourfold Kaioken, struggled to maintain his stance. Nevertheless, during the energy clash, Goku's Kamehameha was still at a disadvantage, showing signs of being pushed back. No, I must transcend my limits. Goku was determined to fight with all his might. No, Goku, your body cannot endure this. Far away on King Kai's planet, North Kai watched the battle on Earth intently. He understood that although Goku had trained, he could only handle the burden of a fourfold Kaioken. Fivefold Kaioken. Goku roared, his muscles bulging like small mountains, and his aura grew denser, erupting like a volcano. His Kamehameha instantly thickened, pushing back towards Li Feng. Fivefold Kaioken. This was Goku's ultimate effort, a fighting power that surpassed limits. 75, 100,000. However, Li Feng's full strength was 100,000. Seeing Goku's desperate struggle, Li Feng realized that failing to unleash his full power could lead to dire consequences. The veins on Li Feng's arms bulged as he surged his energy. This ends here. Boom. As Li Feng shouted in fury, his Kamehameha strengthened once more, completely overwhelming Goku. Goku was unable to muster a stronger Kamehameha and was consumed by the overwhelming energy. Chapter 15. A brief respite. Goku was powerless to unleash a stronger Kamehameha and was engulfed by the tremendous energy. Boom! Like a cataclysm, the immense power effortlessly obliterated the landscape. The dust settled. Goku lay battered and bruised on the ground, his breath weak. Goku, Dad, Krillin, and Gohan anxiously rushed to Goku's side. I end this bout. Goku had indeed faced defeat. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. Goku's feeble voice emerged. Alas, Goku, this is the consequence of pushing beyond your limits without regard for your body. The five-fold Kaioken is beyond your current capacity. North Kai, observing Goku's condition from afar, could only lament that Goku's energy was faint, his bones nearly shattered, and his injuries were more severe than after his battle with Vegeta in the original tale. Li Feng also flew towards Goku, offering him a Senzu Bean. With Gohan's assistance, Goku struggled to swallow the bean, and his energy gradually returned to normal. I'm alive again. At that moment, Goku felt his injuries vanish completely. Fully healed, and his vitality surged, as if he possessed boundless strength. Li Feng also sensed Goku's combat power had significantly increased after healing. Checking with the battle scanner. Son Goku, 20,000. Truly, as a Saiyan. He is like an unkillable cockroach, his combat power continuously soaring even after near defeat. Li Feng, thank you. I must become stronger and challenge you again later, Goku exclaimed with excitement. Of course, Li Feng was more than willing. Having such an excellent training partner, oh no, an outstanding sparring partner, would undoubtedly enhance his own combat prowess. At that moment, a large jet approached Li Feng and the others. Gohan, my Gohan, before the door even opened. They heard Chi-Chi's anxious voice. Once the plane landed, Chi-Chi leaped out and hurriedly embraced Gohan. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng and Dad drove the enemies away. Gohan reassured, that's good. Chi-Chi, not having heard Gohan's subsequent words, continued to hold him tightly, offering comfort. Li Feng, are you all right? I heard from Master Roshi that the battle was intense here. Soon after, Bulma disembarked from the plane, anxiously scanning Li Feng and checking his injuries. Oh dear, how did you get such severe wounds? It must hurt a lot, Bulma said, her concern evident as she looked at Li Feng's injuries. It's nothing. These are just from friendly spar with Goku. No big deal. Weren't you fighting that evil Saiyan? How did you end up battling with Goku? Li Feng explained the entire situation. Despite appearing to have fought for a long time, the actual combat time was less than 2 hours. From when Vegeta arrived on Earth to Goku's defeat, the Namek saga in the original story lasted just over a day, yet had dozens of episodes, right? Goku, you finally decided to return? You're such a rascal. Chi-Chi exclaimed, seeing Goku grinning, her frustration boiling over as she eventually leaped into his arms to complain. The two mightiest warriors were both being scolded by their women, sharing a knowing smile. Everyone returned to Bulma's house for a feast while discussing post-battle arrangements. First, there were the casualties caused by the invading Saiyans and the damaged cities. The original plan was to use the Dragon Balls to restore them. However, since the Dragon Balls had been used a year ago, they would not be available for another month. Moreover, the Dragon Balls on Earth could grant only one wish, so they would need to go to Namek to use theirs. Li Feng stated. Does Namek have Dragon Balls too? Krillin asked in astonishment. Certainly, the Dragon Balls on Earth were created by the Namekians, and the Guardian is also a Namekian. Piccolo, you should be well aware of this, Li Feng addressed him. Yes, the last Saiyan named Vegeta mentioned it too. I'm curious about the situation on Namek, and I must visit there this time, Piccolo asserted resolutely. However, there lies the mightiest enemy, Frieza, who also seeks the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes, so going there will undoubtedly be perilous. That suits me just fine. Facing a powerful opponent is exhilarating, Goku exclaimed excitedly at that moment. Gohan timidly asked, I want to go too. The crowd was taken aback, particularly Chi-Chi, who was utterly astonished and hurriedly intervened. Gohan, have you lost your mind? That place is extremely perilous. It's one thing for that lunatic Goku to go, but why are you being reckless as well? Gohan responded resolutely, Mother, I'm also a human from Earth. A warrior. If today my father or Uncle Li Feng had not arrived in time, then Earth would have been in grave danger. What if they are not on Earth in the future? What will happen if danger strikes? With each word, Gohan's determination grew stronger. Chi-Chi had never witnessed Gohan oppose her so firmly, yet she still attempted to dissuade him. Actually, Gohan is quite powerful. At the beginning, that Raditz nearly killed me and Piccolo. But it was Gohan's explosive power that saved us, Goku explained from the side. Indeed, Gohan had been training with Piccolo for a year, significantly enhancing his strength, and if any danger were to arise, I could use instant transmission to bring them back, Li Feng assured. Instant transmission? What is that? Goku inquired with curiosity. Just a moment, Li Feng said, immediately sensing the energy of other powerful beings on Earth. Found it! He exclaimed excitedly, and in an instant his figure vanished. Huh, where did Li Feng go? How did he suddenly disappear, and what about his energy? Krillin noticed that Li Feng had completely vanished from their sight. Along with his energy, just as everyone was puzzled, two figures suddenly appeared. Li Feng emerged, holding the unconscious Yachirobe. Wait, what just happened? Yachirobe muttered, having just been resting on the lookout before being snatched up by a large hand. This is instant transmission, Li Feng explained to the group. As long as you can sense energy, you can instantly reach the location of that energy. Thus, unable to withstand Gohan's pleas and the repeated assurances from Li Feng and Goku, Chi-Chi reluctantly agreed. Gohan would merely go to witness. If danger arose, Li Feng must use instant transmission to bring him back to Earth. Additionally, Goku introduced Ten, Kaiatsu, and Krillin to the idea of training on King Kai's planet. The plot unfolded much like the original story. Piccolo took a spaceship to Namek as a positioning coordinate for Li Feng, while Goku, Gohan, and Li Feng remained on Earth for training. That evening, as everyone departed, only Bulma and Li Feng were left in the desolate wasteland. Li Feng, are you really leaving so soon? Bulma, aware that Li Feng was about to venture far again, felt a twinge of sadness. There is still plenty of time for me to be with you, Li Feng said gently. Even he, typically stoic, understood Bulma's feelings. Then you must prove it to me. That night, their lives underwent a sublime transformation. Chapter 16. The Tree of Might. Point 1 cannot deny that the process of life's elevation is truly wondrous. Bulma was as tender as flowing water. In the days that followed, Li Feng and Bulma spent their honeymoon exploring various mountains and rivers, savoring the beauty of nature, as well as visiting urban attractions to experience the vibrancy of the metropolis. Point 1 day, Bulma suggested inviting friends for a picnic. The attendees were Krillin and Gohan, both of whom were extremely excited to see Li Feng. Li Feng, you and Bulma are together. Krillin expressed his astonishment. Yes, I will take good care of her from now on. I worry about you. Can you handle her temper? Krillin whispered to Li Feng. Bulma, however, did not treat Krillin as gently as she did Li Feng, turning into a fierce figure. Are you implying that I have a terrible temper and am fierce? And no. Krillin dared not meet her gaze. Li Feng and Gohan burst into laughter. Just then, whoosh, a meteorite fell from the sky, crashing into the nearby forest. Boom! Instantly, a massive crater was created, emitting tremendous heat that ignited a conflagration. The trees caught fire, and the flames spread rapidly, transforming the entire forest into a sea of fire. What is happening? Krillin turned to see the forest ablaze. No matter. Let us extinguish it with our energy, Li Feng proposed. Subsequently, Li Feng, Krillin, and Gohan soared into the air, releasing their energy from their palms, generating a strong wind that quelled the flames. Li Feng found it strange. It seemed that nothing significant had occurred during this time, as they should have been heading to Namek after defeating Vegeta. Crack. Once the fire was extinguished, the charred branches fell to the ground, leaving the once lush forest in ruins. Oh no. The animals have lost their homes, Gohan lamented. Ding! A mission prompt echoed in his mind. Defeat dares, mission reward, cultivation method for the Tree of Might fruit. Will you accept? Accept, Li Feng replied without hesitation. However, he soon felt puzzled. Cultivation method for the tree of might fruit. ISNT, it's simply planting the fruit on a planet to absorb its nutrients. Li Feng questioned. That is an erroneous method. Cultivating the tree of might's fruit cannot always come at the expense of the planet. The new cultivation method allows the fruit to absorb energy reasonably while achieving the same effect. I see that Li Feng immediately recalled the plot of the Dare's arc and suddenly understood the origin of the fire that in the original story. It was due to Dare's probe machine crashing into Earth, igniting a fire that sent data back to Dare's spaceship, prompting his subordinates to come to Earth to plant the tree of might fruit, which Goku and the others ultimately thwarted, culminating in Goku using the spirit bomb to eliminate Dares. According to the storyline, Krillin should now propose using the Dragon Balls to restore the destroyed forest, but soon half of Earth's ecology would be devastated, wasting the opportunity to use the Dragon Balls. As expected, Krillin suggested using the Dragon Balls to restore the environment, that we should refrain from using the Dragon Balls casually. The fire has already been extinguished, so let nature recover normally. Li Feng intervened and employed his knowledge of sustainable development from his previous life to persuade Krillin and Gohan. Gohan, enlightened, realized that this was indeed the law of nature. Ahem, one must admit that using modern knowledge to sway others has its merits. Subsequently, the group lost their enthusiasm for amusement and departed, with Gohan and the Velociraptor becoming friends. Just as in the original narrative. The following day, Yamcha's plane was destroyed and crashed near Chi-Chi's home, compelling him to temporarily seek refuge there. Soon after, Master Roshi, Tien, and Chaozu arrived, and Krillin, Bulma, Li Feng, and others were also invited. Leading to a lively gathering, Li Feng remained unobtrusive, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, in the charred forest, a soldier clad in Saiyan battle attire cast a seed into a crack in the ground. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding boom, several robust vines surged forth from the earth, voraciously absorbing nutrients and growing taller, culminating in the emergence of a towering tree that continued to flourish. Goku, Earth is in peril. The voice of King Kai echoed to Goku. Someone is planting a tree of might on Earth. Once that tree takes root, it will siphon all the nutrients from the planet, transforming it into a barren wasteland. What? Is this truly happening? Goku exclaimed in shock, hurriedly relaying the news to the others. We must work together to destroy the Tree of Might. Krillin proposed. I concur. Count me in, chimed in Tien, Chaozu, Yamcha, and the other Z-fighters. Naturally, Li Feng joined them as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group soared toward the ominous energy. Gohan, however, was unable to join due to Chi-Chi's disapproval. This is the spot. Let us all unleash our attacks on that tree. In an instant, 6 beams of energy raced toward the roots of the tree. Alas, when the dust settled, the Tree of Might remained unscathed. How could this be? Krillin gasped, sensing the immense power emanating from a tree. Goku and the others ascended toward the canopy. The gargantuan Tree of Might, even at its crown, spanned the size of a football field and towered thousands of meters high, occupying an area comparable to a small village. Yet it continued to grow. I at you who have planted the Tree of Might that is ravaging the earth. Goku demanded furiously. Humph, humans should feel honored to serve as nourishment for the Tree of Might, sneered a young man clad in battle gear. You mean to say that my plane, which I borrowed for 15 years, was destroyed by you? Yamcha seethed with indignation. Unforgivable! Swish, swish, swish. On the opposite side stood 5 Saiyan soldiers, while Li Feng's side boasted 6 fighters, leaving Li Feng momentarily unengaged in the battle. Bang, bang, bang! The combatants clashed fiercely atop the tree. Yet another day of playing caretaker. Li Feng mused as he reclined against the broad trunk, idly observing the various battlegrounds. According to the readings from his combat system, the fighters' strengths were as follows. Son Goku, 30,000 Krillin, 9,000 Tien, 8,000 Yamcha, 7,500 Chaozu, 6,000. The Saiyan soldiers on the opposing side boasted power levels around 10,000. Except for Goku, the others were outmatched. Li Feng meticulously searched for Dallas's energy signature. Bang! Just as in the original story, the fighters dispersed across the battlefield, and apart from Goku, the others began to falter. It would be best to resolve this swiftly, Li Feng thought, waiting for the moment when the others were truly in peril before making his move. It is better to lend assistance at a critical juncture than to seize the opportunity from the outset, as one must still consider the dignity of others. Chapter 17. Dallas bang, bang, bang. In one of the skirmishes, Yamcha was fiercely battling a Saiyan soldier. Yamcha created distance, his right hand coalescing a yellow energy sphere. Spirit Bomb. He hurled the energy sphere toward the Saiyan soldier. The soldier easily dodged, but Yamcha deftly redirected the sphere. Boom! The energy bomb struck the enemy with a thunderous roar. Yet within a heartbeat, the soldier charged through the mist, delivering a powerful punch to Yamcha's chest. Pooh! Yamcha coughed up blood, his insides churning violently. I'm feeble. The soldier scoffed, delivering a crushing blow to Yamcha, who collapsed on a sand dune, barely clinging to life. This is the end. The soldier gathered a purple energy sphere, preparing to finish Yamcha off. Just as the purple energy sphere was about to strike Yamcha, a white energy ball intercepted it, sending the purple bomb spiraling into a nearby dune. Boom! Like a celestial shower, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Who goes there? The Saiyan soldier immediately adopted a defensive stance upon sensing an intruder in the battle. I don't have time for this. Let us finish it quickly. Li Feng appeared before the Saiyan soldier in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to the soldier's abdomen. Cough! The soldier's body contorted painfully, expelling a mouthful of bile. Without hesitation, Li Feng turned and raced to the next battlefield, not glancing back as he unleashed a small energy sphere toward the soldier. Boom! Despite its diminutive size, the energy sphere was imbued with immense power, obliterating the soldier entirely. Where do you think you're running? Meanwhile, a towering Saiyan soldier was in hot pursuit of Krillin. Energy slash! Krillin raised his right hand, summoning a yellow energy blade. He swung the energy blade at his adversary. Naive. The towering Saiyan retaliated with an energy sphere of his own. However, when their energies collided, Krillin's energy blade sliced through the energy sphere as though it were butter, directly targeting the formidable Saiyan soldier. What? The foolish giant had not anticipated the formidable power of Krillin's Chi Yuan slash, and hastily evaded. Whoosh! The Chi Yuan slash grazed the giant, stripping away a portion of his armor, before completely leveling the hill. Cursed fool! Enraged, the giant unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Krillin, vainly attempting to obliterate him. Yet, the prince's tricks had always been more show than substance. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged ahead. Li Feng, you've arrived, Krillin exclaimed with delight. The Chi Yuan slash was already his ultimate move, and yet he failed to strike the enemy. His energy was nearly depleted. Had it not been for Li Feng's timely intervention during that previous onslaught, he might not have survived. Please distribute these Senzu Beans to the others. And oh, sooner had he spoken than Li Feng handed the beans to Krillin. There was no choice. At present, Li Feng had an abundance of Senzu Beans. Where does this ignorant brat come from? The foolish Saiyan sneered. Where is your leader? Li Feng inquired. You are not yet worthy to question the esteemed Lord Dales. Then you shall perish. Li Feng vanished and reappeared before the Saiyan. Is that all? Expecting yet another fool to deliver himself to death, he instead encountered the Reaper. In less than 3 seconds, the foolish Saiyan minion was reduced to mere fragments. There was no denying it. Li Feng was unequivocally powerful, his combat prowess having reached an astounding 500,000 after rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Dispatching these minor nuisances was a trivial task. Whoosh! Li Feng vanished once more. Li Feng is truly remarkable. Krillin marveled after consuming the Senzu Beans. Now I must deliver beans to the others. I hope they remain safe. Krillin soared towards the location of Yamcha, who exuded the weakest energy. In another battlefield, Tianjin Han and Jiaozi were desperately fleeing. Behind them, 2 purple-skinned twin minions were in pursuit. Die! One of the minions hurled an energy blast at Jiaozi. Jiaozi, run! Tianjin Han shoved Jiaozi aside, taking the brunt of the attack himself. Tianjin Han screamed in agony as he was slammed to the ground. Tianjin Han! Jiaozi cried out. You shall join him on his journey to the afterlife. The pursuing minion unleashed another energy sphere aimed at Jiaozi. No. Jiaozi shouted in despair, but after a frantic escape, his energy was nearly depleted, and there was no way to evade the attack. Boom! At that moment, a yellow energy sphere intercepted the enemy's assault. You have gone too far. I will not let you get away with this. Arriving just in time was Gohan. Just as in the original storyline, after being grounded by Chi-Chi, Gohan had come to the Tree of Might under the guidance of a raptor and subsequently joined Jiaozi and the others, fortuitously saving them. Who is this little brat? The twin brothers scoffed. Ha! Upon seeing his friends wounded, Gohan erupted with rage. Whoosh, 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 a white aura surged forth, sending the two minions flying. Ha! A white whirlwind swept by, and Gohan transformed into a fearsome white beast, launching a fierce offensive that left the two with no chance to retaliate. Ha! Bang! Bang! Gohan's right fist and left leg struck the enemies, sending their bodies crashing to the ground like cannonballs, creating a tremendous sound. Oh, you are a Saiyan? At that moment, an unexpected voice emerged from behind Gohan. Huh, father. Gohan looked at the man before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, and questioned, Who are you? No, you're not my father. Who are you? Haha, you are indeed Kakarot's son. Dales chuckled. I can offer you an opportunity to join my legion and serve me. This planet is beyond saving. The remaining Saiyans must conquer other worlds. I refuse, Gohan retorted angrily. Humph, boy, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. The smile vanished from Dales' face as he seized Gohan with one hand. Remove your filthy hands from me. Another unfamiliar voice intervened, followed by a yellow energy blast directed at Dales. Dales dodged, releasing Gohan from his grasp. The one holding Gohan was none other than the man in the white cloak. Piccolo, comparable to a father. Piccolo gazed at Gohan with kindness. Uncle Piccolo, you've come, Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Are you unharmed? I'm fine. Just a few moments ago, Dales, moving at high speed, appeared behind Piccolo, launching a purple energy blast from his palm, to protect Gohan. Piccolo took the brunt of Dales' attack, his white cloak shredded, as both fell from the sky. Chapter 18. The Fruit of the Tree of Might. Dales' power surges. A white whirlwind rushed towards Dales, which he easily dodged. How dare you? What have you done to Piccolo and Gohan? The one who arrived was none other than Son Goku, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at the man before him. Kakarot, the traitor has finally shown himself. Dales sneered that, I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Goku shouted, then looked at the man who bore such a striking resemblance to him, utterly astonished. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? I am Dales. My father is brothers with your father Bardo CK. In the original Dragon Ball lore, lower-class warriors shared similar appearances, yet this universe is different. Regardless, Son Goku still refused to acknowledge that these evil Saiyans were his Feng quipped. Goku has eliminated his own Saiyan relatives, showing no mercy even to his future self. Goku Black from Dragon Ball Super, Gohan. Father, thus I allowed your demise during the Cell Saga. If Raditz could speak. Kakarot, you are remarkable. Perhaps our father would have met his end at your hands had he still been alive. Poor Goku, the only remaining kin aside from his son, are now malevolent foes. Returning to the matter at hand, Goku exhibited no reaction to Dales' identity, his fury directed solely at the harm inflicted upon his friend and child. How dare you ravage the earth and harm the innocent? I shall not let you go unpunished, Goku declared with indignation. Kakarot, join my ranks, and I may spare both you and your son. Dales sought to recruit Goku once more. King Kai Fist. Without further discourse, Goku unleashed the King Kai Fist. A dark crimson aura erupted forth, accompanied by a formidable presence that ascended to the heavens. What? Dales' scouter indicated Goku's power level was soaring. He could not comprehend why Kakarot, whose strength had initially paled in comparison to his own, was now surpassing him completely. Before Dales could fully process the situation, Goku's dark crimson figure materialized before him in an instant. Bam! A fist as large as a cauldron struck Dales' nose with tremendous force, sending blood flying. Dales was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several massive branches of the spirit tree. You scoundrel! Dales cursed, touching his nose. Goku, still seething with rage, unleashed another wave of dark crimson energy, charging once more at Dales. Dales hastily raised his arms in defense, but Goku's heavy punch rendered his arms numb. Allowing Goku to swiftly maneuver behind him and deliver a powerful kick, the armor on Dales' back shattered, his back struck with the force of a hammer, causing him to spit out blood once more. Cough! Dales had long since lost his initial composure, now retreating in a disheveled manner deeper into the tree trunks. Whoosh! Goku, riding the crest of dark crimson flames, pursued him relentlessly. Kakarot, do not get too smug. Once I consume the spirit fruit, your demise shall be imminent. Dales growled menacingly. The spirit tree continued its rampant growth, with branches and vines emerging from every corner of the world, transforming grasslands and forests into barren wastelands. Cities into ruins, as Earth's environment deteriorated at an alarming rate. The fruits upon the spirit tree began to ripen in response, just as Goku was about to close the gap on Dales. Dales caught sight of a mature spirit fruit ahead. Crack! Dales snatched the fruit and took a bite. Boom! His previous injuries vanished completely, and his muscles swelled with newfound vigor. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Dales. Haha! This is the end for you. Dales, feeling the relentless surge of power within him, laughed heartily as he crushed the spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, his battle power had exponentially surpassed Goku, reaching an astounding 325,000. Bam! Goku's dark crimson-tinged fist came crashing down upon Dales' head, but this time, Dales' right hand seized it firmly. What? Now, it was Goku's turn to be astonished. He could hardly fathom Dales' newfound strength. I shall return to you tenfold the punishment you just dealt to me. Dales sneered viciously, then, in a flash, delivered a knee strike to Goku's abdomen. A deafening thud resounded as Goku's body contorted painfully, forcing him to expel a bitter liquid. Tap, 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 tap. Dales' hands transformed into a barrage, mercilessly pummeling Goku. With a surge of energy, Dales' strength, speed, and physical resilience had all exponentially increased, leaving Goku utterly overwhelmed. Tenfold King Kai Fist. Whoosh! An even denser dark crimson aura erupted from Goku, significantly enhancing his battle power in an instant. Bam! Alas, even with Goku exerting all his might, he was still at a slight disadvantage against Dales, who continued to dominate him, landing a blow that sent Goku sprawling. Prepare to meet your end, Dales cackled, then conjured a purple energy blast in one hand, unleashing his wrath upon Goku. Boom! 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 The purple energy projectiles ruthlessly ravaged Goku's body, leaving him battered and bloodied. Goku's anguished cries pierced the air. The enormous branches of the spirit tree splintered beneath the onslaught of Dales' energy blasts, sending Goku hurtling away with cruel indifference. Kakarot, this is the fate that befalls a traitor. Dales laughed maniacally, then unleashed a fatal energy wave towards the fallen Goku. Should Goku be struck by this attack, his demise would be assured. However, at that moment, a sudden white energy sphere intercepted Dales' assault. Who is this? Dales turned to see that the Z fighters had nearly all arrived. Miraculously, Piccolo and Gohan, whom he believed vanquished, had returned, along with Krillin, Ten, Yamcha, and Kaiatsa, all brimming with strength and fury, glaring at Dales. Yet, Dales' gaze remained fixated on the dashing young man at the forefront. Feng had arrived just in the nick of time. Dales' minions had all been dispatched by Feng as if they were mere refuse. Feng and Krillin acted as couriers, distributing Senzu Beans to the injured and those on the brink of collapse. Point 1 cannot deny the resilience of the protagonists. They only meet their end during crucial plot points. Otherwise, they remain as tenacious as cockroaches. Krillin, are you polite? You all should consume the Senzu Beans and leave with Goku. This place is perilous. Feng instructed Krillin and the others. Then please, you must deal with that wretched scoundrel. Though reluctant, the group understood they lacked the strength to confront Dales, leaving the battlefield to Feng. Chapter 19. Defeating Dales. So, it is you who disposed of my subordinates, Dales scoffed, while engaging with the others. He had observed their battles from a spacecraft, astonished most by this powerful young man. Although initially taken aback by Feng's strength, after consuming the spirit fruit, his power had surged to unprecedented levels, causing him to regard everyone with disdain. Kakarot, who once surpassed him using the King Kai fist, now lay defeated on the ground. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to die. Li Feng, a man of few words, immediately surged forward at high speed, transforming into a white whirlwind as he charged at Dales. Bam! Darius and Li Feng engaged in a fierce duel, the shockwaves generated by their blows reverberating through the air, shattering several stout branches of the spiritual tree. Is that all you've got? Darius scoffed disdainfully. "Doe, really?" Li Feng retorted with a cold smirk, then suddenly unleashed a surge of power, his combat prowess surging so rapidly that Darius was caught off guard. Bang! Li Feng's uppercut struck Darius squarely on the chin. "Ah!" Darius cried out, a mixture of shock and fury flooding his expression. Thud! 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 Seizing the advantage, Li Feng unleashed an onslaught of rapid strikes, delivering dozens of punches within a single second, leaving Darius dazed and seeing stars. In a swift motion, Li Feng darted above Darius, bringing his fists together in the iconic Dragon Ball manner to deliver a devastating downward blow. Boom! Even the vast and sturdy expanse of the spiritual tree was penetrated by this terrifying impact. Darius pierced through layer after layer of robust tree trunks, crashing down into the depths below. Boom! After what felt like an eternity of breaking through numerous trunks, Darius finally slowed, stabilizing himself with a furious grit of his teeth. Damn it! I can't believe someone is actually stronger than me. He frantically searched for the spiritual tree fruit, hoping to consume it once more to amplify his energy. System, can this spiritual tree fruit be consumed infinitely? Li Feng observed Darius frantically weaving through the dense branches and realized he was evading him while searching for the spiritual tree fruit. No, each person can only consume one, and the power boost is contingent upon their innate abilities. Overindulgence yields no additional benefits. I see. Li Feng pondered. It seemed reliance on external forces for power enhancement was not a viable strategy. He too was curious about the potential strength he could gain from consuming the fruit. "Ha ha! I've found it!" Darius exclaimed as he stumbled upon another fruit during his frantic escape, promptly plucking it and consuming it. Boom! Darius's aura surged once again, even more potent than before. Wait, didn't we say each person could only eat one? How did he gain strength from eating a second? Li Feng questioned the system in confusion. He didn't finish the first one, came the reply. What an idiot! Wasting resources. Li Feng used a scanner to assess Darius's current power level. A staggering 400. 000. Haha, die. Darius snarled, regaining his arrogant demeanor as he charged at Li Feng. Just as he anticipated that Li Feng would be sent flying and subsequently humiliated, a merciless fist shattered his delusions. Bang! Darius, who had just charged at Li Feng with blinding speed, found himself hurtling backward with the same velocity. Li Feng swiftly maneuvered behind Darius, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying in yet another direction. Li Feng had fully grasped the essence of combat for Dragon Ball. Initially, he would charge fiercely, throw a few test punches, and if he was stronger, send his opponent flying, then follow up with rapid close-range attacks, ultimately delivering a finishing blow that slammed his opponent into the ground, marking the completion of the first phase of their battle. After exchanging taunts, they would engage in further combat. If he remained stronger, he would treat his opponent like a punching bag or volley them like a volleyball. Go Tanks nodded in agreement. Following this, the opponent would undoubtedly transform or unleash their true power, leading to a counterattack, followed by laughter. Typically, the encounter would culminate in a clash of energy beams, concluding the narrative with a dramatic finale. It appeared they had now entered the phase of treating the opponent as a mere punching bag. Alas, that punching bag had lost its chance to grow stronger. I refused to fight a fool. Darius declared defiantly. No, you desperately want to. Every time you act tough, you get knocked down. Li Feng shot back. Vegeta, why am I suddenly feeling cold sweat on my back? Ah, Darius shouted, then gathered his hands together, conjuring a massive purple energy sphere. Boom! Darius's aura exploded forth, radiating energy and shockwaves that ravaged the spiritual tree, decimating its branches. That's enough. The spiritual tree has absorbed too much energy that if this continues, the earth will wither away. Li Feng became serious, placing his hands on his hips and preparing to gather his energy. Die! Darius's purple aura erupted, and a terrifying energy beam shot from his hands, hurtling towards Li Feng. Kamehameha! Without further ado, Li Feng unleashed his ultimate attack. The Kamehameha. Boom! The collision of the purple and blue energy beams obliterated the vines in their path. However, the two energies could not remain locked for even a second. The blue Kamehameha effortlessly pushed back the purple energy beam with unstoppable force. What? Darius could hardly fathom that his strongest attack could not withstand even a moment, as it was forcefully repelled. No, he cried in despair, ultimately being mercilessly consumed by the Kamehameha, reduced to ashes. Ding! Mission accomplished. Defeat Darius. Mission reward. Method for cultivating spiritual tree fruits. Would you like to claim it? The system's melodious voice chimed in. Yes, Li Feng replied without hesitation. Ding! A sharp pain coursed through Li Feng's head as a wealth of knowledge regarding the spiritual tree flooded his mind. Oh, that's it. The reason the spiritual tree devours energy and destroys planets is that it is a divine tree, unsuitable for planting in godless soil. Otherwise, it will excessively absorb energy that if cultivated in sacred land, the spiritual tree will grow normally without draining all the energy from the planet to halt the growth of the spiritual tree. One merely needs to seize its core energy. Li Feng's realization dawned upon him, and oh wonder in the original story. When Goku used the spirit bomb, he inadvertently destroyed the spiritual tree by harnessing its energy. It was a fortunate stroke of luck utilizing the correct method. Now that he understood the specifics, his course of action mirrored that of the original narrative. Summon Goku and forcibly extract the spiritual tree's energy to restore the energy it had absorbed back to Earth. Chapter 20, Journey to Namek. This is the situation at hand that Li Feng immediately shared his thoughts with everyone, using the spirit bomb to reclaim the energy from the spiritual tree. I'll give it a try. Wukong raised his hands, closing his eyes to absorb the energy of the spirit tree. Thunderous sounds echoed from the outside as the spirit tree continued to grow, fervently drawing energy from the surroundings. As Wukong collected the vital energy, what was once meant to be gathered from various plants and animals now converged within the spirit tree that a golden orb emerged deep within the branches of the spirit tree, radiating warmth and vitality. Subsequently, that golden sphere shattered, transforming into a myriad of starlight that scattered across the land. With the core energy of the spirit tree depleted, its growth ceased, and a massive trunk began to crumble, while the branches that spread far and wide withered, returning all energy to the earth from whence it came. Success! The crowd rejoiced, finally resolving this crisis. Yet the damage inflicted upon Earth remained largely irreparable. It seemed they would have to resort to the Dragon Balls. Li Feng stated "Oh, that's why you were reluctant to let us use the Dragon Balls," Krillin exclaimed, dawning understanding. The group gathered the Dragon Balls, summoned the Eternal Dragon, and wished to restore Earth to its original state before the devastating fire. After the dragon's crimson light flickered, Earth returned to its former glory. Regardless of the circumstances, it had ultimately been resolved splendidly. Ah, Li Feng, you've grown stronger again, Wukong mused. Each time he thought he was closing the gap with Li Feng, he found himself further distanced. You finally understand my feelings, Vegeta remarked. You're not so bad yourself, Li Feng replied. They were soon to face even more formidable foes on Namek, with a month-long journey ahead, affording ample time for training aboard the spacecraft. Well then, see you tomorrow. Farewell, they bid each other. After everyone departed, Li Feng gazed at the spirit tree fruits nestled within his space, lost in contemplation. Never mind, I can't find a suitable place to plant them for now. I'll deal with it later. The following day, Dr. Brief prepared the ship for Namek, and the group assembled. Thanks to the genius of Dr. Brief, the new spacecraft could accommodate dozens of people, featuring multiple rooms and bathrooms, most notably equipped with a gravity training chamber that multiplied gravity 100-fold. This way, they could continue their training during the journey to Namek. Li Feng, please be careful, Bulma implored, her reluctance palpable. I will, he reassured her. Goten, remember to study. If danger arises, make sure to run, and don't forget your clothes and food. Chi-Chi chimed in, her nurturing concern evident. After bidding their farewells, Li Feng, Piccolo, Wukong, and Goten embarked on their journey to Namek. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Ten, Krillin, and Dend, recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths, adhered to their original plan of seeking out the Crystal Granny for training on King Kai's planet. Huh, is this the gravity training chamber? What's different about it? Wukong inquired, his eagerness propelling him into the chamber as soon as the spacecraft took off. The training enthusiast could hardly contain his excitement. This chamber can adjust gravity, with a maximum setting of 100 times. 150 times, Feng explained, soon realizing that the gravity training apparatus had indeed been further enhanced by Dr. Brief. Afterward, Piccolo and Goten entered as well. Feng adjusted the gravity to 2 times at 0, so that's how it works. Indeed, training under such conditions will yield better results, Wukong remarked, feeling a slight heaviness in his body. Piccolo appeared unfazed, while Goten felt the strain acutely, bending slightly under the double gravity. Goten should wait until he grows a bit more before using the gravity chamber. It's not good for his development. Feng cautioned, in the original work, Goten had no prior experience with a gravity chamber, with his first use occurring during the Cell Saga, when he was at least 10 years old. Right, Goten? Why don't you train in another room for now? Wukong suggested. Yes, this situation is still too early for you, Piccolo concurred, unusually supportive. Faced with this consensus, Goten reluctantly abandoned his training in the gravity chamber and sought solace in a regular room. Then I shall continue doubling the gravity. Feng began to increase the intensity. As he reached 15 times the gravity, Piccolo's calm demeanor began to fade, his fists clenching tightly. Wukong too began to perspire. Feng checked with his scouter, noting Piccolo's combat power at 18,000 and Wukong's at 30,000. 5 times gravity was just right for adaptation. Let us begin adapting at this level, Feng thought, feeling little difficulty, having previously endured 100-fold gravity. Thus, the three engage in their respective training, while Goten trained alone. Despite his youth, his spirit remained unyielding, ignited by the fierce desire to grow stronger after witnessing the battles of his father and Feng. I want to become stronger. I must grow stronger. Each of the four pursued their training fervently. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet, a spherical spacecraft crashed violently into the ground, creating a massive crater. It's Lord Vegeta's ship. A small soldier from Frieza's army rushed to greet it. However, upon entering, he discovered a barely conscious Vegeta. Unable to move, he hastily summoned reinforcements to transfer Vegeta to a healing pod, but a day later. The healing pod door opened, releasing a green liquid as a robust figure stepped out, his rock-solid muscles emanating an intimidating aura. Damn you, Feng. I will not let you go unpunished, Vegeta seethed. This recent journey to Earth had seen the once proud prince humiliated and ground into the dirt. How could he endure such indignity? Yet he recognized his current inadequacy for revenge and resolved to train even harder. But a month later, Vegeta's training was interrupted by Frieza as subordinate. Hey, Vegeta, have you completed Lord Frieza's task? I heard you were nearly beaten to death on some planet in the solar system. Taunted. Mind your own business, Vegeta scoffed. He had long desired to break free from Frieza's control, but being on Frieza's territory made him wary of exposing his whereabouts. He would have eliminated QE on the spot otherwise. Just wait until you have to apologize to Lord Frieza. There's a new mission now. Lord Frieza needs someone to go to Namek and find the Dragon Balls to fulfill his grand wish. QE stated coldly. This time, don't even think about slacking off. I'll be watching you the entire time, he added dismissively. Namek? The Dragon Balls? Vegeta's mind raced with possibilities. If he could seize the Dragon Balls before Frieza, he could wish for immortality and then crush Frieza and leave Feng at will. Upon contemplating this, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, feigning compliance with Chio-E, temporarily lowering himself. In any case, it was imperative to ascertain the number of enemies. If the Ginyu Force were to intervene, it would pose a significant problem. As for currently being manipulated by Chio-E, it was of little consequence. There was no need to quibble with the dead. Of course, esteemed Lord Chio-E, I shall certainly heed the summons of King Frieza. Vegeta responded respectfully. Pray tell, who else is traveling to Namek? Considering your earnest demeanor, I shall inform you that Lord Zabu and Lord Dodoria shall also be monitoring your movements. And what of the Ginyu Force? What are you pondering? The esteemed and formidable Ginyu Force hardly possesses such leisure. That is reassuring. As long as the Ginyu force does not arrive, those rascals are undoubtedly doomed. Vegeta remarked with a sinister grin. In truth, setting aside the fact that, akin to the original narrative, Vegeta had a battle power of 24,000 after receiving treatment on Earth. What was more crucial was his transformation of hatred towards Feng into the motivation for grueling training. Presently, Vegeta's battle power stood at 35,000. Unlike Feng, who could nearly infinitely utilize the Senzu Beans for recovery, Vegeta could only employ a healing device after sustaining injuries, necessitating at least half a day for recuperation. Nevertheless, Vegeta's current strength and mental fortitude far surpassed that of the original storyline's contemporaneous period. Each harboring ulterior motives, they boarded their spacecraft bound for Namek. 1 month later, Vegeta and Feng's group arrived simultaneously on Namek. Chapter 21. Unleashing Potential. A shooting star streaked across the Namekian sky. Thud! A colossal spaceship landed steadily on the ground. Feng and his companions disembarked from the vessel, greeted by lush green vegetation. "This is Namek. How beautiful!" Gohan exclaimed. "This truly my homeland." Piccolo mused, a wave of familiarity and warmth washing over him. "There are several formidable energies," Goku remarked, gazing into the distance. Who could it be? Feng sensed it too. "Regardless of who it may be, let us proceed in that direction," he proposed. The energies they had just detected were evidently not overwhelmingly powerful. They likely did not belong to Frieza during their flight. Feng had also informed Goku and the others of Frieza's intentions, urging them to secure the Dragon Balls before him. Whoosh, 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 to evade detection by the scanners. The four of them lowered their energy and sped towards their destination. Presumably, that was the location of the Grand Elder, whose potential enhancement would be pivotal for a surge in battle power. Feng felt a surge of joy. Swish, the four arrived at a stone dwelling, where a Namekian stood guard at the entrance. "Who are you?" Nail inquired warily, eyeing Piccolo in astonishment. "Which Namekian are you?" "We have come to assist you in overcoming your current challenges," Feng replied. "It's all right, Nail. Let them in." An elderly voice resonated from within the house. Upon entering, even having seen it in the previous manga, Feng was astonished by the towering figure of the Grand Elder. Towering over 10 meters. "Respected Grand Elder, I am Feng, and these are Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. We have come for two primary purposes. First, we hope you can aid us in unlocking our potential. Second, we seek to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek. A terrifying and malevolent foe shall soon arrive on Namek to slaughter the innocent and annihilate the planet, and we are here to thwart them." Feng articulated his intentions. "Piccolo." "Ah, so you are the offspring of that individual," the Grand Elder remarked, memories flooding back as he gazed at Piccolo. "Very well. I accept your request. I hope you will protect my planet and my people," he said slowly. "But Grand Elder..." Nail began to protest. "Nail, my time is short, and I have a premonition that what he says is true. Let me make my final contribution for my people." The Grand Elder interjected. "Thank you, Grand Elder. I shall not disappoint your trust." "Who shall go first?" the Grand Elder inquired, surveying the four, enhancing potential. "I shall go first," Piccolo declared, his familiar feelings deepening, his faith in the Grand Elder unwavering. The Grand Elder's massive hand rested upon Piccolo's head, initiating the potential unlocking process. Piccolo transitioned from initial bewilderment to astonishment, ultimately feeling gratitude. It appeared that Piccolo and the Grand Elder communicated in their unique manner. Swish! Boom! A surge of white energy erupted skyward, instantly swirling up dust all around. "Huff! Piccolo, your potential is the strongest among all Namekians. I hope you can safeguard our Namek." "Thank you, Grand Elder," Piccolo exclaimed, filled with excitement and gratitude. Piccolo's battle power had now skyrocketed to 100,000. It's my turn now. Upon witnessing Piccolo's battle power surge, Goku was eager to try as well. "Oh, your potential is quite formidable too." The Grand Elder silently began to enhance Goku's potential. After a few minutes, sweat beaded on the Grand Elder's forehead, having exerted considerable effort to complete the task. "Truly astonishing, young man. I could only extract a fraction of your potential." Your potential is simply immense. Boom! An even more potent energy surged forth, but it manifested only for an instant before Goku fully mastered it. Thank you, Grand Elder. Goku felt a rush of exhilaration upon sensing the energy within him. At this moment, Goku's battle power reached 1,500,000. Go ahead, Gohan. Piccolo encouraged. Then I shall proceed. Grand Elder, please guide me well, Gohan said politely. Come forth, child. Let me perceive your potential, the Grand Elder mused. Child, the potential within you is truly terrifying. I can only attempt to unlock a mere fraction of it. With that, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Gohan's head. Boom! Instantly, a powerful energy erupted from Gohan, whipping up a whirlwind. This power is incredible. Piccolo marveled at Gohan's overwhelming energy. How remarkable, Gohan! Goku exclaimed in awe. Indeed, the potential of Science is truly formidable. Feng added in admiration. Feng utilized a battle device to assess Gohan's current battle power. 110,000. Gohan was taken aback by his newfound strength, but soon reined in his energy and expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder. Huff! The Grand Elder was drenched in sweat, seemingly having exhausted his strength. Grand Elder, please take this to restore your energy to... Feng presented the Elder with a mystical beans. One cannot help but acknowledge that enhancing the potential of formidable Saiyans, such as Wukong and Wufan, is an arduous endeavor. Is this the miraculous bean that can restore vitality? The Elder was astonished yet consumed one nonetheless. Once the Elder's energy had been restored, Feng spoke. Now, it is my turn, with anticipation and excitement coursing through him. Feng approached the Elder. I cannot perceive a limit to your potential. The Elder was once again taken aback. Present. I can only harness approximately 1% of your potential. After sensing Feng's latent energy, the Elder slowly revealed this terrifying truth. No matter. Even a portion is commendable. Very well. The Elder placed his hand upon Feng's head once more, striving to awaken his potential if Wukong and Wufan's energies were akin to a rushing river. Then Feng's potential resembled the vast, roaring sea. The Elder exerted even more energy than he had with the previous whoosh. At that moment, an even more ferocious aura erupted from Feng. This power, it is utterly terrifying. Feng felt a refreshing energy flow over him, enlightening his very being. Energy surged relentlessly from his body, leaving Feng both astounded and ecstatic. Wait, Feng, restrain your aura. The building may collapse. Piccolo hurriedly shielded the Elder. My apologies, and thank you. Elder Feng immediately subdued his energy and expressed his gratitude, presenting several bags of mystical beans. These beans can swiftly restore vitality and heal wounds. This is your reward for unlocking our potential. Please accept them. The Elder consumed another bean, instantly feeling a significant lightness throughout his body. The fatigue from exhausting his energy to unlock Feng's potential vanished. The Elder graciously accepted and instructed Neru to pass them on to the other clansmen. This moment, the battle power of the four was as follows. Sun Wufan, 110,000. Piccolo, 100,000. Sun Wukong, 500,000. Feng, 500,000. Chapter 22. Vegeta's moment of glory. Meanwhile, in another part of Namek, two powerful energies erupted in the distance. Vegeta. What do you mean by this? He exclaimed in anger. It's simple. I intend to take the Dragon Balls. Vegeta retorted with a smirk, 5 soccer ball-sized Dragon Balls behind him. Thinking to claim credit, you shall perish here. He exploded with rage, launching a ki wave towards Vegeta. Foolish, Vegeta effortlessly countered. Whoosh, boom. Merely his explosive aura completely deflected Chiu-Yi's ki wave. What? How is this possible? Chiu-Yi was incensed. In his memory, Vegeta's battle power was equal to his, only 18,000. His own wave should not have been easily repelled. Open your eyes wide and behold the power of this prince. Vegeta laughed heartily. Then, with a roar, a white aura surged skyward. What? Chiu-Yi stared at the rapidly climbing numbers on the scouter, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The scouter displayed Vegeta's battle power at 30,000. This is more than enough to deal with you. Vegeta sneered at no. That's impossible. The scouter must be malfunctioning. How could this wild monkey's power surpass mine? He could hardly believe it. Then perish before he could finish his sentence. Vegeta's figure vanished, a white blur appearing before in an instant. Still in shock, he suddenly felt a swift punch to his abdomen. Gah! The brutal impact forced to expel the contents of his stomach. His insides churning. Vegeta, taking advantage of his momentum, delivered a knee strike to Chiyo's chin. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as a purple figure was launched into the air like a cannonball. Ah! Chiyo screamed in agony, his jaw shattered. Trash! Die! Vegeta pointed with both hands, sending a small ki blast soaring towards the airborne figure. Boom! The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. What a filthy spectacle. Vegeta scoffed. Although his journey on Earth had seen him endure a brutal beating from Feng, it must be said that battling against powerful foes accelerated his growth. Vegeta had also gained complete control over his aura. Beep! 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 At this moment, Vegeta's battle power display was wildly fluctuating. Who approaches? Two formidable energies are heading in my direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, two figures clad in Frieza's army armor flew in. Huh? Is that Vegeta? A pink, rotund figure stared incredulously at the scouter. Hey, Vegeta, who was it you just fought? Where did he go? Inquired the green-skinned companion at It's Dodoria and Zarbin. What brings you two here? Vegeta replied with a smirk. So, it's Frieza's two lapdogs. Your battle power is barely over 20,000. You are no match for me. I must eliminate you before the Ginyu force arrives. Answer my question, Vegeta, Dodoria demanded. Displeased, we were ordered by Lord Frieza to gather the Dragon Balls. What progress have you made? Oh, the Dragon Balls are right behind that pile of stones. Vegeta gestured. Humph. Your work has been satisfactory, Dodoria huffed, unaware that he had already fallen into a deadly predicament as Dodoria's corpulent form passed by Vegeta. A grin spread across Vegeta's face. Vegeta suddenly erupted with energy. Dodoria had no time to react. He felt Vegeta's fist pierce through chest. Cough. Ah! Dodoria let out a pained scream. The arrogant brute could never have imagined that the seemingly weak Vegeta could inflict such grievous harm. Die, disgusting creature. The words left his lips. A key cannon obliterated Dodoria into smithereens. What? As the formidable Dodoria failed to react in time, Doria was swiftly vanquished. Now is your turn, worthless wretch. Vegeta's gaze was fixed upon Zabu. Do not presume that your slight increase in strength grants you the audacity to behave so brazenly. I had no intention of assuming this form, but once you are dead, no one will be the wiser. Currently, Zabu's combat monitor indicated that Vegeta's power level stood at 25,000. With a surge of overwhelming energy, Zabu underwent a drastic transformation. His previously handsome visage contorted into a hideous grimace, and his physique swelled grotesquely. Although Zabu had grown stronger, he had become appallingly unattractive. Humph, your current appearance truly disgusts me, Vegeta jeered upon witnessing Zabu's metamorphosis. Perish! Zabu, humiliated and furious, resolved to eliminate anyone who had glimpsed his true form. His colossal frame in no way hindered his speed. Useless fool, Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging menacingly upon his forehead. Swish! Vegeta's energy soared once more. A torrent of white energy erupted from within him. Manifesting as a violent whirlwind, Zabu's massive hand lunged forward, intent on crushing Vegeta's skull. However, with his enhanced combat prowess, Vegeta had no difficulty in anticipating Zabu's movements. He deftly sidestepped, raising his left hand to block, and executed a shoulder throw that sent Zabu crashing down. Boom! A colossal human-shaped crater formed in the ground, fissures radiating like a spider's web. Before Zabu could regain his bearings, Vegeta delivered a crushing blow to his chest, obliterating his once sturdy armor. Puffed. The excruciating pain finally registered, and Zabu howled in despair. Humph. Let me make this abundantly clear. My power level has soared to 35,000. You worthless trash. Vegeta, taunted once more, reveling in the thrill of dominance that had returned to him. Indeed, this is the state befitting me. Prince Vegeta, await your fate, Feng. It won't be long before you find yourself beneath my feet. Impossible! Zabu gasped, his breath faltering in terror. Descend into hell. Vegeta raised his right hand, summoning a rapidly coalescing sphere of white energy. As despair and resentment etched Zabu's face, he unleashed the blast towards him. Boom! Another dazzling explosion illuminated the skies. The original massive crater was further expanded by the terrifying energy. Once the dust settled, Zabu was nowhere to be found. Ha ha! Vegeta laughed maniacally, realizing just how powerful he had become. Await your reckoning, Feng, and you too, Frieza. Once I gather the Dragon Balls and make my wish, you shall grovel beneath my feet. Vegeta continued to indulge in his fantasies. What? Why are there suddenly 5 overwhelming energy signatures? At that moment, Vegeta's scouter emitted a cacophony of alerts. He sensed that only one presence was weaker than him, while the other 4 surpassed his current might. Damn it, it's the Ginyu Force. Vegeta suddenly recognized the dire situation. Chapter 23. Vegeta is once again subjected to humiliation. Tap, 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 tap. At that moment, 5 individuals of varying heights and builds descended from the skies, clad in battle suits. The Ginyu Force, the 5 exclaimed in unison. Striking their iconic poses, Vegeta felt utterly speechless. Yet he had no choice but to take them seriously. Oh, Vegeta, where did the one who just fought you go? The shortest among them, Guldo, inquired, surveying the battlefield. Just some fodder. I dispatched them with ease. Vegeta replied coolly. Knowing that now was not the time to show his hand, I ask again, where are the Dragon Balls that the king requires? Rikum pressed, I have only gathered 5. They are all in that location. Very well, continue your search elsewhere. Just as Vegeta felt a surge of satisfaction and contemplated making his escape, wait, Vegeta! The purple-skinned Ginyu interrupted. Dodoria and Zabu should have flown in this direction. Did he not encounter them? The observant Ginyu expressed suspicion. Instantly, cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow. Indeed, Dodoria and Lord Zabu did pass by me, but shortly thereafter, several powerful foes appeared, and I had to expend all my effort to deal with them. Oh, is that so? Then why are there remnants of our battle suits scattered about? The astute Ginyu noticed fragments of battle gear on the battlefield that were clearly not Vegeta's. Vegeta also realized that the remnants of Dodoria's battlesuit were distinctly different from his own. Oh, that is because, Vegeta began to explain, moving closer to Guldo. In an instant, he unleashed a burst of energy, slicing off Guldo's head with a swift motion. As in the original narrative, Guldo was the first to fall. One must commend Vegeta for calculating his move well. Guldo was indeed the easiest to eliminate, especially considering his time-stopping abilities were quite troublesome. Before the others could react, Vegeta took flight. Aghast, Berta stared in disbelief. Why did Vegeta suddenly kill Guldo? Ginyu was left speechless. The veins on Ginyu's forehead throbbed with fury. Dodoria and Zabu had both met their end at Vegeta's hands. He could not conceal the truth any longer. So he preemptively eliminated the one with special abilities. Guldo! Damn you, Vegeta! I shall take care of him. Rikum seethed with rage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 incredibly swift figures soared into the sky. Damn it! Cursed Ginyu Force! Vegeta fled with all his might, desperately scheming an escape. Whoosh! At that moment, a white figure materialized before Vegeta. Vegeta, don't flee so hastily. Hand over the remaining Dragon Balls. Indeed, the pursuing Ginyu Force had caught up. Rikum taunted. This prince shall meet his end here today. Even in death, I shall reveal nothing about the Dragon Balls. Vegeta declared resolutely it seems today shall be quite entertaining. Rikum jested, while Vegeta stood ready, poised for battle. The energy levels from both sides surged dramatically, the dissipating power reverberating through the air. Rikum seems particularly excited today, remarked guys who had just arrived. He got the jump on us, snorted Bart. It appeared that the special forces would need to adopt a new entrance strategy. However, Baiano was contemplating other matters. Vegeta unleashed his full power, daring not to hold back any longer, as his battle strength surged to an astonishing 35,000. With a fierce shout, Vegeta made the first move, launching himself at Raikou like a cannonball. Bang! Another fierce clash ensued. Their fists collided, creating a crater in the ground due to the overwhelming energy. Vegeta immediately unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes. Oh, not bad. Vegeta, it seems you've made considerable progress, Raikou teased, still with energy to spare. Damn it. Vegeta's forehead was beaded with veins as he fought with all his might. His fist struck like a machine gun. Yet Raikou effortlessly deflected each blow. Die. Seizing the moment while Raikou adjusted to his rhythm, Vegeta swiftly altered his attack, delivering a knee strike to Raikou's abdomen. Cough. Initially, Raikou had merely been toying with Vegeta, but he was caught off guard and let out a pained gasp. Seize the opportunity. Strike hard. Seeing this, Vegeta, emboldened by his advantage, relentlessly continued his assault on Raikou's midsection. The heavy impacts echoed like a hammer striking again and again against Raikou's abdomen, leaving him unable to react. Then, with both hands on the ground, Vegeta positioned his feet on Raikou's chest, kicking him into the air. The sheer force shattered Raikou's armor. A hefty figure flew through the air. Ha! 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 Vegeta seized a moment to gather a ki blast, initiating his princess technique, as waves of energy surged forth. Boom! 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 Raikou in mid-air was bombarded by a barrage of energy blasts, each explosion resonating with a deafening roar. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area, dust swirling everywhere. Hey, wait! Could it be? Did Vegeta actually defeat Raikou? Guys exclaimed, astonished by the frightening display of Vegeta's power. Impossible. Barda echoed, equally incredulous. Humph. Raikou was careless, Bayanu remarked coldly, but Raikou is not so easily vanquished. Huff. Ha. Huff. Ha. Vegeta gasped for breath as the smoke cleared. Raikou's disheveled figure came into view. His armor lay in tatters, and several teeth were shattered. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, having exerted himself fully, yet Raikou's energy seemed hardly diminished. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Raikou unleashed a wave of energy that a violet beam hurtled towards Vegeta. With acute focus, Vegeta easily dodged the attack. Boom! The energy wave struck the ground, creating a massive crater. However, that previous attack was merely a feint. The true danger lurked behind it. In the moment Raikou fired the energy blast, he vanished and reappeared before Vegeta, just as Vegeta had evaded Raikou's energy wave. He found himself right in front of Raikou. The roles had reversed. Now Raikou unleashed his fury upon Vegeta with far greater force and speed. Vegeta, still recovering from his princess technique, was immediately met with several devastating blows. In an instant, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. Though he managed to block some attacks initially, his stamina waned, and he was soon overwhelmed, his defenses crumbling under Raikou's relentless assault. Bang! 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 Vegeta's body was battered like a punching bag as Raikou unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving him unable to even cry out. Finally, Raikou delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. Whoosh! As Vegeta hung in mid-air, Raikou opened his mouth wide, releasing an energy blast that struck Vegeta with a resounding boom. Vegeta's figure fell limply, like a broken kite. Chapter 24. Complete domination of the Ginyu force. Vegeta's form descended weakly, like a kite with its string cut in his current state. He was barely clinging to life. His bones nearly shattered. Through blurred vision, he saw Raikou swaggering towards him, despair and unwillingness flooding his heart. I did not perish at Frieza's hands, nor did I succumb to Li Feng. I refuse to accept this. Vegeta cried out in defiance. Die, Vegeta! Go to hell and repent. With that, Raikou launched an energy sphere. Faced with the oncoming energy sphere, Vegeta knew that his body could no longer withstand such an attack. It would surely be fatal. Powerless, he could only watch as the energy sphere approached like the Grim Reaper, ultimately closing his eyes in resignation. Boom! The energy sphere mercilessly struck Vegeta. Humph! Raikou, you enjoyed yourself too much just now. Did you forget to inquire about the Dragon Balls for Vegeta? Bayanu reminded, "Oh dear, I momentarily forgot. It seems Vegeta is rather fragile." Raikum chuckled, stroking his pineapple-shaped head. "Did I ask that so? I see you all are quite fragile as well." A strange voice suddenly interjected. "What?" As the dust cleared, a mysterious figure emerged where Vegeta had fallen, his tousled bangs dancing in the wind, a confident smile enhancing his fierce demeanor. "Vegeta, are you so eager to meet your end? Kakarot still wishes to battle you. How can you let these weaklings bring you to such a state?" Li Feng laughed. Just as Li Feng and his companions had unlocked their potential, they sensed a battle occurring in the distance and hastened to the scene. Vegeta was fortunate. Had he arrived just moments later, he would have met his demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh from the distance. Three figures soared towards them, standing alongside Li Feng as they confronted the Ginyu force. Wow, the opponents seemed quite strong. "Is this the Ginyu force Li Feng spoke of?" Goku marveled. "Uncle Li Feng is amazing. He truly predicted this," Gohan exclaimed. "Even Vegeta has been so badly injured, yet the opponents don't appear that formidable." He added, Piccolo assessed the combat prowess of his opponents with a hint of skepticism. "Of course, all four of you have unlocked your potential. Currently, even the weakest among you, Gohan, and Piccolo have combat powers exceeding 100. 000. You must surely look down upon the Ginyu force. Who are you? Are you companions of Vegeta?" Jeez inquired while surveying the combat power of the group, noting that they hovered around the 5,000 mark. "Pathetically weak. I could handle them all by myself," Bartok scoffed. "All right, let me take another turn. I hardly found the last fight satisfying," Raikum declared enthusiastically. "Enough talk. Each of us will take one, and I want that most arrogant little brat," Ginyu said, pointing at Li Feng. "Then I'll fight that spiky-haired kid," Raikum asserted, indicating Goku. "That green-skinned one must be a Namekian. I didn't finish him off earlier," Bartok remarked, eyeing Piccolo. "Huh, how dull, playing with a child," Jeez sneered at Gohan. Amidst the Ginyu force's banter, Li Feng handed a Senzu Bean to Vegeta, stating, "Consume this and dispatch them." Vegeta, taken aback by the arrival of Li Feng and his companions, felt a tumult of emotions as he was unexpectedly saved. With a gulp, he swallowed the Senzu Bean, and his previously shattered bones instantly healed, his vitality restored, and his cells and muscles brimming with energy. He was reborn! Vegeta bellowed. A terrifying aura erupted from him. Vegeta's feelings were tumultuous. The once proud warrior found himself saved by Li Feng yet again. "Thank you for saving me." "What?" The proud Vegeta actually expressed gratitude. Piccolo was astonished. "Humph. Consider this a favor owed to you. I will set aside my grievances with Li Feng for now. What needs to be done is to thoroughly trounce the Ginyu force," Vegeta declared. "That tall blue one possesses incredible speed, and the short red one has a fusion technique. The captain in purple is the strongest, so be cautious." "I've changed my mind, Vegeta. It seems I must personally take you down." Raikum grinned wickedly at Vegeta. "Oh, then I'll take on that purple-skinned fellow," Goku said, scratching his head. Swish, 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 swish. The 8 fighters each found their respective opponents and commenced battle, while Li Feng took pleasure in watching from the sidelines. After being revived from near death, Vegeta's combat power reached 70,000, enabling him to easily overpower anyone except Ginyu and the others. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 battlegrounds shook the earth, causing mountains to crumble. Puff, ah, cough, yow. In no time, for cries of anguish echoed through the air, followed by the 4 combatants clad in battle attire crashing to the ground like discarded vegetables. The Ginyu force faced utter defeat. Vegeta felt a mix of astonishment and joy, amazed that the other 3 could so effortlessly dispatch the Ginyu force, and thrilled that his combat power had doubled after consuming the Senzu Bean. Raikum was no match for him. "What the heck, Li Feng? The Ginyu force is surprisingly weak," Goku mused, scratching his head. "We have grown significantly stronger. It appears that Frieza is not so formidable after all." Piccolo began to swell with pride. "Incredible! How did you all become so powerful?" Vegeta was astonished. "Oh, you are that Vegeta. You don't seem all that strong," Goku retorted mercilessly. "You are Kakarot?" "Humph. I will deal with you later," Vegeta replied defiantly, though he had been keeping a close eye on the other 3 during the fight. their combat powers astonishing him. Let us not forget that Goku's combat power was far beyond his own, and even that Saiyan boy's strength slightly surpassed it. He was certainly no match for them. "I can fight independently now," Gohan exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of defeating an enemy with his own hands. Cough, cough, cough. What in the world is going on? Where did such strong individuals come from? Bartok exclaimed, turning over a stone in disbelief. Impossible. Just moments ago, their combat power was only in the thousands. G's trembled as he looked at the scouter. Even Vegeta has become considerably stronger, Raikum admitted, perplexed. This is troublesome. It seems we need the king to intervene, Ginyu muttered, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Hurry and finish them off. Otherwise, Frieza will arrive shortly, Li Feng urged. The four, now silently united under Li Feng's leadership, launched their assault once more. Boom! 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 Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo unleashed their power. At that moment, for currents of energy ravaged the surroundings like tornadoes. Beep! 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 G's scouter displayed numbers skyrocketing. No, it can't be. Boom! Ultimately, the scouter exploded. Chapter 25 Frieza Beep. Beep! 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 Boom! Ultimately, the scouter shattered completely. The combat powers of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta soared off the charts. Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, Evil Explosion, Demon Flash. The four unleashed their signature attacks upon the Ginyu force. Boom! Instantly, from mushroom clouds erupted, shaking the earth, enveloping the area in smoke and dust. The Ginyu force was effortlessly vanquished by these four formidable fighters. Gasping, Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow, exhilarated yet nervous at having defeated an enemy in his debut battle. "Oomph, Kakarot, I will surpass you one day," Vegeta proclaimed with a hint of pride. He had realized during the power surge that Goku's combat power was indeed far superior to his own, since he was too far from Li Feng's level. He resolved to take down Goku first. "Ha! Is that so, Vegeta? You truly are an interesting character," Goku chuckled. "You bastard dare to underestimate me." This energy, it must be Frieza approaching. Li Feng, who had been observing for some time, suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful energy drawing near. Gohan, Piccolo, gather the remaining Dragon Balls and meet at the Grand Elder's place. "This area is exceptionally perilous," Li Feng remarked. Although Bick was reluctant, upon witnessing Li Feng's serious demeanor and sensing the terrifying aura from afar, he realized that his combat power was indeed far inferior. For the greater good, he had no choice but to agree and accompany Gohan in retrieving the Dragon Balls. "What? Frieza is coming," Vegeta, disregarding the matter of the Dragon Balls being collected, broke into a cold sweat at the mere mention of Frieza's name. "Have you all lost your minds? Do you dare to confront Frieza?" Vegeta exclaimed loudly, attempting to mask his inner trepidation. Indeed, Frieza had always been Vegeta's nightmare. In his youth, he had witnessed his father, King Vegeta, bowing respectfully before Frieza. Unable to voice his anger, he recalled an instance when King Vegeta had merely entertained thoughts of rebellion, only to be effortlessly crushed beneath Frieza's heel. Losing his dignity, the terrifying and powerful figure of Frieza was deeply etched in his mind, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Later, upon hearing of Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta, Vegeta resolved to seek vengeance. Yet he dared only to act covertly, never facing Frieza directly, let alone battling him. In his view, now was not the time to engage Frieza. At the very least, he must first collect the Dragon Balls and attain immortality before seizing the opportunity. Even Li Feng was far from being Frieza's match. "Vegeta, you need not worry. Both Li Feng and I are quite powerful," Goku reassured. "No. Kakarot, you have no idea of Frieza's terror," Vegeta responded in fear. "Vegeta, this is not like you," Li Feng remarked, still with his arms crossed. "Is Frieza truly that formidable? It is high time to resolve the enmity between the Saiyans and Frieza. Besides, where can you possibly flee now? As long as Frieza lives, none of us can escape. Rather than run, we might as well fight with all our might." With that, he soared towards Frieza's direction. Goku followed suit. Vegeta's thoughts were in turmoil. His rational mind warned him that battling Frieza was tantamount to seeking death. However, the warrior spirit and thirst for vengeance within him triumphed over his fear, and he resolved to confront Frieza. Whoosh! a small spacecraft, trailing flames, hurtled towards Li Feng and the others. Swish, swish, swish. Li Feng halted, gazing at the occupants within the spacecraft. Inside, a purple demon lounged in his seat, his tail swaying contentedly behind him. Yet, Li Feng could keenly sense the terrifying energy emanating from this individual. Ho! 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 Vegeta, is this your new little brother? Quite impressive. Frieza surveyed the surroundings. Recognizing only Vegeta. Enough of your jesting. Frieza, this prince has come here to vanquish you. Vegeta overcame his inner dread and proclaimed loudly. What? Frieza's fury erupted. You insolent monkey, do you comprehend the consequences of betraying me? I shall make you wish you were never born, Frieza declared coldly. With that, he unleashed an astonishing aura. Vegeta broke into a cold sweat, truly feeling the terrifying pressure of confronting Frieza. Humph, Li Feng scoffed softly. Stepping in front of Vegeta to shield him from Frieza's aura, he quickly realized that it was Li Feng who was resisting Frieza's pressure with his own energy. Impressive, Vegeta thought, astonished that Li Feng's strength could rival Frieza's. He glanced at Goku, only to find him unmoving, his expression grave. Was he the only one filled with fear? No! I'm the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall never allow anyone to surpass me. Vegeta clenched his fists, exerting all his might to withstand the pressure. Frieza had initially intended merely to instill fear in Vegeta, compelling him to cower on the ground, but he was taken aback to find someone capable of countering his aura. Beep, beep, beep. Frieza's scouter blinked rapidly. 50,000 battle power. Frieza was incredulous. How could someone with only 50,000 battle power withstand my aura? Frieza, instead of being enraged, burst into laughter. Ho! 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 How amusing. It seems you do possess a modicum of strength. However, compared to me, you are still vastly inferior. Your battle power is commendable. How about joining my army? Frieza extended an olive branch. With your battle prowess, you could join the Ginyu force and enjoy endless riches and glory. Frieza sensed that this young man must be hiding something. Otherwise, he wouldn't remain unfazed before Frieza's overwhelming aura. The Ginyu force? We just dealt with them, Li Feng replied coldly. What? Frieza was once again astonished. He attempted to contact his other subordinates, only to find them indeed unreachable. Huh? Very well. Since you all managed to eliminate the Ginyu force, it signifies that your strength far surpasses theirs. Thus, let us establish a new Special Forces team. I shall permit you to name it as you wish. Frieza believed his generosity would leave Li Feng and the others in awe, as no one could refuse his invitation. What I mean is, you are unworthy. Li Feng rejected. What? You dare to refuse me? Frieza could hardly believe it. Boy, do not refuse my hospitality. The last person who rejected me is now dead. I will relish torturing you until you regret ever coming into this world. Frieza's expression darkened, and he unleashed an even more formidable aura. Although Li Feng's current strength was far from that of Frieza's final form, he was betting on the Saiyans' ability to surpass their limits in adversity and become Super Saiyans. Confronted by the cosmic tyrant Frieza, the Saiyan blood within Li Feng surged. Ding! Task: eliminate Frieza. Reward: Time Fragment. Chapter 26. Defeating Frieza just then, the system issued the task. Excellent. Although he was unaware of what a time fragment was. This mission was one he had to accept. At this moment, Frieza exited his spacecraft, facing off against Li Feng. Though Frieza's first form was diminutive, the purple aura emanating from him was as formidable as that of an ancient beast. On the other side, Li Feng radiated a white aura, energy rippling outward like waves. The two forces clashed. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The sand and stones on the ground stirred without wind. The purple and white energies collided silently. Crack! As the stone floated through the air, it descended to the ground, sounding the clarion call of war. Whoosh! Li Feng's gaze sharpened, and he flashed before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Frieza reciprocated, meeting Li Feng's fist with his own. Boom! The collision unleashed a remarkable surge of energy, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two combatants then moved at breathtaking speeds, their figures a mere blur as they engaged in relentless combat. To the untrained eye, Their movements were nearly imperceptible. What? Vegeta stood astounded at the side, unable to fathom that Li Feng could hold his own against Frieza so vividly. When had Li Feng become a match for the terrifying Frieza? Vegeta, shocked, recalled that just months prior, Li Feng had been evenly matched with him, and now he dared to challenge the far superior Frieza. What had he done to attain such strength? No. Wait, Vegeta thought. Li Feng was clearly gaining the upper hand. Goku interjected with a correction. How could this be? Vegeta's astonishment deepened. He had assumed that merely being able to stand toe-to-toe with Frieza was a feat, yet now it seemed Li Feng was gaining the advantage. Perhaps he could indeed vanquish Frieza? Bang! 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 In the air, their forms flickered continuously, their strikes so swift they were nearly invisible. Initially, both fighters exchanged blows evenly. However, with each successive encounter, Li Feng consistently managed to predict Frieza's attacks, landing heavy strikes to Frieza's vulnerable head and abdomen, while effortlessly absorbing Frieza's brutal hits with his shoulder and arms. Over time, Li Feng emerged unscathed, save for a slight soreness in his shoulder. Whereas Frieza's face had been transformed into a swollen mess, and his battle attire lay in tatters. Boom! Ultimately, it was a devastating elbow strike from Li Feng that sent Frieza crashing into a mountain peak. Under the fierce impact, Frieza tore through 4 mountains in succession, before being buried beneath the rubble. Incredible, Vegeta marveled, excitement coursing through him. Yes, that's it. Eliminate that detestable Frieza. Avenge the Saiyans. At that moment, Vegeta had set aside all grievances with Li Feng. His sole focus now on defeating Frieza. Frieza had annihilated the Saiyan race, leaving only a handful of survivors, though he did not engage directly. Witnessing Frieza's misfortune brought him immense joy. Humph. What of the so-called Emperor of the Universe? You find yourself in quite the predicament. Ah, with a roar of fury, the debris erupted into the sky. The dust settled. Frieza's battered form was revealed, his mouth agape as he spewed forth purple blood. You insolent wretch, Frieza seethed with rage. How dare you reduce me to this state? I will tear you apart. In his fury, Frieza unleashed his full power. The torrent of purple energy surged upwards, his overwhelming aura causing Vegeta to tremble once more. Would this fiend's strength continue to escalate? Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow as tension gripped him anew. Fear not, Li Feng has yet to unleash his full potential, Goku remarked from the sidelines. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Goku felt a pulse of energy from Li Feng that sent shivers down his spine. Li Feng's power far surpassed his own. Suspended in midair, Li Feng stood resolute. Is that all you can muster? Li Feng scoffed, simultaneously augmenting his own battle prowess, a brilliant white aura exploding forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white energy surged like a tempest, radiating astonishing might. The two collided, generating an even more terrifying force. Nearby mountains were effortlessly ripped apart by the clash of their energies. Boom, 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 boom. The frequency of their attacks escalated once more, yet the dynamics of the battle remained largely unchanged. Li Feng continued to dominate Frieza. Even as Frieza's speed and strength had significantly increased, each time Frieza swung a punch, Li Feng easily blocked it and retaliated with blows to Frieza's vulnerable points. Impossible! Frieza was both shocked and enraged. He had assumed that his earlier oversight was the cause of his struggles, but after powering up, he should have effortlessly overpowered Li Feng. Yet, as the battle wore on, he found himself unable to keep pace with Li Feng. Forever at a disadvantage. Frieza swung a fist at Li Feng. Thud! This time Li Feng firmly extended his left hand, effortlessly blocking the strike. As Frieza attempted to withdraw his right fist, he found it ensnared. How can this be? Frieza was taken aback. You are still far too weak, Li Feng replied coldly. With that, Li Feng's right fist crashed into Frieza's abdomen. Cough? Frieza coughed up more purple blood. Li Feng followed up with a kick, sending Frieza plummeting to the ground. Boom! Frieza struck the earth like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Remarkable! It appeared that Li Feng could genuinely defeat Frieza. Vegeta clenched his fists, exhilarated by Li Feng's prowess. Li Feng's strength had indeed grown. Goku exclaimed in awe. Although Goku himself possessed a combat power of 1,500,000 and could easily contend with Frieza, there was an undeniable difference in the air. The energies of both fighters were extraordinarily potent, nearly enveloping half of Namek. In the distance, Gohan held aloft a Dragon Ball, marveling, "Amazing! Is this what it's like when Uncle Li Feng battles that Frieza?" Gohan, too, felt the overwhelming intensity of their powers. Such terrifying strength. On another front, Piccolo laid the 6 gathered Dragon Balls on the ground. Equally astonished, he too yearned for strength and the chance to confront formidable foes. Yet at this moment, he recognized his own weakness. Inside the Grand Elder's chamber, Nail, drenched in cold sweat, spoke urgently. "Grand Elder, the energy from these two is utterly terrifying. Is it truly wise to entrust the Dragon Balls to those individuals?" Nail inquired. "That young man possesses boundless potential. He is our only hope against that fiend." The Grand Elder replied slowly, "We must adhere to his guidance to safeguard Namek and our people, that I understand." Nail responded, "Frieza, if this is all you have to offer, you may as well take your own life." Li Feng hung in midair, arms crossed. Chapter 27. Frieza's second form? Ah! With a furious roar, the collapsing boulders were sent flying. Huff! Huff! Frieza gasped for air, his body covered in wounds, a trace of purple blood staining the corner of his mouth. How infuriating! How could the noble me be brought to such a disgraceful state? Boom! Frieza unleashed an even more terrifying aura, causing the ground to fracture and crack beneath him. Excellent! You have successfully provoked my ire. Do not think you could defeat me so easily. I shall end you with my second form. Ah! With that, Frieza continued to gather energy, his aura intensifying further. Bang! 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 The purple energy, infused with astonishing power, shook the earth, creating tumultuous waves. What? Vegeta was struck with dread, never anticipating that Frieza could transform even further. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, Frieza's purple aura surged, his body undergoing a dramatic change. The formerly diminutive figure suddenly grew robust, bursting out of his previous battle attire, while the 2 horns atop his head became larger and sharper. Emanating a terrifying presence, Frieza transformed from a height of less than 1.5 meters into a towering 2-meter-tall behemoth. Ha! 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 A maniacal laughter echoed, with his transformation into the second form. Frieza's prior injuries were fully healed, and he exuded an air of newfound confidence stemming from his augmented power. So, what do you think? This is my second form, with a battle power exceeding 1 million. Frieza delighted in the thought of Li Feng kneeling in submission. This truly Frieza's might. Though Vegeta had distanced himself from Frieza, he could still sense the ferocious energy pulsating within him. A mere brush with that energy could easily reduce one to mere fragments. Vegeta swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. This Frieza is undeniably formidable. Goku's expression turned grave that moment. Li Feng checked Frieza's status through the system. Name: Frieza race, Frost Demon form, second form battle power, 1,100,000 skills, Psychic Bomb, Death Ball, Death Beam, Death Storm, Planet Destruction Bomb. Are you finished with your words? Li Feng impatiently dug at his ears. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Spare me the idle chatter. Foolish creature, prepare to meet your end. Frieza, once again enraged, launched an attack on Li Feng. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Boom! Like a bomb exploding, a series of detonations erupted from their center, causing nearby boulders to collapse and the ground to rupture. That all? Li Feng scoffed, taunting Frieza once more. Insolent fool! Frieza gritted his teeth. This was a humiliation for Frieza, the ruler of the universe. Bang! Frieza swung his colossal fist again. Li Feng effortlessly raised his left hand to intercept Frieza's assault. Frieza, consumed by rage, unleashed a more ferocious onslaught against Li Feng. Bang! 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 Frieza's speed of attack was rapid, yet every strike was countered by Li Feng, creating new fissures in the ground with each collision. Despite Frieza's all-out efforts, not a single scratch was inflicted upon Li Feng. With the relentless assault and ineffective strikes, Frieza grew weary. panting heavily. How can this be? Frieza could hardly believe the reality before him. Having transformed into his second form, his battle power at least doubled, yet he was still unable to best Li Feng. Seeing Li Feng's mocking expression reignited Frieza's fury, compelling him to attack once more. Frieza unleashed a surge of purple energy, almost teleporting in front of Li Feng, engaging in a frenzied assault. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Li Feng, too, accelerated, deftly evading Frieza's strikes. In terms of both speed and strength, Li Feng remained above Frieza at this moment. Impossible! Frieza seethed with rage. How could that wretched Saiyan monkey become so powerful? Frieza threw another punch, aiming to smash Li Feng's accursed face. Bang! Li Feng once again clamped down on Frieza's hand with his left palm. Frieza was horrified to discover he could not escape Li Feng's grip. Is it my turn now? Before the words left his lips, Li Feng delivered an elbow strike to Frieza's chest. Frieza cried out in agony. Bang! 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 Now it was Li Feng's turn to unleash a flurry of attacks on Frieza, dramatically shifting the tide of the battle. Whatever frequency Frieza had been using to assault Li Feng returned in kind. Frieza, having been struck in the chest from the outset, writhed in pain, yet was met with a tempest of blows that only multiplied his injuries, his cries of anguish echoing, Frieza never anticipated Li Feng's current strength would be so immense. Even with his hands raised in defense, his arms grew numb, and his chest and abdomen had been struck countless times. Bang! Li Feng delivered an uppercut to Frieza's jaw. Cough! Frieza spat blood once more. Li Feng seized the advantage, relentlessly pummeling Frieza before he could react. Li Feng found Frieza, this punching bag, remarkably resilient. No matter how hard he struck, it only seemed to flow smoother with each blow. In mere seconds, Li Feng had unleashed hundreds of punches, leaving Frieza battered and bruised. With one final devastating blow, Li Feng seized Frieza's tail, spinning him around as if he were the center of a whirlwind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The frequency of Li Feng's spins increased, treating Frieza like a colossal fan. Frieza, dazed from the onslaught, found the spinning only intensified his suffering, as if his very brain were being dislodged. Whoosh! Li Feng hurled Frieza toward a mountain peak. Frieza soared like a cannonball, crashing directly into it. By the time Frieza regained his senses, his body had already pierced through several mountains, embedding itself into the ground. Boom! Once more the earth erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, forming a massive crater. Whoosh! Li Feng, with a swift movement, appeared before Frieza, seizing the creature's tail once more and flinging him from the debris into the air. Subsequently, he unleashed a wave of energy, which collided with Frieza's body with a resounding boom. Before Frieza could even let out a cry of agony, Li Feng had already materialized behind him, gripping the twin horns atop Frieza's head with both hands, driving his knees forcefully into Frieza's back. Cough! Frieza erupted with a spurt of blood, emitting a wretched scream, as if his spine had been shattered. Li Feng twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen. The pitiful Frieza, akin to a kite with severed strings, was sent reeling backward. Finally, Li Feng unleashed an energy blast to conclude his relentless assault. Boom! A tumultuous wave of energy surged forth, sending rocks flying in all directions. Chapter 28. The third transformation? Merely a trifle. Boom! Li Feng's casual energy blast resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, leveling the hill to the ground. Enough of this. Hasten your next transformation, Li Feng calmly stated as he cleared his ears. What? Frieza can still transform? Vegeta pondered, astonished for the umpteenth time. Initially believing that Frieza was doomed under such circumstances, the revelation of Frieza's potential transformation left him uncertain. Incredible! Li Feng! Goku exclaimed, realizing that his own base power was only slightly superior to Frieza's. Yet Li Feng was effortlessly dominating him, leading Goku to question his own standing. That a pained and humiliated voice emerged from the rubble, that a flicker of purple light erupted as a terrifying energy shattered the boulders. A disheveled figure crawled from the pit. Frieza, once towering, was now reduced to a state where he could hardly rise, his horns askew, his face marred by blood, and his body riddled with injuries. though I am unsure how you discovered my next transformation. You shall pay for it with your life, Frieza hissed menacingly. Huh. You've indeed grown stronger, but your current appearance is utterly grotesque, Li Feng remarked with an air of calm. What? Frieza's fury ignited. Deep down, he knew that his third form was indeed the most hideous of all his transformations. But to have it stated so bluntly was unforgivable. Then you shall die as penance. With that, Frieza vanished, reappearing before Li Feng and launching a fierce punch at him. Bang! Li Feng raised his hands to block. Absorbing the full force of Frieza's powerful strike, staggering back, he found himself momentarily pushed away. Huh! You now comprehend the extent of my power. Frieza laughed, believing he had utterly outmatched Li Feng. Frieza unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks. Each punch struck like artillery shells, forcing Li Feng to retreat step by step, leaving heavy footprints in his wake. Where is your earlier bravado? Is this all you can muster? Frieza taunted, envisioning Li Feng soon begging for mercy on the ground. Just as Frieza indulged in such fantasies, Li Feng coldly retorted, Is this truly the extent of your strength after transforming? With that, he countered with a punch, sending Frieza hurtling away. Li Feng had purposefully absorbed Frieza's attacks to gauge his strength. And indeed, while Frieza's third form was not without pain, it posed no true threat. Frieza was taken aback, astonished that Li Feng could still retaliate. Cursed fool, how dare you feign strength? Enraged, Frieza charged at Li Feng with fury. His foot struck the ground with such force that it left a crater in its wake. Ha! Frieza gathered energy for a mighty punch aimed at Li Feng. Unyielding, Li Feng met the challenge with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, generating a tremendous shockwave. In an instant, rocks shattered, the ground caved in, waves crashed, and clouds dispersed, as the entire planet reverberated from the violent clash. The cacophony of their battle was deafening. Impossible, Frieza seethed, launching a punch at Li Feng's face. Yet Li Feng merely tilted his head, evading effortlessly. Frieza then attempted a kick to Li Feng's abdomen, but Li Feng withdrew a few steps, easily neutralizing the blow. Subsequently, Frieza's onslaught remained ineffective, failing to even graze the hem of Li Feng's garment. Are you unable to see? Li Feng continued to taunt. However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, he appeared behind Frieza, delivering a crushing blow to the monstrous head. With a scream, Frieza's bulky form was propelled toward the hills, crashing through several mountains before finally becoming entombed underground. As rocks flew in all directions, Frieza's disheveled figure resurfaced. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he growled menacingly, Prepare to meet your end. Extending his hands and pointing his fingertips at Li Feng, he declared, Death Beam! Whoosh! Whoosh! Two beams of purple energy surged toward Li Feng, their terrifying power obliterating everything in their path, sending columns of water skyward as they tore through the landscape. The speed of light was astonishingly swift, arriving before Li Feng in the blink of an eye. Li Feng remained unperturbed, merely shifting his stance slightly, deftly evading the beam. The energy left in the wake of the light continued to scorch the air around him. Frieza, incensed by his initial failure, unleashed a torrent of death beams, his hands thrust forward and backward in a frenzy. Whoosh! 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 Initially, only a few slender rays sliced through the air, but as Frieza's energy surged chaotically, a veritable deluge of purple death meteors began to rain down upon Li Feng. Boom! 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 Waves of light obliterated mountains, evaporated rivers, and shattered the ground. Each strike bore an unfathomable terror, yet not a single one found its mark on Li Feng. What a terrifying display of energy! If I were struck, I would surely perish, Vegeta gaped in disbelief, feeling the dread of the assault from afar. Li Feng is formidable. I would undoubtedly emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. Cold sweat trickled down Goku's brow. Frieza's attacks were not random. Each one was aimed precisely at Li Feng. Yet Li Feng's remarkable ability to anticipate allowed him to evade them all, leaving behind a trail of his swift footfalls. The cacophony of explosions persisted for several minutes until, at last, the terrain where Li Feng had stood lay in ruins, shrouded in dust. Only then did Frieza pause, gasping for breath, ceasing his relentless assault. Chapter 29. Frieza's Ultimate Form. The bombardment continued for several minutes. And finally, as the ground where Li Feng had stood caved in and smoke clouded the air, Frieza gasped deeply, halting his offensive as the dust settled and the smoke dissipated. Li Feng's figure had vanished. Ha! 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 You foolish creature! Reduced to mere rubble by my attack. Frieza cackled arrogantly. In his mind, Li Feng could only bluster, surely reduced to nothing more than ash beneath his ferocious onslaught. What are you laughing at? Just as Frieza reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice shattered his delusions from behind him. What? Puffed! Frieza gasped in horror, and before he could react, he felt a violent blow to the back of his skull. As if his immense cranium had shattered, the world around him whirled rapidly. Li Feng had executed a short-range teleportation, appearing before Frieza with a powerful hook. The resounding impact caused Frieza's grotesque horn to snap. Before Frieza could emit a cry of agony, Li Feng delivered a brutal kick to his chest, sending Frieza's hefty form hurtling hundreds of meters, crashing through several small peaks before embedding himself back into the earth. Ah! A hellish wail echoed from below. You shall not be forgiven. I will surely kill you. Boom! It was unclear how many times he had roared, nor how many times he had erupted from the boulders. The once picturesque Namek was now marred, a desolate sight. You seek death, do you? Allow me to grant your wish? Ah! Frieza spat blood, a few of his horns missing, his body battered and torn, yet at that moment he bellowed in rage. Instantly, an astonishing aura radiated from him once more. Purple energy surged forth, a terrifying presence spreading anew. An even more dreadful force caused the mountains to tremble and rocks to be flung about. The ocean boiled, triggering tsunamis, as the very planet quaked. Frieza's power escalated yet again. What? Frieza's power can actually increase further? Distantly, Piccolo and Gohan were left in shock. What an overwhelming force. Frieza is truly a terrifying being. Goku frowned deeply, now concerned that Li Feng might struggle to contend with Frieza. Blast it! Vegeta clenched his fists, pounding the ground in frustration. He grasped the depth of Frieza's terror, realizing that even in his first form, he could effortlessly annihilate the Saiyan race. And now he could transform again. Would he never witness Frieza's demise? Fourth form, is it? Very well, it is time for me to get serious. Li Feng appeared relaxed, as if Frieza's transformation had no bearing on him whatsoever. Li Feng actually is a trump card. Goku gazed at him in astonishment. Meanwhile, the tremors on Namek ceased, and the anomalies caused by Frieza faded. The purple glow receded, revealing Frieza's form. His once monstrous and grotesque head had vanished, reverting to a sleek, compact shape, his skin returning to a pale hue, with purple armor forming on his head, shoulders, chest, and joints. His visage was no longer hideous, but rather cold and calculating, two tear-like marks trailing from his eyes to his chin, evoking an eerie and fearsome presence. Although Frieza had diminished in stature to less than 1.6 meters at this moment, his aura was at its most powerful. Even without fully unleashing his energy, the overwhelming pressure made Goku and Vegeta tremble from afar. How is this possible? This demon has become even stronger after transforming. Vegeta stammered in disbelief. Oh, what heights can their power ascend? Incredible. I too wish to become as strong as Li Feng, Goku exclaimed, exhilarated and eager. And quite impressive. Frieza, you've indeed grown stronger in this form. I wonder how many more transformations you possess. Li Feng teased. Ha ha ha. Frieza elegantly spread his arms, a confident smile gracing his lips. This is my ultimate form. Now, I shall take great pleasure in torturing you to death. Ha ha ha. Frieza's chilling laughter echoed ominously. His tail flicked menacingly as he fixated his cold gaze upon Li Feng. The humiliation he suffered from Li Feng's repeated beatings in his earlier forms had left deep scars, both physical and mental. Now, having regained his strength, he swore to repay Li Feng's pain and humiliation 100-fold. Is this your diminutive form? Li Feng provoked Frieza once more, but he knew well that Frieza loathed this aspect of his new form, particularly its height. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Frieza had even sought the Dragon Balls to wish for a taller stature. Clearly, Li Feng's ability to infuriate Frieza was unparalleled. You seek death. upon hearing this. The previously composed Frieza could no longer contain himself. He charged at Li Feng with ferocity. Humph! Li Feng planted his foot firmly on the ground, creating fissures beneath him, then surged towards Frieza with renewed vigor. Another round of fierce combat ensued. Boom! Bang! In the air, the two combatants clashed in an instant, only to separate just as swiftly, leaving behind but a faint reverberation from their collision. Shadows danced chaotically in the sky, creating the illusion of numerous fighters engaged in battle. Yet in truth, it was merely the afterimages of their rapid movements. Each impact shattered the nearby rocks, triggering a tsunami. Purple and white figures intertwined in the atmosphere. Indeed, Frieza's strength was formidable. Li Feng surmised that his battle power must exceed 10 million. During this encounter with Frieza, Li Feng distinctly felt the increase in Frieza's speed and strength, which had multiplied several times over, nearly resulting in his own defeat on multiple occasions. Ha ha! Weren't you once so arrogant? Look at you now, reduced to a state of panic, Frieza mocked, observing Li Feng's declining position in their skirmish. Although Li Feng's apparent battle power was merely 5 million, his true capabilities were anything but static. He harnessed his rage to elevate his energy once more. At last, he could engage in a truly exhilarating fight. A smile crept across Li Feng's face as the Saiyan blood coursed through him, igniting a fervent desire for combat and a thirst for a worthy opponent, pushing him beyond his limits and boosting his power to the point where he sent Frieza hurtling away with a single punch. What? No way, Frieza exclaimed, caught off guard as Li Feng's strength surged unexpectedly during their battle. Come on, Frieza! Press me with death. Let us see if I can ascend to Super Saiyan in this dire situation. Li Feng was consumed by madness. This was the reason he did not obliterate Frieza from the outset. He sought to compel Frieza to reveal his true power, forcing himself to become the genuine Super Saiyan. Unlike others, Li Feng had arrived in the Dragon Ball world with only the initial beginner's package. All subsequent increases in his battle power were earned through sheer perseverance. For a warrior race, combat was the swiftest path to enhancement. Frieza, having regained his composure midair, charged at Li Feng once more, fueled by rage. Li Feng, undeterred, retaliated with equal ferocity. The sound of their ferocious collisions echoed like thunder across the heavens, scattering clouds and unleashing energy that crashed down, creating massive craters on the ground and stirring violent waves in the ocean. Their battle escalated rapidly, with hundreds of exchanges per second, and Li Feng, once composed, found himself bearing numerous wounds, his attire tattered and torn. Meanwhile, Frieza too bore the marks of battle, his white skin marred by streaks of purple blood, revealing numerous grotesque injuries. Yes, that's the feeling. Come again. Li Feng had fully immersed himself in the fray, disregarding his injuries, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination and indomitable spirit. In the thrill of combat, he sensed the joy of fighting, his blood boiling as his energy steadily increased, surpassing 5 million, then 6 million, and finally reaching 10 million, as he transcended his own limits. Enough! Get lost! Frieza's veins bulged as he could hardly fathom that Li Feng, who had once been at a disadvantage, was now growing stronger with each passing moment, inflicting increasingly severe damage upon him. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent Li Feng flying, then, with blinding speed, unleashed a barrage of death rays upon the airborne warrior. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The purple beams sliced through the air, striking Li Feng with devastating force. Boom! Countless rays, akin to a purple machine gun, unleashed a relentless torrent of energy, propelling Li Feng through the mountains behind him. What? Vegeta gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how Li Feng had been ambushed by Frieza's death rays. The terrifying energy radiated such danger that he feared even approaching it. This is problematic, Goku murmured. His brow furrowed as he realized that Li Feng's power had diminished against Frieza, pondering how to confront him. With a series of astonishing blows, the mountains behind Li Feng were reduced to rubble and debris, ultimately embedding him in the ground, creating a colossal crater, smoke billowing and dust swirling. As the haze dissipated, a striking figure emerged, hands shielding his face, though his attire lay in tatters. Cough, cough. Li Feng lowered his hands. his body smeared with blood. Despite spitting out a mouthful of crimson, his gaze remained resolute, fixed on Frieza. Hey, what happened? Weren't you so boastful at the start? Look at you now, Frieza sneered, reveling in Li Feng's disheveled state. Not enough, Li Feng replied coldly. Though Frieza's earlier onslaught had been formidable, he still failed to perceive the imminent threat of death. He was merely a hair's breadth away from becoming a Super Saiyan. I need to be enraged, Li Feng gritted his teeth. The key to his transformation lay in the explosive power of his fury. Still so defiant, Frieza scoffed, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Li Feng, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Cough. Ah, Li Feng felt the air rush from his lungs. Frieza, now in a frenzy, exacted his revenge. The tables had turned, and he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Li Feng. However, Frieza was careful not to kill him outright, preferring to torment him to the brink of despair. Bang, 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 bang. Frieza's hands, feet, and tail struck Li Feng with the force of 5 assailants, rendering him utterly defenseless. Every muscle ached, bones screamed in agony, nerves ignited with pain, and blood erupted from his body in various places. Li Feng's vision grew dim. He was thoroughly outmatched by Frieza's onslaught. Stop it, Frieza! At that moment, Goku sensed the dire situation and instantly transformed into a 20-fold Kaioken, appearing before Frieza in a flash to intervene. Boom! A dark red fist propelled Frieza away as Goku rushed to support Li Feng. Concern etched on his face. Are you all right, Li Feng? Cough, cough. Goku, you need to leave. My battle is not over yet. Li Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking calmly. But your injuries, this fight is crucial for me, Li Feng declared, his gaze unwavering. Seeing Li Feng's indomitable spirit, Goku was reminded of his own past and silently retreated. Humph, another wild monkey, Frieza growled, infuriated by Goku's intervention. Come at me together. None of you are worthy opponents for this king. Frieza, this time, you shall meet your demise. Li Feng let out a thunderous roar, swiftly gathering energy, an overwhelming force and aura erupting from his being that a white whirlwind spiraled around him, causing the air to tremble and igniting seismic upheavals. Mountains crumbled, rivers shattered, and the entire continent quaked. Li Feng's energy continued to escalate. Damn it! Why is it still not working? I am furious now. Why can I not transform into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng seethed, frustrated with his own impotence, pondering what step remained before his transformation. Humph, this ends now. Frieza sensed Li Feng's aura. Although it was indeed growing, it posed no threat to him. He raised his right hand and began to gather energy. Whoosh! Red and black energy began to intertwine, swirling at Frieza's fingertips, swiftly coalescing into a massive energy sphere that rapidly expanded like a balloon. You shall perish alongside this planet, Frieza bellowed. The planet-destroying blast hurtled towards Li Feng, who was still in the midst of gathering energy. Oh no. It's too fast. Goku's pupils constricted as the colossal sphere reached Li Feng in an instant, leaving him no time to react. Is this the end? As he gazed upon the terrifying sphere, Vegeta felt certain it was over and despairingly closed his eyes. Li Feng braced himself against the massive sphere, feeling the horrific energy searing his hands, letting out a fierce roar. His feet were pressed into the ground by the destructive blast. Would he truly give up like this? No. From the depths of despair, he would rise again. In an instant, Li Feng's pupils transformed into a vibrant green. It's happening. The protagonist is finally transforming. Dear readers, please leave a 5-star review, favor, and follow. Thank you. Chapter 31, Li Feng, Super Saiyan. In that moment, as Li Feng let out a furious roar, the oppressive planet-destroying blast suddenly halted its advance. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A formidable golden aura erupted from within Li Feng. In an instant, he felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through every cell of his body, energy surging forth uncontrollably. Boom! The planet-destroying blast he controlled felt as if it could easily rebound. Sure enough, the once terrifying red and black sphere was effortlessly pushed back by Li Feng. What? How is this possible? Frieza gasped in astonishment, believing victory was assured, only to find his ultimate attack being repelled. Desperately, he exerted all his strength to try and maintain control over the blast. "Back at you!" Feng shouted, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy, instantly propelling the destructive blast towards Frieza. And oh! Frieza watched in horror as the blast he had conjured consumed him mercilessly. Boom! A cataclysmic roar echoed through the air, giving rise to a resplendent mushroom cloud, followed by shattered peaks, trembling earth, and roiling seas, as the entire planet quaked under the weight of that terrifying energy. After a long while, as the dust settled and debris swirled, only one figure emanating a golden radiance stood firm upon the earth. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The overwhelming aura, the ultimate flame, all proclaimed the strongest being at that moment. Feng radiated golden light, his hair standing upright, transforming from black to gold, his pupils shifting to green, his muscles swelling, and his expression turning cold. "This is the Super Saiyan!" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden light encasing Feng flickered incessantly, shining like a dazzling asteroid. At that moment, Piccolo and Gohan arrived, witnessing Feng's transformation, both taken aback. "Dad, what has happened to Uncle Feng?" "He's so powerful." Goku pushed aside a nearby boulder, staring at Feng in astonishment at his newfound strength. Feng glanced at his battle monitor, noting his current combat power. 250 million. This power was already equivalent to that of future Trunks when he arrived on Earth 3 years later to obliterate Metal Frieza. "This is the Super Saiyan. Goku, Gohan, you too shall attain this transformation in the future." Though they were quite a distance away, Feng's transformation enhanced his senses, allowing him to hear their conversation immediately. What? A Super Saiyan? Isn't that a legend that emerges once every 1,000 years? How can it truly exist? Vegeta, upon hearing this, was once again astonished. Realizing the rumor was genuine, it's not that remarkable. Any Saiyan who diligently trains can become a Super Saiyan. Feng said nonchalantly, "Ha! Ah! Ha! Ah!" In the sky, a battered figure emerged from the smoke. Frieza was not yet dead. However, he appeared severely battered. His tail was significantly shortened, his left arm hung limply, clearly broken, and his body was covered in wounds. Barely clinging to life. "Oh, you're still alive?" Truly like a tenacious cockroach. Feng taunted once more. "You bastard!" Frieza seethed with rage, unable to believe he had been reduced to such a pitiful state. "What's Super Saiyan? It's all nonsense. This time, I will use all my power to obliterate you." With that, Frieza clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and began to gather energy once more. Whoosh! Rustle! A purple aura erupted from Frieza, swelling larger and larger. "One day, I will defeat you, Feng," Kakarot, as he gazed at the figure enveloped in golden flames. Vegeta silently resolved himself. Yet no matter how Frieza's aura surged, it paled in comparison to the sun-like strength of Feng. Frieza completed his transformation, his previously frail form now brimming with muscle, and his injuries began to mend, his current state mirroring that of the original work, except the protagonist of the battle had shifted from Goku to Feng. "Come on, Frieza, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Feng taunted, beckoning Frieza with a finger. "What's Super Saiyan?" "Die!" Frieza, in disbelief that the ancestral legend was true, recalled the warning from his forebear. Chilled to avoid Super Saiyans at all costs, lest they face annihilation. Boom! Frieza's fear strike landed solidly on Feng. But the one who cried out in pain was not Feng, but Frieza. It turned out that the moment Frieza's fist made contact, he felt as though he had struck a solid wall, rebounding from the terrifying force. "Is that all you've got? Frieza, have you not eaten?" Feng stood with his arms crossed, entirely unfazed by Frieza's assault. Now he was far stronger than Goku had been after his own Super Saiyan transformation. Even standing still, Frieza could not breach his defenses. Is this really happening? As Piccolo arrived on the scene, he was struck by the terrifying prowess of Feng. Frieza, consumed by impotent rage, launched a fierce assault on Feng. Bang, 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 bang. After a relentless barrage, Frieza's attacks proved utterly futile, completely thwarted by that golden aura surrounding Li Feng. How is this possible? Frieza was genuinely frightened now. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, he had unleashed his full power in this assault. Yet he had inflicted not even the slightest harm on his opponent. To make matters worse, he had suffered a counterattack. Although Li Feng had been formidable prior to his transformation, there had at least been a semblance of back and forth. Now, the disparity was such that it felt as though he were being utterly crushed. Enough is enough. It is my turn now. After testing his defenses, Li Feng commenced his offensive, and no sooner had he spoken than, to Frieza's ears, it sounded like the tolling of death's bell. Boom! A single punch struck Frieza's abdomen, causing it to cave in instantly. Cough? Ah! Only then did Frieza's pain register, and he spat out a mouthful of bile. Humph! Boom! 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 Li Feng paid no heed to Frieza's plight, delivering a relentless flurry of blows at a staggering pace. Overwhelming Frieza with ease, the unfortunate Frieza was once again reduced to a human punching bag, enduring a merciless beating. Boom! Ultimately, it was Li Feng's series of strikes that culminated in a flying kick, sending Frieza careening into the ocean. Splash! Like a torpedo detonating, he pierced straight through to the seabed. The waters churned, and monstrous waves surged forth. Dear readers, I humbly request your 5-star reviews. Please add me to your reading list and follow for updates. Thank you. Chapter 32. The Annihilation of Frieza. Splash! Like a torpedo detonating, he pierced straight through to the seabed. The waters churned, and monstrous waves surged forth. How incredibly powerful! Gohan, observing from afar, couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Li Feng resembled a golden war god, radiating an astonishing aura that the power of a Super Saiyan. Goku, too, felt the overwhelming energy and being one of the strongest present, second only to Frieza and Li Feng. He was acutely aware of Li Feng's terrifying strength. The Saiyan race is indeed a formidable adversary. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, remarked he had previously reveled in his own newfound power, only to realize the vast chasm that separated him from Li Feng. A Super Saiyan! I, too, can achieve this. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with envy and a thirst for power. Frieza, is this truly all you are capable of? Li Feng silently emanated his golden aura. Boom! A whirlpool erupted beneath the sea, and Frieza's disheveled form emerged from the depths. How can this be? Frieza gasped in disbelief. I've already unleashed my full power in my final form. How can I still not defeat Li Feng? Is this Super Saiyan truly that fearsome? I refuse to accept this. Frieza reignited his violet flames, extending his hands to unleash beams of purple energy. Swish, 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 swish. The death beams surged forth once more, a meteor shower of violet energy raining down upon Li Feng. Li Feng's golden aura intensified, effortlessly shielding him from Frieza's death rays. I could see this moment. Li Feng's strength surpassed Frieza's by more than double. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball universe, when the power disparity is so vast, one cannot even breach the other's defenses. Frieza unleashed a prince's trick, venting his fear and dissatisfaction through a torrent of energy. The energy surged ominously, causing the seawater to evaporate and the waves to churn. Yet the figure within the energy vortex remained steadfast and unyielding. Before long, mist enveloped the area, obscuring the figure in the sky. Who? Frieza gasped for breath, his eyes fixated on the nebulous shroud. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the fog. Has he vanished? Frieza, wholly focused on locating the figure hidden within the mist, found himself contemplating whether Li Feng had been defeated by him. You are looking in the wrong direction. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from above. What? When did this happen? Piccolo, observing from a distance, realized that Li Feng was hovering directly above Frieza's head. Frieza abruptly looked up, only to see the golden figure mocking him from above. Impossible! Just moments ago, my attack had indeed struck Li Feng. How could he possibly be unharmed? And when did he appear there? Frieza's mind swirled with questions, yet the more he pondered, the more dread and anxiety consumed him. Li Feng's defenses were sufficient to repel his attacks with sheer energy alone, and his speed had eclipsed Frieza's. What means did he possess to overcome the man before him? This is the end for you. Frieza.Li Feng, arms crossed, spoke coldly from air. Though it was merely an ordinary statement, to Frieza, it rang like the death knell. Wait, Frieza pleaded for mercy that I will leave this planet. I acknowledge that you are the strongest being in this world. Please, let me go. What? That terrifying demon is actually begging for mercy. Piccolo's extraordinary hearing caught wind of Frieza's cries for salvation from afar. Ha ha ha! Frieza, you have finally met your match. Vegeta laughed heartily, knowing that this battle was already won by Li Feng. Oh, is that so? Li Feng feigned contemplation. However, Frieza, upon witnessing Li Feng approach ever closer, suddenly adopted a sinister expression. Die, swish! In an instant, as Li Feng drew near, Frieza unleashed a purple death slice. Watch out! Goku exclaimed in alarm. At such close range, if hit, even Li Feng could suffer grave injuries. Humph! A smirk crept across Li Feng's lips. He had anticipated Frieza's treachery, feigning vulnerability to bait him, and now it seemed his predictions were accurate. With a gentle grasp of his right hand, Li Feng effortlessly immobilized the violet disc, reminiscent of an energy blade. Boom! He then crushed the death slice as easily as one might pop a balloon. Wah! What? Frieza, in disbelief, could not fathom that Li Feng had reacted so swiftly and effortlessly destroyed his prized death slice. This is how it's done. Before the words had left his lips, Li Feng retaliated with his own energy blade. Swish, this time, it was Frieza's turn to be caught off guard, as his previously injured tail was severed once more. Ah! Frieza let out a wretched scream, purple blood gushing from his mouth and tail. Wait, I truly made a mistake just now. Please spare me. Frieza was genuinely begging for mercy this time, realizing that none of his tactics held any promise of victory, as he felt the ominous threat of death from Li Feng's earlier energy slash. If it had been even slightly misaligned, his entire body would have been cleaved in two. This is the end for you, Frieza. You may now embrace death. Li Feng had grown weary of the game, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. No. Frieza, sensing Li Feng's lethal aura, was struck with terror and hastily unleashed his energy, fleeing in haste. Whoosh! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the purple luminescence of Frieza vanished into thin air. Can he escape? Li Feng bellowed, unleashing a golden aura. Swish! A golden whirlwind ignited once more, the energy surging forth, sweeping across the land, waves crashing, the earth trembling. Turtle! Li Feng brought his hands together near his waist. A brilliant blue energy began to coalesce. The dazzling blue light intensified alongside the golden aura. Power! A sphere of blue energy formed, emitting a terrifying and resplendent glow. Wave! Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Feng vanished. Why did Uncle Li Feng suddenly disappear? Gohan sensed the terrifying aura of Li Feng had abruptly dissipated. He must have gone after Frieza. That move was truly frightening. Goku instantly perceived that Li Feng's energy was now leagues away. Over there, Vegeta also detected Li Feng's presence, realizing it was at least several thousand miles from him, and hurriedly surged forth. The others followed suit, rushing toward Li Feng's direction. Bang! Just as Frieza reveled in his escape from Li Feng's grasp, suddenly a golden figure appeared before him, followed by a colossal blue energy shockwave hurtling toward him. No! Frieza was engulfed by Li Feng's Kamehameha. Chapter 33. Fragments of Time and Space. A Wish. No! Frieza was mercilessly consumed by Li Feng's Kamehameha. The blue beam tore through mountains, scattering the clouds, and as the dust settled, Frieza's form had completely vanished. The Cosmic Emperor had thus turned to dust. Ding! Mission accomplished. Defeat Frieza. Mission reward. Time-Space Fragment 1. The system's notification made it clear to Li Feng that Frieza had truly disappeared without a trace. Subsequently, he found the reward issued by the system rather peculiar and inquired, "What is this time-space fragment?" This Dragon Ball universe is 1807. The time-space fragment originates from other parallel universes and is affected by some unknown force. resulting in this universe's temporal power being incomplete and a significant alteration in history. Collecting 7 time-space fragments can fuse them into a time-space pearl. Its function is to stabilize this universe and allow the user to traverse it without restrictions. So how can one obtain time-space fragments? Feng asked. Aside from missions issued by the system, repairing history and traversing to other parallel universes may also yield fragments. The system's voice echoed. Then which universe does this fragment correspond to? It is Universe A1207. The universe of future Trunks and Gohan S.O. is the universe of future Trunks. It seems the journey ahead is still long. To traverse other universes, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, it would merely be a futile endeavor. Although I can now transform into a Super Saiyan, my combat power, as estimated by the system, is comparable to that of future Trunks when he first arrived on Earth. Making it too challenging to deal with the future androids and Cell.L, Feng resolutely reaffirmed his determination to grow stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Goku and the others arrived. Wow. Uncle Feng, did you eradicate that demon? Gohan gazed at Feng with admiration. Of course. Frieza has been utterly obliterated. Feng replied with a smile. Feng, we have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Was that power we felt from the Elder the Super Saiyan form? Piccolo was also keenly interested in Feng's strength. Indeed, that is the Super Saiyan. Whoa. Feng effortlessly gathered energy. In an instant, golden aura erupted, dispersing the others. This. The Super Saiyan? Vegeta remarked, both anxious and exhilarated. Sensing the ferocity and brutality of this power, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, did you just say all Saiyans can achieve this transformation? What? Kakarot? Are you serious? Vegeta, filled with excitement, rushed to inquire of Feng. If he could master such a formidable transformation, he could become immensely stronger. Indeed, any Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan through training. Even I can? Gohan asked in disbelief, filled with envy. Absolutely. Saiyans are a naturally combative race. The warrior spirit lies dormant within, requiring continuous training to unleash their true potential, Feng explained. The conditions for transformation are anger and a robust physical foundation. As it stands, Goku must at least double his strength to have a chance at transformation. Vegeta and Gohan would need to train for quite some time. Feng stated the facts. Darn it, Kakarot, I will never lose to you. Vegeta ignited with determination, challenging Goku. I need to double my strength. Fine, I'll become stronger too. Goku, undeterred by Feng's assessment, responded with fervor that I too will become a Super Saiyan. Young Gohan similarly ignited with resolve. All right, let us proceed to the Elder. They are likely waiting for our wish. Upon uttering these words, he soared towards the direction of the Grand Elder, with Piccolo and others following in the footsteps of Feng. Exhaling deeply, Feng calmed his breath, restoring his energy as his golden hair reverted to black and his pupils returned to their original hue. In an instant, the strength coursing through his body ebbed away like a receding tide, and he was suddenly beset by the soreness of his muscles. Hiss! Feng couldn't help but gasp that it seemed he had yet to fully adapt to his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps it would be wise to consume a Senzu Bean. Chomp, chomp. Whoosh! Indeed, after consuming the Senzu Bean, his body was once again infused with power, and his base strength surged. The physique of a Saiyan was truly a remarkable advantage. At this moment, Feng's normal combat power reached 5,500,000. In less than a few minutes, the four arrived at the Grand Elder's chamber. Thank you for your patience, mighty warrior. We have gathered the Dragon Balls you requested, came the raspy voice of the Grand Elder. Very well, summon the Eternal Dragon, Feng replied. Nail, taking the place of the Grand Elder, placed the Dragon Balls outside and began to chant in the Namekian language. Feng had always pondered why the entire world spoke the same language while the Namekian tongue was different. Well, not to question it. It is merely a narrative device. Blah, blah, blah. As Nail completed the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon, the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a soccer ball, emitted a radiant orange light, shooting 7 beams skyward. Whoosh! The daylight was instantly replaced by night, and a colossal green figure appeared in the sky. Unlike the Eternal Dragon of Earth, The Namekian dragon was more than twice its size, resembling a muscular titan, or rather, a dragon, with rippling muscles and even a well-defined abdomen. And no matter how many times one gazed upon the eternal dragon, the experience in person was nothing short of breathtaking. Feng exclaimed. "Speak your wishes. Regardless of what they are, I can grant you 3, declared the Namekian dragon. For my first wish, I wish for the innocent lives taken by Frieza and his army to be resurrected." Feng said to Nail. Blah, blah, blah. Nail uttered the wish in Namekian. This is quite simple. The dragon's eyes flashed, and a red light enveloped the earth. Soon after, numerous Namekians appeared, bewildered as they looked at one another. They really came back to life. Nail exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, so this is the Namekian dragon. If only I could make a wish," Vegeta mused, but upon catching Feng's sidelong glance, he quickly deflated. "Forget it. Frieza is dead anyway. And that Feng is so powerful. Wishing for something would be futile. I should focus on becoming a Super Saiyan." Vegeta was now even more intrigued by the prospect of transforming into a Super Saiyan. "Your first wish has been granted," the dragon announced. "For my second wish, I wish for the ecology and environment of Namek to be restored to its prime state," Feng declared. "What? Are you certain?" Nail initially thought Feng's wishes were for his own benefit, and was somewhat reluctant. However, it soon dawned on him that Feng was indeed a great benefactor to Namek. "Very well." Then, Nail said, filled with excitement as he made the wish, whoosh, a flash of red light swept across, revitalizing Namek's ravaged land. "For your third wish, please, make sure it is for yourself," Nail said gratefully. "You need not remind me." "I shall wish for the innocent lives lost on Earth due to the Saiyan assault to be resurrected," Feng replied. Blah, blah, blah. With a flash of red light, the dragon invoked its divine power. Chapter 34. Return to Earth. With a flash of red light, the dragon invoked its divine power once more. "Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell." In a blaze of red light, the dragon vanished. The sky returned to its normal hue, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, scattering in all directions to them are Feng. "Your wishes have all been realized. Please allow us to express our sincere gratitude once more." Nail bowed deeply. He understood how fierce the recent battle had been. Had Feng been unable to vanquish that demon, Namek would no longer exist. By defeating Frieza, Feng not only avenged the Namekian people, but also made 2 wishes to restore Namek to its former glory. It was indeed a monumental favor, and no need for thanks. "Please extend my regard to the Grand Elder. We must take our leave now." Feng waved his hand. "Humph, Earth? I have no desire to return to that barren place." Vegeta scoffed. "Don't flatter yourself, Vegeta. I never said it would be Earth." Feng chuckled. "There's a location that serves as a natural training ground. I intend to train there afterward." "Is that for real?" "Feng, you must take me with you." Upon hearing of the training, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly requested Feng to take him along. "Damn it, Kakarot, you won't get to sneak off alone." "Wait, Feng, I want to join too." Vegeta, hearing about the training, became flustered and abandoned his pride, immediately beseeching Feng. "That's simple. We are headed to Yardrat. However, before that, we should return to Earth. Our family and friends have been worried for quite some time." Feng said with a smile. He then flew towards the location of the spaceship. "I learned a skill called instant transmission that allows us to return directly to Earth." After pressing a button on the outside of the spaceship, it suddenly transformed into a capsule, which Feng stowed away in his pocket. "Such a thing exists?" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. "Everyone, place your hands on my shoulder," Feng said as he focused on sensing the energy of Earth. "Humph." Vegeta, curious about Feng's instant transmission, reluctantly placed his hand on Feng's shoulder. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo did the same. "Found it." Although it was quite distant, the energy signatures of Krillin and the others were relatively easy to discern compared to others. Whoosh! In an instant, the group vanished. Earth, West City to— "Oh dear, Chi-Chi, there's no need to worry about them. Feng and the others are so strong, they will surely be able to defeat the enemy." Beside them, Krillin was offering comfort to Chi-Chi. Yet, with Gohan still so young, she couldn't help but worry about the potential dangers. After a mere exchange of words, Chi-Chi was once again weeping in Bulma's embrace. "It's all right, Chi-Chi. They will surely return safely. Bulma softly reassured her. This had become an almost routine occurrence. After the first month, which was somewhat normal, Chi-Chi began to voice her complaints almost daily, leaving Bulma feeling quite helpless. She had no choice but to summon Krillin and the other Z fighters for support. However, deep within her heart, Bulma's concern and longing for Li Feng grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a swift gust of wind swept through, and 5 figures appeared on the ground. Huh. Is this really Earth? Goku scratched his head. Astonished by Li Feng's instantaneous teleportation it's Mom, Gohan exclaimed, rushing toward Chi-Chi. Wait, am I seeing things? Is that Gohan? Gohan! My Gohan! Chi-Chi cried out, embracing him as tears of both worry and joy streamed down her face. Bulma, I'm back. Li Feng greeted her warmly. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Bulma could no longer contain her yearning, leaping toward Li Feng like a fledgling returning to its nest. You scoundrel! How could you be gone for so long? Feeling Bulma's embrace, Li Feng sensed her affection and longing, quickly offering comfort. But I'm back safe and sound. Everything is fine now, he reassured her. Humph. Vegeta, unable to tolerate such an emotional scene, excused himself. He had previously promised Li Feng to train on Yardrat and vowed not to harm innocents or wreak havoc on Earth. Piccolo also departed alone, knowing that Yardrat was not suited for him. His journey to Namek had fulfilled his own wishes, and now he sought solitude to train, unwilling to fall behind the Saiyans. Hey, isn't that Vegeta? How did that demon return with you? Krillin realized that Vegeta had accompanied them back. It's fine. He no longer poses any threat to us, Li Feng explained, recounting their experiences on Namek. The others felt a wave of fear and tension upon learning that there were foes on Namek even more terrifying than Vegeta. Yet excitement surged when they heard about Li Feng transforming into a Super Saiyan, particularly for Bulma, who clutched Li Feng's arm tightly. Despite not being present, she could vividly imagine the perilous circumstances and instinctively held on even tighter. Silently expressing her unease and concern, that's how it stands. In a month, we will head to Yardrat for training, Li Feng stated after sharing his adventures on Namek and his future plans. What? Leaving so soon again? Bulma tightened her grip around him, her brows furrowing. But there's still a month left. I'll spend this month with you. Li Feng consoled her until she finally relented. Then, to celebrate everyone's safe return, I'll treat you all today. Let's indulge in food and drink. As Earth's wealthiest individual, Bulma displayed her generosity, waving her hand to summon various household robots to prepare a feast. Hooray! The others cheered, joining in the merriment. Science. Their appetites were insatiable, akin to that of an enormous beast. Li Feng, Goku, Gohan, and others consumed an astonishing amount of food, far exceeding that of hundreds. Eventually, Vegeta arrived, embodying the spirit of a competitive eater, and joined the gastronomic extravaganza, only leaving after satisfying his hunger. After the festivities, Chi-Chi tugged on Goku's ear, leading Gohan away, while the others returned home, leaving only Bulma's family and Li Feng outside. Oh dear, it's getting late. We should rest now. Good night, Bulma, Li Feng, Mrs. Brief said with a smile, holding her husband's hand as they departed. Good night, Mrs. Brief, Mr. Brief. Good night, Dad, Mom. Bulma and Li Feng exchanged a smile before quietly retreating indoors. That night, Bulma poured out her feelings of longing, anxiety, dissatisfaction, excitement, and joy to Li Feng, who, as a robust Saiyan, embraced all of her emotions, leading them to a profound elevation of their bond. Chapter 35. Yardrat. The next day, Li Feng fulfilled his promise, taking a break from training to spend quality time with Bulma. In the morning, they went on a date to the city, driving a hover car and marveling at the various high-tech products on Earth. Li Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The advancements in technology were truly remarkable. It was undeniable that the Brief family had become wealthy for good reason. The innovative capsule technology was ubiquitous, and the space compression technology was particularly practical. Bulma fully embraced her affluent persona, purchasing anything that caught her eye without hesitation. As a Saiyan, Li Feng played the role of a mere porter, trailing behind her as she loaded up on extravagant items. Despite being a Super Saiyan, he had no choice but to concede to the power of wealth, settling into the role of a kept in the evening. Li Feng showcased his enormous appetite, causing the guests to flee in fright. Bulma, in a fit of extravagance, bought out the restaurant, hiring chefs to prepare meals exclusively for Li Feng that he couldn't help but admire the allure of money as he indulged in a feast later that night. As they returned home, Bulma's tenderness enveloped Li Feng, allowing him to once again experience her gentleness. In the days that followed, Li Feng and Bulma explored various continents together, enjoying the bustling shopping centers, amusement parks, cinemas, and other romantic locales typical for couples. They also explored numerous mountains, lakes, and oceans, soaking in the beauty of nature. Additionally, Li Feng showcased his ability to perform the instant transmission technique, flying Bulma through the skies and teaching her the fundamentals of harnessing ki and basic flight. In the Dragon Ball world, even ordinary individuals could learn to control their ki and fly with practice. Witnessing Bulma's first flight, her face radiant with excitement and joy, filled Li Feng with a profound sense of happiness. This was the woman he cherished, striving to grow stronger to protect her and the world. A month passed like a blissful honeymoon, their bond growing ever closer. However, as the appointed day approached, Li Feng knew he had to part ways with a heavy heart. He understood that he could not remain ensnared in the warmth of tenderness. His strength was still insufficient, and without improvement, he would struggle against the formidable foes that awaited him in the future. Li Feng instantaneously transported himself to the location of Goku and Vegeta. Over the course of the past month, Vegeta had gradually tempered his aggression while under Goku's influence, leading to a transformation in his demeanor. His ambition was to surpass both Li Feng and Goku. Although he still fell short of Goku's prowess, he was steadily growing stronger. Li Feng silently observed the combat power of the two, using his system's battle power detector. Goku, 1,600,000 Vegeta, 100,000 indeed, engaging with formidable opponents is the most effective means of rapidly enhancing one's strength. Yardrat star. Li Feng had previously shared his plan with King Kai in order to empower Goku, Vegeta, and others to protect Earth. Acquiring the coordinates of Yardrat star was imperative. The king had agreed and provided him with the coordinates. Now, with the coordinates in his possession, Li Feng could sense the energy signatures of all living beings, allowing him to swiftly locate the presence of the Yardrats. With a whoosh, Goku and Vegeta grasped Li Feng's shoulders, and they teleported together. Tap, tap, tap. The trio successfully arrived at Yardrat star. Is this truly the Yardrat star you mentioned? It appears rather unremarkable, Goku remarked as he felt the ground beneath him, noting its gravity was akin to that of Earth. I just sensed a tumultuous energy here. Something must have transpired, Li Feng replied, detecting anomalies in the energy around them. Boom! Tap, 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 tap. As his words fell, the distant sounds of battle echoed through the air. Humph! To encounter a skirmish upon arrival? Just as I hoped, Vegeta exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he swiftly flew towards the source of the conflict. With Li Feng and Goku in in the distance, a group of extraterrestrial beings clad in combat uniforms was unleashing laser weaponry. Ha! Adration scum, surrender your clan's secrets, or face annihilation, one of the aliens bellowed. You shall not have it. Our clan's secrets will never be handed over to you wicked beings. A pink-skinned figure clad in white and black armor retorted, gritting his teeth as blood trickled from his arm. Continuing along this path is futile. Their clan's combat capabilities are weak, and they will soon be exterminated. However, yielding the secrets of instantaneous movement and fusion is an absolute impossibility. The wounded Adration pondered his predicament when he suddenly noticed 3 individuals appearing on the battlefield, each radiating immense power. Humph! These mere fish are clad in Frieza's army attire, Vegeta keenly observed, identifying the invaders as likely soldiers of Frieza. Who are you? Anyone who dares obstruct Frieza's forces deserves death. One of the grotesque green-skinned aliens demanded. It seems your information is woefully outdated. Frieza has already met his demise at my hands, Li Feng stated coldly. Humph, such nonsense. Frieza the Great departed for Namek just a month ago. He must have been delayed by some matter. You shall die alongside the Adration filth. Everyone, you must leave this place immediately. It is exceedingly perilous, the injured Adration urged, upon seeing Li Feng and his companions without armor. Fear not, dear Hydration. I shall assist you in dealing with these pests. Li Feng assured nonchalantly, and no, they are incredibly strong. Do not recklessly engage them. You may lose your lives. The Hydration, initially concerned for their safety, was taken aback as he witnessed Li Feng and his companions vanish in an instant, only to see the Frieza soldiers fall like wheat before a scythe. That instantaneous movement. No, their speed is simply unparalleled. How can they be so powerful? The observing Hydration was left astonished by Li Feng's might. It seems fortune favors my kin. We are saved. Tears streamed down the faces of the Hydration people. These weaklings are far too feeble. They hardly qualify as a warm-up. Vegeta scoffed after dispatching the last of Frieza's minions. Esteemed heroes, we are immensely grateful for your timely intervention. Please, allow us to escort you to our leader who wishes to express his gratitude, said one of the leading Hydration figures. However, before that, do you have anything to eat? Goku inquired, patting his stomach with a grin. Kakarot, you are utterly embarrassing, Vegeta mocked. Not to worry, noble heroes. Our leader has prepared a lavish feast to welcome you. Oh ho, Vegeta, let's see if you can resist. What? That's impossible. You shall not escape. The two engaged in their usual banter. Chapter 36. Special training on Yardrat Star. The three gluttons voraciously devoured the culinary delights laid before them, transforming into ravenous beasts as they relished the feast. This roast is quite exquisite. Hey, Kakarot, that piece is mine. Oh, what does it matter? Vegeta, wait. How did you manage to eat my sushi? What's sushi? That was mine. How cunning. Vegeta, wait. Li Feng, how come you're so quick? That dish looks delectable. The Saiyans, while indulging in their meal, nearly came to blows as the food on the table rapidly diminished. Each of them consumed portions fit for hundreds, leaving the Hydration spectators in a state of disbelief. Burp after a thorough demolishment, empty bowls and plates piled high on the ground, and Li Feng and his companions finally sat back, satisfied. Esteemed warriors, I hope the meal was to your liking, the clan leader inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thank you for your hospitality. The food was exceptionally to our taste, Li Feng replied, wiping his mouth. Heroes, please allow us to once again express our gratitude for saving my kin. With that, the clan leader rose and respectfully bowed to Li Feng and his companions, followed suit by the other Hydration citizens. There is no need for excessive formality. Our primary purpose here is to learn, Li Feng clarified, revealing the true intent of their visit to Yardrat Star. What is it that you wish to learn? The clan leader inquired, perplexed. Your instantaneous movement technique, The leader furrowed his brow, hesitating. Hey, what is the matter? Are you unwilling to teach us such a basic skill? Vegeta observed the leader's hesitation, a sense of discontent swelling within him. Previously, Li Feng had conveyed to both Vegeta and Goku that during their expedition to Yardrat Star, they must master instant transmission. Otherwise, he would not take them along. Leader, that's unacceptable. It is a secret of our clan, and it cannot be divulged to outsiders, someone interjected. Indeed, what if they turn out to be like that previous group? Another voice cautioned. Silence. The leader, upon overhearing the murmurs from behind, promptly admonished them. Regardless, they are benefactors who have saved our clan, and given their immense strength, there is no need for deceitful actions. The leader addressed his subordinates. However, to be candid with you, we are presently in a perilous predicament. Aside from the recent group, we face daily threats from other extraterrestrial colonizers who wreak havoc on our planet and harm our kin. Our clan's combat abilities are severely lacking, and many of our people have sacrificed their lives. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. I simply lack the time. The leader revealed his plight. Then we can assist you in driving away those with ill intentions. Rest assured, we are quite powerful, Goku asserted, thumping his chest. Indeed, I have just vanquished their king, Frieza. Their news has yet to reach them. If they learn of Frieza's demise, they should have no reason to disrupt this place. Li Feng explained slowly that what you say true. You truly killed that terrifying cosmic overlord, Frieza. The leader expressed his astonishment. The infamous name of Frieza was known across nearly all planets. Words alone are not enough. Li Feng rose and bellowed. With a flourish, a golden whirlwind erupted from Li Feng, enveloping the area with an overwhelming aura. As he opened his eyes, his pupils transformed into a vibrant green. His hair stood upright, turning golden, and an ancient, ferocious energy exploded forth that a colossal pit was immediately created beneath him. The ground trembled, and the winds howled as energy poured from Li Feng in torrents. The Yardrat people were swept away by the force of Li Feng's transformation, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of his power. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? One day, I too shall attain such existence. Goku thought, gazing at the golden figure, his resolve to become stronger solidifying. Humph, I will undoubtedly reach this realm before Kakarot. Vegeta silently coveted. How powerful! This aura confirms that what Lord Li Feng said is no mere fabrication. The leader of the Yardrat, being experienced, was the first to react. As a member of the Yardrat race, he possessed an innate sensitivity to energy to Li Feng's aura. Now that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, was evidently far more formidable than Frieza's. Now do you believe? Li Feng reverted to his regular state and addressed the leader. Dear benefactors, we believe, without a doubt. That is excellent. Let's strike a bargain. We shall utilize your facilities for training and learn your clan's instant transmission technique, that in return, you will provide us with shelter and ample food. During this period, we will ensure your safety, should any other invaders arise. We will handle them. Agreed. It is settled then that I, on behalf of the Yardrat, welcome you. The leader of the Yardrat extended his hand. Li Feng grasped the leader's hand, and thus the agreement was forged. In the days that followed, they committed themselves to rigorous training and learning. Each morning, Goku, Vegeta, and Li Feng would study the instant transmission technique with the leader, engage in fierce battles in the afternoon, and indulge in hearty feasts by night, leading fulfilling lives. Although Li Feng had already mastered the basics of instant transmission with the aid of the system, he still attentively absorbed the lessons from the Yardrat. Their unique approaches to energy manipulation enriched his understanding of the principles behind instant transmission, laying a foundation for him to learn the advanced version. After resolving several alien invasion incidents, the outsiders soon realized that formidable protectors resided on this planet. Moreover, upon learning of Frieza's confirmed demise, they ceased their attacks on Yardrat Star, allowing peace to be restored. However, the vast planet bore scars from the battles waged by the warrior race, although they fought in desolate areas. The aftershocks of their conflicts wreaked havoc, causing mountains to crumble, rocks to scatter, and waves to surge. The Yardrat had grown accustomed to the commotion caused by their battles. The three Saiyans, despite the significant destruction they caused, had indeed rendered substantial aid. Beyond combating foes, they also took on roles as transporters and carpenters, effortlessly handling heavy labor and contributing to the construction of new villages for the Yardrat. In the course of that year, Li Feng, Goku, and Vegeta reaped considerable rewards. Their combat powers after 1 year stood at Li Feng, 20 million Goku, 6 million Vegeta. For million, the combat prowess of all had significantly increased, with Goku and Vegeta reaching the minimum threshold required to transform into Super Saiyans, though they were still on the verge of achieving the transformation. Nonetheless, they had fully mastered the instant transmission technique and had also learned the fusion technique, albeit they vowed never to fuse. Li Feng, having refined his basic instant transmission, learned to perform it using absolute coordinates, akin to the instant transmission of the deity Jebet, thus greatly enriching his skills. Chapter 37. King Cold and the Revenge of Cooler. While Li Feng and his companions trained on Yardrat Star, a colossal spaceship soared through the pitch-black cosmos at remarkable speed. At its center, two figures Saturday, the one in the middle towered over 3 meters tall. Robust and imposing, with skin harder than steel, adorned with sharp, bull-like horns, white bony armor on his arms and shins, emanating a chilling aura, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, strikingly similar to Frieza's second form. This figure was King Cold, Frieza's father. How long until we reach Earth? King Cold inquired elegantly, swirling a goblet in his right hand. Replying to King Cold, we shall arrive in less than an hour. A red-skinned individual clad in battle attire responded, those accursed Saiyans, I shall personally eradicate them at that moment. Another seated individual spoke. He had his arms crossed, his blood-red eyes glinting with a menacing aura, and beneath his eyes were two streaks resembling blood tears. His skin was similarly tinted purple, and a white bone armor enveloped his body, making him strikingly reminiscent of Frieza's final form, albeit more robust and towering. This individual was none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler a year prior. Upon learning of Frieza's conquests on other planets, he had secretly reveled in the thought that he and Frieza were rivals. However, as 6 months elapsed without any news of Frieza, his initial delight turned into frustration. Although they typically vied for territory in the shadows, this was a matter concerning the Frost Demons. When his subordinates uncovered the shocking news that Frieza had been slain by the Saiyans, he erupted in fury. Frieza was to be killed by his own hand. Yet, now it was the very Saiyans who had long oppressed their kind that had dealt the fatal blow. Initially, Cooler had intended to seek vengeance alone. But King Cold soon learned of the incident and was equally enraged. The two swiftly joined forces in their quest for information. After extensive investigation, they discovered that the Saiyan responsible for Frieza's demise resided on a planet called Earth. The notion that someone had vanquished Frieza was nothing short of a provocation against their Frost Demon clan. King Cold seethed. "Saiyans, this time I shall ensure your complete extinction." With a forceful grip, he crushed the wine glass in his hand, exuding an aura of terror that sent shivers down the spines of his subordinates. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, a young boy lay on the ground, resting his head upon his hands. "When will Dad return?" Gohan murmured. His previous journey to Namek had incited great anger in Chi-Chi, resulting in her grounding him for the first half of the year. Nevertheless, Gohan had secretly sought out Piccolo to train, alleviating his boredom that he envied the tremendous power that Feng had achieved when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Inspired, the seeds of strength began to take root within him, with his potential gradually being unlocked. Gohan's combat prowess surged from the 110,000 he had reached on Namek to a staggering 1,000,000. This made him far stronger than his counterpart in the original story. Suddenly, Gohan's expression shifted as he detected two extraordinarily powerful energies rapidly approaching Earth. As he focused his senses, anxiety washed over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The two energies bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's. One was slightly weaker, while the other was significantly more powerful. How can this be? Wasn't Frieza destroyed by Uncle Feng? He pondered. Could they be his relatives? This is bad. Gohan immediately sprang to his feet and began to fly toward the location of the spaceship's descent. As he soared through the air, he sensed a familiar energy. "Uncle Krillin," Gohan exclaimed, drawing closer to the source of the energy. Krillin was indeed heading toward that very spot. "Gohan, did you sense it too?" "Yes, Uncle Krillin." "Damn it! Who could those two powerful energies be? Are they here to wreak havoc on Earth?" Krillin furrowed his brow, and "I suspect they're Frieza's associates," Gohan hypothesized, recounting the events on Namek. Upon hearing this, Krillin broke into a cold sweat. "If that's the case, Earth is in grave danger. We must remain hidden and inform the others, but we need to locate Feng and the others at once." "Agreed. That is our only option. Though they've grown stronger, they are still no match for Cooler and King Cold." As they approached the site of the spaceship's landing, the number of people gathered increased. Ten, Katsu, Yamcha, and Master Roshi had all arrived. Meanwhile, Bulma, sensing the presence of powerful energies approaching Earth, assumed Feng had returned and hurried over in her aircraft to join the commotion. The group concealed themselves within the forest, feeling the terrifying energy draw nearer. As if the tolling of death's bell grew louder, Feng, when will you return?" Bulma's longing for Feng intensified, her fear of never seeing her beloved again deepening. Although he had promised to return after a year of training, she never anticipated that their enemies would arrive so swiftly. If they failed to arrive in time, they might only return to collect the remains of their friends. With a rumble, a massive spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, landing with a thunderous crash. What an overwhelming aura! It's truly formidable. As Gohan and the others drew closer, they realized the extent of the terror emanating from the two energies. The doors of the spaceship swung open, revealing over 100 individuals stepping out in unison, their battle uniforms identical to those of Frieza's army. Last, two figures emerged. "What?" Gohan gasped in astonishment. He beheld two entities strikingly similar to Frieza, one in his final form and the other in his second form. However, Upon closer inspection, he noted distinct differences. The second form of Frieza towered over 3 meters, adorned in a red cloak with bone armor, while the final form of Frieza was entirely purple, his joints encased in blue armor. Although they were not Frieza, they belonged to the same lineage. Is this the planet where those Saiyans who defeated Frieza reside? It appears the scenery is quite pleasant, making it a suitable candidate for a new stronghold, King Cold remarked slowly. Suddenly, he activated his battle scanner, only to find no readings. Why are the inhabitants of this planet so weak? Where's that filthy monkey who killed the Saiyans? Have we been deceived? King Cold's fury escalated. With a swift motion, he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, inadvertently obliterating a nearby mountain peak. The sheer power was awe-inspiring. Gohan and the others were left dumbfounded by King Cold's might, fully aware that they could not reveal their presence. Father, I've heard that Earthlings can conceal their energy. It seems those individuals are hiding, Gula remarked, arms crossed and coldly calculating. Those wild monkeys are actually afraid. King Cold retorted, regaining his composure. Fear not, father. I have a method to draw them out. Cooler laughed heartily. Cooler's mechanized army. Obey my command. With a command from Gula, 3 individuals materialized before him. The members of Gula's mecha corps, Frieza, Dre, and Nez. Though only 3 in number, they far surpassed the strength of Frieza's Ginyu force. Each of you shall lead a squad to unleash carnage upon this planet. That I refuse to believe that every last inhabitant has been eradicated. Those accursed Saiyans must dare to show themselves. Yes, the members of Gula's mecha corps promptly responded, taking to the skies with their minions. How despicable, resorting to such cruel tactics, Krillin seethed upon hearing this. I cannot allow innocent Earthlings to fall victim to their malevolence. Gohan clenched his fists, his aura nearly betraying his presence. However, a moment of impulsivity would expose everyone here. Stay calm. Gohan, Krillin quickly intervened, urging him to maintain composure. We must endure until Goku and Feng return. Despite his own fury, they had no chance of victory at this moment. Ha! The members of Gula's mecha corps cackled ominously, having toyed with countless worlds in a similar fashion. Boom! 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 The mecha troops unleashed a barrage of firepower, incinerating the forest and ravaging the terrain. The cries of numerous creatures echoed through the woods as they fled in terror, many struck down by the horrific lasers, their blood creating a veritable sea. Ha! Where are the people? Why are there only animals? Find them all. Frieza's cruel laughter echoed. Whoosh! An aircraft soared overhead. Frieza glanced up, activating the combat monitor, disdainfully remarking, worthless scum with a power level below 5. Perish! Swish! Frieza gathered a purple energy wave in his right hand, hurling it towards the aircraft, unaware of the impending doom for those aboard. Bastards! Krillin shut his eyes. I apologize. I will resurrect you with the Dragon Balls later. He gritted his teeth, filled with unwillingness. Stop! Chapter 38. Gohan takes action. Shocking all. Stop! The kind-hearted Gohan could no longer restrain himself, launching an energy wave that instantly deflected Frieza's attack. Boom! The 2 energy waves collided, the shock wave rocking the aircraft, yet it ultimately managed to escape safely after several turbulent moments. Gohan had saved the lives aboard the plane, but his group's presence had been revealed. He clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking bones resonating. What? Krillin was astonished to see Gohan intervening to save the innocent. I won't allow you to harm the innocent, Gohan declared boldly. Beep beep beep, as Gohan unleashed his energy cannon. His concealed aura was entirely exposed, the combat monitor signaling Frieza. Has the hidden master finally revealed himself? Frieza noted the reading of 10,000, indicating a formidable opponent had joined the fray. Let us consider this a warm-up. With that, he launched himself towards Gohan. Boom! Frieza and Gohan's fists collided with a resounding crash. What? Expecting an easy victory over Gohan, he was shocked to find the child's strength was immense, sending him flying. Let us join in. Krillin, witnessing Gohan's boldness, also soared from the trees, engaging various adversaries. Meanwhile, King Cold and Gula remained unmoved. Quite clever, your strategy to draw them out, Cold praised. Yet Gula furrowed his brow. No, these individuals lack significant combat power. They do not possess the ability to defeat Frieza. King Cool's expression turned fierce. Humph, regardless, eliminate them all. I refuse to believe those Saiyans can contain themselves any longer. He dispatched his own combat forces. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted as Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu sprang into action, while Bulma, fully aware of her status as a liability, quietly slipped away the moment Gohan engaged in combat. The training she had undergone with Feng proved invaluable. Although she could not raise her energy, she could conceal her presence like Gohan and his comrades, evading detection. Her primary objective was to flee and seek a way to contact Feng. She understood that Krillin and the others were merely buying time. If they took too long, they might all perish, while the Dragon Balls could resurrect them. She shared Gohan's compassion, unwilling to witness her friends lose their lives. Boom! Bang! Cooled S minions proved no match for the Z fighters, falling easily in a single encounter. This little brat! The once arrogant Frieza was effortlessly dominated by Gohan, his self-proclaimed power level of 170. 000 akin to that of a toddler facing a full-grown tiger. Utterly pitiful. Gohan, enraged by Frieza's treachery, felt the Saiyan blood within him surge. Charging once more at Frieza. Boom! The furious Gohan delivered a powerful punch, forcing Frieza to double over in pain. Gohan did not relent. He followed up with a kick that sent Frieza soaring into the air, then swiftly gathered energy into his right hand. Boom! Gohan's energy wave, boasting a staggering power level in the millions, struck Frieza, obliterating him into mere fragments. What? Captain Frieza! Upon witnessing their captain being obliterated, the members of the Gula Mecha Corps, Dre and Nez, were taken aback. They hastily unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks to fend off Krillin and Tien, who were engaged in battle with them, before soaring into the fray against Gohan. This moment, the combat power of the participants was as follows. Gula, fourth form 200, 000, King Cooled, second form 100, 000, Son Gohan, 1, 000 Dre, 185, 000 Ness, 163, 000 Krillin, 160, 000 10, 130, 000 Yamcha, 120, 000 Kaiatsu, 50, 000. Lo and behold, Gohan's battle power had soared to 1 million. Influenced by Feng, Gohan had fervently trained during his time at home, becoming significantly stronger than his counterpart from the original story. He fought with increasing vigor, his aura flaring as he faced two opponents without a hint of trepidation. In a mere moment, he sent Dre and Nez flying. Puff! The two elite warriors spurted blood. Utterly astonished that this young lad possessed such formidable strength, faced with the invaders, Gohan showed no mercy. His hands spread wide as he rapidly condensed energy, unleashing two Kamehameha waves in an instant. No! Lord Gula! Save me! Confronted with Gohan's energy blasts, Dre and Nez felt the chilling grip of death. They realized that this young boy had not merely relied on luck to slay their captain, Frieza, but rather on that terrifying strength. Although the two begged for mercy, it was far too late. Boom! The sky reverberated with two resounding blasts as Dre and Nez were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments. Impressive, Gohan! Tien exclaimed in awe. That kid has become incredibly strong. Krillin remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. Perhaps this time we might have the chance to eliminate those two dreadful demons. Yamcha mused. Truly remarkable. He is indeed Goku's son. The onlookers marveled at Gohan's explosive power, offering their accolades that moment. Krillin felt a glimmer of hope. He too had sensed Gohan's surging energy and thought perhaps they could stall for time until Feng returned. However, upon feeling the overwhelming auras of Gula and King Cooled, Krillin realized that despite Gohan's newfound strength, they were still far from victory. His fleeting hope was quickly doused. Regardless, our primary objective must be to eliminate their forces. Tien acknowledged his own limited combat power, but resolved to contribute nonetheless, suggesting to Krillin and the other warriors. The group concurred, igniting their auras once more as they swept across the battlefield like a scythe through grass. Despite the seemingly one-sided nature of the battle, with the Z fighters appearing unstoppable, the most fearsome Gula and King Cooled had yet to engage, rendering the other foot soldiers utterly ineffectual against them. Indifferent to their inept subordinates, the arrogant Gula and King Cooled were instead intrigued by the young Gohan. How fascinating. I never anticipated that on this remote planet, apart from the Saiyans, there existed someone with such remarkable combat power. King Cooled chuckled. Kid, your battle power is impressive. Join my ranks, and I guarantee a life of luxury under my command. King Cooled extended an enticing offer to Gohan, believing that if Gohan became his subordinate, it would bolster his strength against the Gula Legion. Though they were father and son, each harbored ulterior motives, eager to seize more territory and expand their influence. Unfortunately for King Cooled, this seemingly alluring proposition was met with Gohan's resolute refusal. Chapter 39. Gohan's Defeat. Piccolo's emergence. King Cooled extended an enticing offer to Gohan. I refuse. You vile being shall never escape my father and his allies. Gohan bellowed in anger, a tremendous energy surging from his diminutive form. Your father? So, it must be those detestable Saiyans. Perfect. Let us take his son as leverage. Gula discerned that this child was no ordinary foe. His strength surpassed that of his mechanized troops, and thus his father must be the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza. So was your father who killed Frieza. I have changed my mind. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces, ensuring that the accursed Saiyan meets his demise in despair. That despicable scoundrel was slain by Uncle Feng. But my father will undoubtedly defeat you. Gohan held an unwavering belief in his father's invincibility, viewing Goku as an unconquerable warrior. Enough of this chatter. Let's eliminate the boy first. Whoosh! Gula shot towards Gohan with terrifying speed. What? Despite Gohan's combat power exceeding 1 million, he was caught off guard by Gula's astonishing velocity and was sent flying with a single kick. Gohan's figure careened like a projectile, crashing into the mountains behind him. Thud after thud, the tremendous impact shattered several peaks, ultimately embedding him in the colossal rock like a spider in a web. Cough, cough. Gohan expelled blood, his chest feeling as if it had been shattered, struggling to breathe. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he faced Gula without fear. Humph, insolent brat. What kind of look is that? Gula approached, anticipating to see the boy begging for mercy, but Gohan's defiant, furious demeanor only served to insult his pride. Gohan wiped the blood from his lips and shouted defiantly. In an instant, the massive boulder he was embedded in exploded, releasing a torrent of energy that reverberated through the air. Gohan had unleashed his rage. Whoosh, 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 a brilliant white aura erupted from Gohan, an astonishing energy swirling like a tornado. I fear nothing, Gohan roared as a Saiyan, awakening the combative genes within him, his indomitable spirit igniting his fighting zeal. Thud, 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 with his power amplified. Gohan launched a fierce assault against Gula. His fists and legs moved with lightning speed, striking like a machine gun towards Gula. Gula, however, remained leisurely, a smirk playing on his lips, arms crossed as he gracefully evaded Gohan's strikes with minimal movement. Finding great amusement in Gohan's furious attempts, treating the boy as a delightful toy. Huff, ha, huff, ha. After a flurry of intense attacks, Gohan found himself panting heavily, realizing that his strikes were utterly ineffective against Gula. I cannot continue like this. I will be defeated. Gohan swiftly retreated, his mind racing to devise another strategy. Humph, little brat, could you entertain me a bit longer? Gula sensed Gohan's energy waning, believing the fun was about to come to an end. In a desperate bid, Gohan firmly planted his feet on the ground, gathering energy once more. Whoosh! At that moment, an even more formidable aura emanated from Gohan. Kamehameha! Gohan's hands drew back, and a brilliant azure energy began to coalesce. The ground beneath him buckled under the immense force. The blue radiance intensified, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Gong! The wind howled as astonishing energy reached a terrifying magnitude. Wave! Gohan unleashed a mighty roar. Thrusting his hands outward to unleash the Kamehameha, the azure energy beam surged straight toward Gula. Gula's expression flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that the seemingly feeble child would launch such a formidable attack at the last moment. Yet he did not evade, merely raising his right hand to deflect it gently. Boom! The terrifying energy collided with Gula's arm, as if meeting an invisible wall, completely thwarted. How is this possible? Gohan was astounded. His full-powered Kamehameha had no effect on Gula whatsoever. Whoosh! Ultimately, the blue beam dissipated, leaving Gula unscathed. Not bad for a tickle, Gula remarked, wiping his palm. But the Saiyans must be exterminated. Internally, Gula was deeply shocked. The Saiyans were indeed a terrifying race, capable of unleashing such potent energy even from a mere child. What if his father arrived? Gula's resolve to eradicate the Saiyans intensified. Whoosh! Gula's form flickered, instantly appearing behind Gohan. Gohan's hair stood on end as he sensed a lethal threat approaching from behind, hastily turning to block with his arms. Boom! Unfortunately, Gula's punch shattered Gohan's defenses, and as Gohan was sent flying, Gula's tail coiled around him, ensnaring the diminutive fighter. He then proceeded to mercilessly beat Gohan. Gohan's anguished cries echoed through the air. Gohan, damn it! At that moment, as Gohan unleashed his fury, Krillin and the other Z fighters attempted to assist, but they were thwarted by King Cold, who effortlessly dispatched them with a single punch, leaving their bones feeling as though they had been shattered. Barely clinging to life, King Cold, however, spared them, his gaze drawn to the explosive energy of Gohan, intrigued and eager to torment them further. Damn it! If we were stronger, this wouldn't be happening. Tenshinhan lamented, filled with regret and anger at his own weakness. Damn it! Goku, where are you? Hurry up! Krillin cried out in despair, faced with an inevitable demise. Humph, little brat, shout a little louder. Summon your pathetic Saiyan allies. Gula relished Gohan's pained cries, akin to a melodious serenade, tightening his tail around Gohan's neck while his hands and feet rained down relentless blows. Ah! Gohan's screams sent shivers down spines. Die, you bastard! At that moment, a remarkable aura erupted, and a ki blast hurtled toward Gula's tail, striking with a resounding boom, freeing Gohan. What? Who is it? Though Gula's fourth form boasted a power level of 200 million, he could not unleash his full strength in regular combat. His recent battle with Gohan had only yielded a power level of around 2 million now. Under ambush, he felt a sharp pain in his tail and quickly searched for the hidden foe. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, lifting a white cloak, and the injured Gohan looked up at the figure cradling him, smiling with relief. Uncle Piccolo, you came? Yes, Gohan, you did well. Now, leave the rest to me, Piccolo replied with a smile. Chapter 40. Piccolo's Moment of Glory. Piccolo set Gohan down in a safe location before shedding his battle attire, and in truth. During the preceding 6 months, Piccolo had been training with Gohan. But in the final 2 months, he received word from Namek that the Elder was nearing his end, and Nail needed his assistance. The Elder requested Piccolo to return to Namek and take the most gifted child of their clan, then to Earth and to merge with Nail, as foretold by prophecy. Nail, grateful for Piccolo and his comrades for resolving the crisis on Namek, agreed to the fusion, with Piccolo's will as the guiding force. Although Piccolo was initially reluctant to merge, he ultimately acquiesced to the Elder and Nail's heartfelt pleas to end the universe, 1807. Piccolo successfully fused with Nail, an unseen force correcting the world in the background. After their fusion, the Elder soon passed away, and as agreed, Piccolo returned with Den to the Earth's sanctuary, recounting the events of Namek to the Supreme Kai. The fused Piccolo emerged even more powerful than in the original tale. His demeanor softened, and the malevolence within him diminished. While they conversed in the sanctuary, a sudden wave of terrifying auras surged toward Earth, prompting Piccolo to rush to the battlefield, concealing his power level. Observing Gohan's growth and explosive energy, Piccolo felt a deep sense of pride. Yet alas, Gohan remained outmatched by Gula and was mercilessly beaten. Unable to endure any longer, Piccolo finally intervened. I could see this moment. Piccolo's power soared to 3 million. A Namekian? Gula winced as Piccolo's intervention caused his tail pain, raising his gaze to see a stylish green-skinned figure rescuing the small child, astonished to discover the Namekian possessed such incredible power. "You members of the Frieza clan deserve to die," Piccolo declared coldly. Feeling his own strength had significantly increased, he knew he must confront the formidable foe before him. "Arrogant fool," Gula scoffed, charging toward Piccolo once more. Ha! Eager to test his newfound strength, Piccolo unleashed a surge of white energy to collide with Gula. Boom! The two clashed, releasing astonishing energy and a terrifying aura. Tap, 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 tap. Piccolo's energy surged higher and higher, his speed and strength escalating, subtly overpowering Gula. You're slightly stronger than that brat, but still insufficient. Bring forth the true Saiyan who vanquished Frieza." Silence, Piccolo thought to himself, alarmed. He had believed that after boosting his power, he would be formidable. Yet after exchanging blows, he felt a dull ache in his bones, realizing his physical strength was not on par with Gula. The two battled in mid-air, their forms intertwining at blinding speed, the only indications of their clash being the thunderous booms and the explosive energy unleashed. "Is this all you've got?" Gula derided, his aura continuously rising, surpassing Piccolo, and with a swift motion, he struck Piccolo away with his tail. Cough? Ah! Piccolo painfully spat out blood, feeling as if a planet had collided with his chest. His ribs were fractured, and he was slammed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and rocks to fly, the terrifying impact resulting in a massive earthquake. Damn it! Piccolo was unwilling to accept his fate. He had thought that after his training and fusion, he would become significantly stronger. While he had indeed increased his power manifold, he was still far from the stately Feng attained upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. He had never been able to match Sun Wukong, and now Li Feng, Frieza, and the current Gula, along with the ever-watchful King Cooled, all surpassed him. Piccolo was a proud warrior, and his spirit would not permit him to concede defeat to anyone. Piccolo forcefully propped himself up, unleashing his energy once more. Boom! The boulders around him shattered. "Take this!" With a swift motion, Piccolo crossed his arms, adopting a martial stance, an astonishing aura sweeping forth. Struggle all you want." Gula sneered, flicking his tail and shattering nearby peaks with disdain. And no matter what Piccolo attempted, it would be futile in the face of absolute power. Piccolo spread his arms wide, his energy swelling to its peak. He then concentrated his hands into a yellow energy sphere, hurling it frantically towards Gula. Boom! 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 The energy blast struck Gula, producing deafening sounds. Piccolo also unleashed his prince's trick. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flying debris and swirling dust. Incredible! Has Piccolo truly grown this strong? Seeing Piccolo's barrage engulf Gula and exude such formidable energy left Krillin astonished. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, the figures within became discernible. Gula still stood there, unfazed, not a scratch upon him. "What's the matter, Namekian? Is this all you're capable of?" Take a look around you." The corners of Piccolo's mouth curled slightly, though he appeared wild just moments ago. He had actually been quite cautious. He knew that his chaotic attacks would not inflict any real harm on Gula. They merely served to divert his attention and obscure his line of sight. While he secretly prepared his true trump card, surrounding Gula were numerous floating yellow energy spheres. While training, Piccolo had also been contemplating the development of a new ultimate technique, Magic Void Encircling Bomb. Indeed, this technique, which was originally employed later in the story during his battle with Android 17, had been similarly developed by Piccolo in this world, albeit much earlier. What? Gula was astonished, not expecting to be surrounded like this. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, over 100 energy spheres rained down upon Gula, detonating simultaneously with a force akin to multiple nuclear explosions. Far more potent than the earlier prince's trick, even Gula, caught off guard and not fully exerting himself, was momentarily taken aback. Following the thunderous sounds and explosive power, Gula remained standing, but the calm expression on his face vanished, for his skin bore marks of injury. Damn that Namekian, you will pay dearly for your ignorance. Gula gritted his teeth, seething with rage. His perfect physique had been marred. This was an utter disgrace for the Ice Demon clan. Gula was genuinely furious now. unleashing an astonishing aura as purple flames burst forth. Igniting the air, an overwhelming energy rushed towards Piccolo. "I will kill you." Gula intended to eliminate Piccolo. "Humph, it seems I still have to rely on this technique." Piccolo had a backup plan. Chapter 41. The Return of the Saiyans. "Humph, it seems I still have to rely on this technique." Piccolo had a backup plan. He placed his right index and middle fingers on his forehead, rapidly accumulating immense purple-red energy. "What?" Sensing the energy gathering in Piccolo's hands, Gula was taken aback. This energy could evidently inflict serious harm on him. But when had he prepared this? Why had he been completely oblivious? This exemplified Piccolo's battle intelligence. Piccolo understood that the earlier scattershot and magic void encircling bomb were mere distractions, designed to obscure Gula's vision and perception of ki, while he seized a moment to charge his true killing move, magic penetrating light cannon. Piccolo shouted, pointing his fingers directly at Gula. Whoosh, a spiral of purple-red light intertwined. An energy beam hurtling towards Gula at breakneck speed. What? Gula, charging at Piccolo from the outset, was now about to collide with a magic penetrating light cannon. In a split second, Gula managed to deftly sidestep, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his chest, but the tip of his tail was struck. The magic penetrating light cannon truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable attack, although Piccolo's battle power had only reached 3 million post-explosion. It soared to 10 million under the enhancement of the magic penetrating light cannon. At that moment, Gula's aura had barely climbed to 9 million. Whoosh. The magic penetrating light cannon severed the end of Gula's tail and continued unabated, piercing through the forest and mountains behind him. The astonishing purple-red beam sliced through everything in its path, leaving nothing alive. Gula's tail throbbed with pain, purple blood oozing forth. Damn it, I was so close. Piccolo gritted his teeth, realizing he had a chance to strike Gula with his combo. I will tear you apart. Gula roared in fury, having thought the insignificant insect would be easily dispatched, yet it had dared to injure him. He must make him suffer to the point of death. Boom! In an instant, Gula erupted with energy, the purple flames soaring to the heavens, creating a terrifying whirlwind that swept through the surroundings, toppling mountains and fracturing the terrain, causing the very space to tremble. Gula instantly raised his power to 20 million. Whoosh! A shadow flashed past, and Gula appeared before Piccolo in an instant. Before Piccolo could react, a punch struck him squarely in the chest. Cough! Several of Piccolo's ribs shattered, and his chest caved in. Gula began a relentless onslaught against Piccolo. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down, each attack lethal, leaving Piccolo with no means to retaliate. Ultimately, Gula seized Piccolo by the neck and yanked his right arm with a brutal force. Rip! Poor Piccolo, his right arm was violently torn apart, blood spewing forth in a horrific display. Piccolo cried out in agony, overwhelmed with regret and despair. Humph! Curse Namekian, I will tear your body to shreds, Gula declared cruelly. Humph! Piccolo grunted defiantly, his eyes flashing with energy, striking Gula's arm. Gula felt a sharp pain in his hand, but Piccolo seized the moment to escape. Humph! It seems you have quite the tenacity. I wonder what despair looks like on your face. Gula sneered menacingly. That little brat, do you hold him in high regard? Then let him perish. Gula unleashed a blast towards Gohan, fully aware that Gohan was Piccolo's Achilles heel. His intention was to extinguish Gohan's life, plunging him into despair before savoring the slow demise that would follow. Piccolo watched in horror as the swift energy blast hurtled toward Gohan, desperately attempting to intercept it. However, having suffered grave injuries, with one arm rendered useless, he struggled to maintain his balance and could only helplessly witness the merciless projectile engulf Gohan. In that fleeting moment, memories of his time with Gohan flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Gohan's initial fear, his curiosity, his admiration, and his respect, all now culminating in the tragic sight of his pupil fading from existence. Despair and anguish washed over Piccolo. Boom! The blast struck where Gohan had fallen, emitting a ruthless roar. No. Gohan! This cannot be. Anger surged within him. although Krillin and the other Z fighters were on the ground. They were acutely aware of the unfolding chaos, realizing Gohan had been killed, and grief and rage consumed them. Just in time, amidst their sorrow and despair, an unexpected voice pierced through. "What?" Gula gasped, astonished that someone had evaded his perception yet again. Who could it be? As the smoke cleared, three figures emerged where Gohan lay. Feng, Son Goku, Vegeta. They had returned. Ah, it's Goku. Goku has come back. And Feng, this time they will surely vanquish those fiends. The Z fighters rejoiced. Piccolo exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing his delay had indeed borne fruit. Gohan, are you all right? Goku cradled Gohan, feeding him a Senzu Bean that Feng had provided earlier. Dad? Gohan opened his eyes, his consciousness still hazy, as if he were seeing his father. Yes, it's me. First, eat this Senzu Bean. All right. Gohan struggled to chew and swallow. The truth was his injuries were severe, every bone in his body was fractured, and he had but a flicker of life left. Dad? And Uncle Feng, you've finally returned. After consuming the Senzu Bean, Gohan's wounds healed completely, and upon opening his eyes, he realized that the earlier perception was not a dream. His support had truly returned. Yes, Gohan, first share the Senzu Beans with the others. Leave these vile creatures to us. Goku handed a bag of Senzu Beans to Gohan, then rose to confront Gula. Okay, Dad. Gohan took the Senzu Beans and flew towards Piccolo. Feng, this detestable fiend will be dealt with by me. Son Goku's expression turned serious as he addressed Feng. All right, I leave it to you. This time, I do not intend to intervene in the battle. Feng stepped aside, understanding that as a father, witnessing his son and comrades grievously wounded would ignite a desire for vengeance. Thus he refrained from stealing the spotlight. The king of Kurd will be slain by this prince. Vegeta spotted the distant king of Kurd cloaked in garb. Identifying his adversary, Feng protected Gohan as he distributed Senzu Beans to the others, preventing Gula and his accomplices from launching surprise attacks. Uncle Piccolo, here is a Senzu Bean for you, though I'm uncertain if it can heal your arm. Gohan offered a Senzu Bean to Piccolo. Thank you, Gohan. Piccolo smiled at Gohan and consumed the Senzu Bean. Instantly, he shouted as his right arm regenerated, oozing with the fluid of rebirth that I'm fine. Go assist the others. Piccolo instructed, nodding at Feng. Subsequently, Gohan distributed Senzu Beans to the fallen Krillin, Yamcha and Katsu, and others. Fortunately, although they had been gravely injured, none had perished. After consuming the Senzu Beans, they all revived instantly. Meanwhile, Gula and the King of Kurd had turned their attention to the three who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 42. Goku and Vegeta battle Gula and the King of Kurd. At that moment, Gula and the King of Kurd focused their gaze on the three newcomers. You are the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza. Gula glared at Goku, his voice dripping with malice that it wasn't me. The one who defeated Frieza is over there, Feng. Vegeta and I are also Saiyans. Why do you seek to harm Gohan and his companions? Goku retorted, filled with indignation. Of course, it is to lure you despicable monkeys out. Since you're not the one who killed Frieza, then step aside while I eliminate Feng before dealing with you. Gula scoffed. You are a loathsome bunch. I shall not let you go unpunished. Goku seethed, his fury not stemming merely from Gula's disdain, but from the harm inflicted upon his son and comrades to Goku surged forward, his figure flickering as he appeared before Gula. The battle between Goku and Gula erupted. Meanwhile, on the other side, those detestable Saiyans, you have finally shown yourselves, the King of Kurd sneered. It seems the time has come for this vile race to vanish. Are you Frieza's father? You don't seem imposing at all. Though I didn't slay Frieza, taking down his father will suffice, Vegeta taunted. You speak so boldly. The King of Kurd's expression darkened, his red cloak billowing as his aura surged. I shall show you the fruits of this prince's training. With that, Vegeta launched his attack, hurtling toward the King of Kurd. After more than a year of training, Vegeta's power had surged from a mere 100,000 to 4 million, his burgeoning strength inflating his ego, rendering him dismissive of anyone but Feng and Kakarot. Boom! The two clashed fists, generating a thunderous roar. Bang! Meanwhile, Goku and Gula engaged in a fierce aerial battle. the terrifying quartet divided into two battlefields, their formidable auras soaring to the heavens. The ferocity of the combat shook the earth, sending debris flying and shattering the forest, akin to ancient beasts rampaging across the land. The figures of the four warriors moved with blinding speed, leaving only afterimages in their wake. Goku and Gula, Vegeta and the King of Kurd, were all tentatively testing one another, yet the intensity of their clashes was extraordinary. Should Krillin and the other ordinary Z fighters dare to approach, they would be torn to shreds by the shock waves of the battle. This is the essence of Goku and his comrades' fighting prowess. How formidable! Regaining his strength, Krillin marveled at the two terrifying battles. It seems Goku and the others have trained exceptionally well. I must strive to improve as well. The astonishing intensity of the battles left the spectators in sheer disbelief. How remarkable! Go, father! Gohan's eyes kept pace with Goku's movements, cheering him on. Has even that Vegeta transformed into such a formidable warrior? Infuriating. Piccolo was equally astonished by the overwhelming strength displayed by the fighters, especially by Vegeta, who had once again surpassed his own limits. Uncle Li Feng, will father and the others be able to transform into Super Saiyans? Gohan inquired of Li Feng. All eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon Li Feng. This young man, who had accompanied them in their training, was most aware of their progress. Truth be told, I am uncertain as well, but it is evident that they are merely one step away. This battle could very well be the catalyst for their transformation. Li Feng remarked, "These two fearsome demons, do you truly believe you can defeat them?" Yamcha asked nervously. Although the fight raged fiercely in the skies, it was impossible to discern which side held the advantage. They undoubtedly can, Li Feng stated confidently. Having battled them over the past year, Li Feng was acutely aware of their immense potential and combat instincts, were it not for his own power firmly overpowering theirs. He would be no match for Goku and Vegeta based solely on experience. With Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, Li Feng understood that the Saiyans were an indomitable race, their warrior spirit and fervor allowing them to transcend adversity time and again, ultimately leading to their resurgence. Thus, even though the gap between them and King Cold was quite pronounced, they could still achieve a breakthrough in battle, transforming into Super Saiyans just as he had against Frieza. Should the need arise, he could still ensure their safety. This endeavor was primarily for their training, lest they fall too far behind in comparison to the original timeline. Li Feng had consistently maintained the development of the warriors within the Dragon Ball universe, not wishing to seize all opportunities for growth from the main characters due to his presence, as that would be undesirable. Li Feng. Of course, this excludes my wife. Furthermore, this time, the system did not issue any tasks. With a resounding cry, two figures were sent hurtling from opposite directions, crashing in a mountainside. The individuals buried beneath the rubble were none other than Vegeta and Gula. While it was somewhat understandable that Vegeta was overpowered by King Cold, whose battle power reached a staggering 100 million. Even if he was not exerting his full strength, he was still applying a significant portion of it to suppress Vegeta. What was astonishing was that Gula, who appeared to be in a more advantageous position, had also been sent flying, and Goku had not even utilized the Kaioken. Damn it. What is happening with Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed, blasting away the debris as he gazed toward Gula's battlefield, muttering to himself, in his perception, King Cold was evidently much weaker than Gula, and his own battle power was not vastly different from Kakarot's. Why had he been defeated in the first round? Unwilling to accept defeat, Vegeta issued another challenge to King Cold. You filthy monkey! How can this be? Gula exclaimed incredulously, filled with rage. I have completely seen through your movements, Goku said calmly, after more than a year of training under Li Feng's guidance. Goku had become adept at various combat scenarios, especially in responding to opponents whose power far exceeded his own. After several probing exchanges, he discerned that Gula's raw strength was evidently superior to his, prompting him to evade direct confrontation, dodging the heaviest attacks with minimal movement, and subsequently striking at Gula's weakest defenses. Thus, Goku gained the upper hand in their initial clash. Conversely, Vegeta, in his stubbornness, mistakenly believed himself to be the third strongest in the universe, disregarding King Cold, and took every blow head-on. ultimately realizing too late that he could not withstand the onslaught, and was swiftly sent flying once King Cold gathered his energy. This illustrates the stark contrast in combat styles between Goku and Vegeta. Feng, observing the situation, couldn't help but smile. He wondered if they would indeed discover the key to transforming into Super Saiyans as he had anticipated. "You insufferable wild monkey, don't get too proud," Gula shouted, shattering the boulders around him with a fierce glare. Chapter 43. Goku and Vegeta's defeat, Krillin's demise. "You insufferable wild monkey, don't get too proud," Gula shouted, shattering the boulders around him with a fierce glare. "It is impossible. My energy is clearly stronger than Son Goku's. How could I have been at a disadvantage in that last battle? I will kill you," Gula roared, augmenting his energy once more and launching himself at Goku like a cannonball. Goku sensed Gula's terrifying energy and immediately activated the Kaioken, unleashing a battle power that surpassed 10 million with a rush. Goku's aura turned crimson as he engaged Gula in a fierce exchange of blows. Boom! This round of confrontation ended in a stalemate. This all you can muster. I had overestimated you," Gula sneered, his energy now exceeding 20 million, rendering Goku's attacks ineffective. Meanwhile, Goku's right fist throbbed with pain. Despite his increased strength, he remained no match for Gula. "Die!" Gula bellowed, delivering a knee strike to Goku's abdomen. Goku immediately raised his arms to block, but was unable to withstand Gula's wild power, his arms going numb from the impact. Gula pressed his advantage, bringing both fists down on Goku's back. Cough! Although Goku's reflexes kicked in, his body struggled to keep pace, and he was struck hard from behind. With a thunderous crash, Goku plummeted into the valley, causing the entire mountain to collapse. However, shortly thereafter, a dark crimson aura erupted forth like a volcano as Goku shattered the mountain, his fighting spirit undiminished 0.3 times Kelkin. The dark red flames intensified, Goku's muscles bulging as his veins stood out. He had once again amplified his battle power. Futile. All efforts are in vain against absolute strength. Gula's own energy surged, a purple whirlwind erupting violently, scattering the nearby debris. The two energies clashed like tornadoes, wreaking havoc upon the earth. "Hey!" Goku charged at Gula once more, unleashing a powerful punch. Gula effortlessly sidestepped, yet Goku seemed to have anticipated this move, swiftly flipping around to strike from Gula's rear with an elbow. Gula was taken aback by Goku's agility in midair and was sent flying as he neared the mountainside. Gula quickly adapted to the momentum, planting his feet to regain his balance. The rocks beneath him fractured like a spider's web, unable to withstand his terrifying power. Just as Gula prepared to use the rocks to propel himself toward Goku, he was met with a crimson figure right before his eyes. Boom! Gula felt darkness envelop him, and then his entire body was sent flying backward as if his nose had been shattered, blood spurting forth in a bid to enhance his speed. Wukong continually increased the multiplier of the Kaioken technique. He understood that he must defeat Gula before reaching the highest multiplier. Otherwise, given his current condition, defeat was inevitable. Gula, taken aback, could hardly believe that Wukong's speed had once again surpassed his own, and in that moment of astonishment, he was met with a fierce onslaught from Wukong's Kaioken. Thud, 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 thud. Wukong's attacks accelerated, his fists and legs appearing to multiply into countless strikes, bombarding Gula from all directions. Enough! Gula erupted with fury, sending Wukong hurtling away before quickly creating distance. Wukong gasped for breath, his body growing heavier. Wiping the blood from his nose, Gula surveyed his battered form, seething with rage. "You bastard! I will tear you to shreds!" He roared. He could not comprehend why beings with noticeably weaker auras could overpower him and inflict injury. Such a reality was unforgivable for a member of the Frozen Demon clan. This time, Gula was done playing. True anger had taken hold. "Damn monkeys! Perish!" Gula unleashed his true power, a torrent of purple energy expanding exponentially. Whoosh! Wukong braced himself and activated a 20-fold Kaioken. Boom! In an instant, Gula darted behind Wukong at blinding speed, delivering a knee strike that sent Wukong flying. Gula, fueled by rage, pursued Wukong, ensnaring him with his tail. raining down relentless blows upon him. Wukong's anguished cries echoed through the sky. You were just so capable, weren't you? Strong, were you? Why not try to break free? Gula continued to pummel Wukong, venting his humiliation with a sweep of his tail. Gula sent Wukong crashing away, then kicked him once more. Thud! Wukong's body slammed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Severely injured, he collapsed, the 20-fold Kaioken's effects dissipating, exposing the aftereffects. The relentless barrage from Gula and the strain of the Kaioken left Wukong in excruciating pain, forcing him to cry out. Standing was now a monumental task. Damn it! Is this how it ends? Wukong felt immense dissatisfaction. After a year of intense training, he had grown significantly stronger, yet he faced a formidable foe and found himself in this dire predicament. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Vegeta was not faring much better. Initially thinking it was merely his oversight, he continued to be dominated by King Cooled, suffering a relentless beating. Fortunately, after spending the past year as a punching bag for Wukong and Feng, his vitality remained robust, though he was repeatedly slammed into boulders or the ground. He could not fathom why one adversary after another surpassed him, nor why he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. It seems this is the end. You appetizers are no match for the Saiyan who defeated Frieza. Gula sneered, raising his right hand to unleash a purple death beam. No. Father, this can't be happening. The Z fighters watching could hardly believe how swiftly Wukong and Vegeta were falling, with Wukong facing the very threat of death. Just as the death beam pierced Wukong's chest, a figure dashed on a battlefield, pushing Wukong aside in a moment of desperation. It was Krillin. In this critical moment, he sensed Gula's lethal attack and rushed to save Wukong. In a split second, Krillin managed to shove Wukong aside, but the beam mercilessly pierced through his chest. No. Krillin! Wukong's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Krillin's sacrifice. Struck by the beam and collapsing to the ground, Krillin had given his life to save Wukong. Chapter 44. The transformation at last. 2 Super Saiyans. Bang! Krillin lay powerless on the ground. Krillin! Krillin! Wukong cried out in anguish, desperately trying to rouse him, but to no avail. Ha. The weak little bald head dared to block my beam. What a fool! Gula mocked. Don't worry, I'll soon send you to join that little bald head. At that moment, tears welled in Wukong's eyes as he glared at Gula with a fury that could consume. You killed Krillin. A miracle occurred. Just moments ago, Wukong, seemingly powerless, began to rise unsteadily to his feet. His heart was ablaze with rage. Gazing upon Krillin's fallen body, memories flooded his mind. Their first meeting, training under Master Roshi, competing together in the World Martial Arts Tournament, standing against various formidable foes. He had long considered Krillin a brother, and now, to see him fall before him while protecting his life, Wukong's feelings of helplessness, guilt, sorrow, and grief surged within him, ultimately shattering his rationality under the weight of his fury. Memories of Krillin shattered, giving way to an endless darkness. In his rage, Wukong erupted. Whoosh! Golden flames ignited around him. Unforgivable! Suddenly, Wukong's hair stood on end, turning golden before reverting to black. Whoosh! Wukong's aura soared, the golden flames flickering. Abruptly, he lifted his head, his pupils vanishing, replaced by a blinding white. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept through, and the golden flames were unleashed. Whoosh! 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 Wukong's hair stood upright, now golden, his pupils shifting to green, his entire aura radiating gold. In Wukong's green pupils reflected Gula's figured so powerful. Father has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan exclaimed with excitement, his father achieving that legendary status. Indeed, old son had reached such heights. Piccolo marveled as well. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Yamcha, Tin, and Kaiatsu gazed in shock at Wukong's transformation. Damn it, Kakarot actually transformed into a Super Saiyan before me. Vegeta seethed, his frustration boiling over. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure materialized beside Krillin. Goku's stern gaze instantly turned towards that direction. He would not permit his brother's corpse to endure any further desecration. transformed, Goku became exceedingly ruthless. Fortunately, there remained a faint breath of life. Li Feng exhaled deeply. Sensing a slight pulse in Krillin's heart, he hastily produced a Senzu Bean, crushing it before administering it to Krillin. Krillin is not dead. Goku's expression returned to normal, and he eagerly inquired of Li Feng. Who told you Krillin was dead? Li Feng replied. Speechless, it was unexpected that in this world, it was Krillin's death that triggered Goku's transformation. Truly a twist of fate. However, it was fortunate that Li Feng had anticipated this. As Gohan had just administered a Senzu Bean to Krillin, he had discreetly channeled his own energy into Krillin's heart. This technique was learned from the planet Yardrat, showcasing a profound mastery of energy manipulation. If executed correctly, it could even revive the deceased. He had approached it with a sense of experimentation, not expecting it to truly bear fruit. In his eyes, every individual within the Dragon Ball realm was real, and he could not bear to stand idly by as a companion faced death, despite the existence of Dragon Balls for resurrection. Under the influence of the Senzu Bean, Krillin's heartbeat stabilized, and he was brought back to life. Splendid! Uncle Krillin is safe, Gohan exclaimed in delight, his previous sorrow evaporating. Wonderful! Li Feng, you truly are remarkable. Yamcha also cheered with joy. The spectators rejoiced at Krillin's revival. Fantastic, Krillin, you are unharmed. Goku, now returned to his normal demeanor, rushed to Krillin's side. Am I really still alive? Krillin, having consumed the Senzu Bean and regained his strength, expressed his astonishment as he examined his body. It was Li Feng who saved you. Goku, with tears in his eyes, embraced Krillin. Thank you, Li Feng, for rescuing us once more. Krillin was equally moved. What is happening? At first, those ants were the same. They appeared on the brink of death, yet after consuming something, they were revitalized. What kind of power does this Saiyan, who defeated Frieza, possess? Gula was astonished. Goku, how did it feel to transform into a Super Saiyan just now? Can you still transform? Li Feng asked with a smile that in his eyes, this objective had already been achieved. I only feel an overwhelming rage in my mind, yet my body is inexplicably filled with power, Goku replied. Your battle is not over. Continue to familiarize yourself with this transformation. With that, he tossed a Senzu Bean to Goku before leading Krillin and Gohan away from the battlefield. I truly thank you, Li Feng, that I owe you a great debt that words cannot express. This time, I will utterly defeat that scoundrel. Goku expressed his gratitude to Li Feng, then furrowed his brows in fury as he chewed the Senzu Bean. Oh, crack, crack. Goku's previously grievously injured body was fully restored. The energy lost during his Super Saiyan transformation returned in full. His bones crackled pleasantly as they adjusted. Gula, this time I will not let you escape. Whoosh, boom. Energy erupted skyward, a golden whirlwind swirling and exuding an aura of dread. Goku successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. Moreover, this time it was with full strength. The Saiyan physique healed from severe injuries. Further enhanced his power, making the intensity of this second transformation greater than the first. The earth trembled, forests howled, and fierce winds roared. The golden aura shimmered, fierce as a war god. You wretched monkey, what is Super Saiyan? Do not become overly self-satisfied. Gula seethed with rage, charging once again at Goku on another part of the battlefield. Oh, Super Saiyan, how intriguing. Sensing that astonishing aura, King Cooled was taken aback, but soon regained confidence in his own strength. What's wrong? Vegeta, why is it only you, this garbage, lying at my feet? Can you not transform into that so-called Super Saiyan? King Cooled's massive foot pressed down on Vegeta's back, taunting him. Dreadful, I'm the strongest. Vegeta shouted in agony, filled with indignation. Why? Why can they all transform into Super Saiyans? Why must I, the elite Saiyan Prince, be so foolishly trampled? Why are the scoundrels Frieza, Gula, and King Cooled so powerful? Why can I not possess such formidable strength? Vegeta's mind spiraled with questions, from initial resentment to a fervent desire for power, culminating in a profound anger at his own weakness, ultimately triggering his transformation switch to HHH. Vegeta roared in fury. Instantly, flickering flames enveloped his body. Remove your filthy foot from me. Vegeta erupted in rage, his astonishing power sending King Cooled flying. Subsequently, swish, 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 a golden whirlwind erupted from Vegeta, his hair standing erect, transforming from black to golden yellow, his pupils vanishing before morphing into a vibrant green. Vegeta had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 45. Vegeta's Glory. King Cooled is slain. Vegeta has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? King Cooled, still reeling from being sent flying, expressed a shock he had not anticipated that his humiliation would indeed provoke Vegeta's transformation. This power. Vegeta rose, clenching his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of energy erupting from within. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily. Having finally taken that step, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. This sensation is exhilarating. Possessing such power makes me feel invincible. Ha ha ha. Finally, I stand once again on equal footing with Feng and Kakarot, Vegeta declared proudly. Ha ha. Thank you, King Cool, for enabling this prince to transform into a Super Saiyan. In gratitude, I shall send you straight to hell. Vegeta's arrogant demeanor was once again on full display. What is Super Saiyan? Do you think turning golden is something to be proud of? I am not as careless as Frieza. Though he said this, the relaxed expression on King Cooled's face vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. He sensed that Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan, was exceedingly powerful, perhaps even surpassing him. Die, as the words hung in the air. The golden aura abruptly vanished, and in an instant, Vegeta materialized before King Curd, delivering a powerful punch straight to the latter's face. The thunderous crack resonated, plunging King Curd into darkness, only to awaken to the agonizing realization that his nose felt as though it had shattered. Blood gushing forth, as his awareness returned, he perceived the surroundings rushing past him. It was his own body that had been sent flying. What you just did to me, I shall repay you double. Before King Curd could regain his composure, Vegeta's demonic voice echoed ominously in his ear. The golden aura reemerged as Vegeta delivered a brutal kick to King Curd's abdomen. Crack! The devastating blow shattered King Curd's armor, caving in his robust purple chest. Pooh! Ah! Blood spewed from King Curd once more as he let out a pained scream. He could hardly fathom why Vegeta's power had surged so dramatically after his transformation. Incredible! Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Krillin exclaimed, astonished by the newfound energy radiating from Vegeta. Daddy is the strongest. Though Gohan was equally taken aback by Vegeta's successful transformation, he still believed that Goku surpassed him. The Saiyans truly are a terrifying race, Shinhan remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Well done, Vegeta, Feng mused, having anticipated this scene. Although the timing of their transformations differed, the triggers for both were remarkably similar to the original tale. Goku transformed due to Krillin's demise, while Vegeta's change stemmed from his dissatisfaction and unyielding spirit. Overall, their progression mirrored the original narrative, yet both were stronger than their counterparts at that time. Regarding the state of Goku in the novel, his combat power was enhanced due to additional training on Yardrat alongside Vegeta and Feng, making him stronger than in the original during that period, even if he did not achieve Super Saiyan form. This is becoming interesting. It feels good to grow alongside the protagonists, Feng chuckled. Yet he pondered whether the system would be so unforgiving as to offer no rewards for King Curd's arrival on Earth, when suddenly, the cold voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Hidden task completed. Assist Sun Wukong. Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Task reward. Energy absorption technique. Energy absorption technique. What is that? Feng questioned. Puzzled, the energy absorption technique allows one to absorb an opponent's energy attacks and convert them into one's own, enabling a counterattack. Energy absorption technique, beginner level conversion rate 10. Should the conversion rate reach 100, one can fully absorb an opponent's attack and retaliate. How does one increase the conversion rate? Through extensive practice. Instantly, the method of energy absorption appeared in Feng's mind, and he swiftly mastered the skill. A wave of joy surged within him. His strength had been further augmented. This technique was akin to a cheat, reminiscent of the terrifying energy absorption of androids 19 and 20 and the Super 17 from Dragon Ball GT, where absorbing an opponent's attack would bolster one's own power. However, exceptions existed. Despite their superior energy absorption techniques, they ultimately succumbed to stronger assaults, reminding him not to grow complacent. Meanwhile, the Z fighters anxiously monitored the two battlefields, oblivious to Li Feng's peculiar demeanor. With a smirk, he redirected his focus to the two skirmishes. Boom! A heavy silhouette crashed violently to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and crack. Dust and debris swirled into the air. Cough! 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 King Kurd lay sprawled on the ground, his battle armor shattered, his once magnificent cape tattered, his body marred with wounds, ribs broken, and half of his horns severed. Humph! What a waste, Vegeta sneered, his overwhelming strength rendering King Kurd utterly defenseless. Pooh! Ah, wait! King Kurd, grievously injured, struggled to rise, his bones feeling as if they had been shattered. The pampered life he had led, coupled with the innate strength of his frozen demon lineage, had left him unaccustomed to such severe injuries. In that moment, he experienced true terror, the looming specter of death. Thoughts of vengeance and conquest faded into oblivion. All King Kurd desired was to survive. Wait, Vegeta, I've changed my mind. I will no longer trouble the Saiyans. Join my legion, and you shall enjoy unparalleled privileges. No. I mean, please spare me. Esteemed Vegeta, I promise never to return to Earth again. You are the mightiest in this world. King Kurd abandoned his dignity, pleading desperately. Where has your arrogance gone? Now you can only grovel like a beaten dog? Vegeta's face remained impassive, his disdain evident, yet internally he reveled in the sensation of invincibility returning to him that I was blind. Please overlook my transgressions and let me go. Humph, how dull. You might as well perish. Vegeta dismissed King Kurd's pleas, growing weary of the farce. Big Bang attack. Vegeta extended his right hand, gathering a terrifying energy. Boom! A golden energy sphere hurtled toward King Kurd. No! Cooler! Save me! King Kurd cried out in despair, yet no one was there to rescue him. Boom! The monstrous energy sphere struck King Kurd with cataclysmic force, unleashing devastation that eclipsed that of a nuclear explosion, obliterating the terrain around him and sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. King Kurd was no more. Chapter 46. Cooler's ultimate transformation. Vegeta's defeat again. As the dust settled, a bottomless pit remained where King Kurd had once stood, his presence entirely extinguished, signaling his demise. Incredible! Vegeta has vanquished King Kurd, Gohan exclaimed, elated by their victory. What a battle with Goku! Krillin hurriedly shifted his focus to Goku's confrontation. Meanwhile, Goku's battle with Cooler had also reached its conclusion. Cooler proved no match for the transformed Super Saiyan Goku, who effortlessly overwhelmed him. Grabbing Cooler's tail, Goku flung him away, and as Cooler soared through the air, Goku pursued him, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows that shattered Cooler's exoskeleton, leaving him battered and bruised. Having already fought at less than full strength, he stood no chance against the current Goku. Boom! With a resounding crash, Cooler was sent crashing into the ocean, sending towering waves cascading outward. Cooler, leave this planet. Frieza and your father are dead. You are forbidden from returning to Earth. Wukong, in the end, softened his heart. Krillin was spared from death, his anger dissipated, and he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Confronting the current Gula, he chose to grant him mercy. Boom! The sea surged, boiling with fury as a figure stumbled forth from the depths. Son Goku, I acknowledge your strength, but this is where it ends. Gula declared menacingly, extending his right hand and raising a solitary finger. Once. What? I have an additional transformation beyond that of Frieza. Gula scoffed coldly, then turned his gaze toward Goku and the spectators in the distance. You should consider yourselves fortunate. You are witnessing the first and the last time this king will transform. What? That Gula can transform again. The keen-eared Piccolo gasped in disbelief upon overhearing Gula's words. How is that possible? If Gula becomes even stronger, can Goku truly defeat him? Krillin expressed his concerns. Dad will surely triumph. Gohan remained steadfastly confident in his father. Humph! What transformation? If Kakarot can't handle this, I'll eliminate them both. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms, disdainful of Gula's arrogance. Gula bellowed, clenching his fists and beginning to gather energy. Rumble, the clouds parted above, while the sea below churned violently under the weight of his terrifying power. Zzz. Gula amassed energy, his purple aura expanding, generating a formidable cyclone that raised the ambient temperature through friction. Gula underwent a tremendous transformation. His muscles swelled, his stature towering at 2.5 meters. White skeletal structures protruded from his shoulders, sharp bone spikes emerged from his arms, and 4 white horns jutted from his head. His pupils vanished, replaced by a blood-red gaze. A white bony mask formed over his mouth. And all prior injuries healed completely. Swish, swish, swish. Gula's aura surged ominously, rendering him even more ferocious and terrifying. What? Gula has become that much stronger after transforming. Cold sweat dripped from Krillin as he beheld Gula's imposing physique and felt the overwhelming, violent presence, his heart racing with fear. Dad, you must win. Gohan echoed his worries, fervently praying for Goku's success. Whoosh! Goku was the first to sense the terrifying power that surged from Gula's transformation, immediately heightening his vigilance. Yet his pupils constricted in shock. Bang! Gula's form instantly appeared before Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Goku doubled over, caught off guard. While Goku remains dazed, Gula struck again, this time with an elbow to his back. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as Goku was sent crashing down like a cannonball, causing a landslide, dust billowing into the air. Gula unleashed his energy in the air, his purple aura erupting once more. Ha! 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 With arms wide open, Gula conjured energy blasts, wildly targeting Goku. Boom! 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 The energy blasts rained down upon the plains like a machine gun, devastating the terrain, shattering rocks, and sending scorching energy surging forth like molten lava. After the barrage of destruction, thick smoke billowed, completely obliterating the forest, leaving the ground cratered several meters deep. A massive pit where the blast had struck that Gula's battle power had surged to 470 million, eclipsing Goku's mere 350 million. Humph. Ha! Relishing the devastation he had wrought, Gula laughed maniacally. What Saiyan? They are no match for me. Do not get too carried away. Seeing Gula's arrogance, Vegeta could no longer contain himself, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Boom! A golden flash surged toward Gula in the air. Vegeta struck with fury. Boom! Gula raised his hand, effortlessly intercepting Vegeta's punch, yet the clash generated an invisible shockwave in the air. What? Vegeta was astounded that his furious blow had been blocked by Gula. Humph! Weak and powerless. Gula sneered, then delivered a knee strike to Vegeta's chest. Bang! The sound echoed thunderously. Vegeta screamed in agony, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. Boom! Gula sidestepped, kicking Vegeta away, then reappeared before him, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes. Bang! 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 Gula pummeled Vegeta in midair, treating him like a mere punching bag. The initial pain Vegeta felt was still fresh when a new wave of violent impacts assaulted him. Leaving him dazed, his Super Saiyan form faltered, his golden hair flickering before reverting to black. Boom! Finally, Gula brought his fist together for a crushing blow, slamming Vegeta into the ground. With a tremendous crash, another peak collapsed. Dust soaring into the air, Vegeta was returned to his normal state, gravely injured and unconscious in a way. Even Vegeta's Super Saiyan form can't stand against Gula. Krillin exclaimed in shock, then shifted his gaze to Feng. Now, our only hope rests with you. Please, Feng. Feng nodded slightly, preparing to enter the fray. He had anticipated Gula's final transformation. This moment, it corresponded to the original timeline, when Goku had just returned to Earth, and Vegeta had yet to achieve Super Saiyan. However, due to his own interference, Vegeta had transformed earlier, making him significantly stronger than before. The same applied to Goku, who, upon his return to Earth, had not yet reached the strength he would possess during the battle with Gula in the film. His impending defeat was understandable. It was time for him to step in. Just as Li Feng was about to engage, a golden aura erupted from the massive crater left by Gula, a figure ascending slowly amidst the golden light. This isn't over, Gula. Chapter 47. Goku's final move. Gula, perish. This isn't finished, Gula. Swish, 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 swish. A golden figure rose into the air. Son Goku, battered yet unyielding, stood firm, refusing to fall. Humph, what can you possibly achieve in this state? Gula disdainfully remarked. Whoosh! Gula ascended slowly into the air, determined to utterly vanquish Son Wukong this time. Ha! Gula's fury erupted, his purple aura soaring skyward, dissipating the clouds in an instant and conjuring a fierce whirlwind. I've had enough of you wild monkeys. Perish! Supernova! Whoosh! Gula pointed his right hand skyward, channeling all his energy into it, and in a flash, a golden energy sphere rapidly expanded, eclipsing the sky above them. What? This demon, Gula, intends to annihilate the earth. This energy is no jest. Krillin's pupils narrowed as he sensed the impending doom emanating from the energy sphere above, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This is bad. Uncle Li Feng, please intervene and stop him. I beg you, Gohan pleaded with Li Feng. No, Li Feng, this is my battle. Do not interfere, or I shall be furious. Even with you to make tea that moment. Wukong's voice resonated from above. Truly a Saiyan, possessing an indomitable fighting spirit even in dire straits. Li Feng admired Wukong. It was no wonder he had always cherished him in his youth, and now, being with Wukong, he continually discovered his allure. Agreed. You have but one chance. Should you fall again this time, I will intervene. Li Feng made a solemn promise to Wukong. Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious this time. Wukong replied with a smile. He then turned his serious gaze toward the supernova energy sphere. Acutely aware of the formidable power it harbored as the closest combatant to the battlefield. Turtle! Wukong's shirt was shredded, his torso marred and bloodied, yet he still prepared for a final counterattack. Ha! Wukong gathered energy, placing his hands at his waist as blue energy began to coalesce. Key. The azure light grew increasingly brilliant, its radiance enveloping the golden flames. Power! The energy sphere expanded further, and Wukong's hand struggled to contain the blue Kamehameha wave. Wave! Ha! Wukong bellowed, thrusting his hand skyward in an instant. The blue Kamehameha wave soared into the heavens, hurtling toward Gula's supernova energy sphere. Go to hell! Whoosh! Meanwhile, Gula had also finished gathering his energy, pressing his right hand downward. The energy sphere descended like a golden sun, exuding a cataclysmic aura as it barreled toward the ground. Boom! The two energies collided in an instant, generating a spectacular energy cyclone, a brief vacuum forming in the center. However, the stalemate lasted but a second before Gula's supernova forcefully overwhelmed the Kamehameha wave, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Could it be that even old Sun is no match? Piccolo despaired, witnessing Wukong's attack falter. No, the Saiyans possess boundless potential. Wukong will surely triumph in the end. Li Feng asserted confidently. Indeed, father will win. Though fearful, Gohan's admiration for his father kept his faith alive. Wukong gritted his teeth, unleashing an even more potent aura. His muscles swelling once more, veins bulging as he fired off an even mightier Kamehameha wave. In an instant, the blue energy beam thickened significantly, halting the initial decline of the Kamehameha, and it began to push back against the supernova energy sphere. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Ha! Gula scoffed coldly, erupting with renewed fury, pushing with both hands to control the golden sun and stabilize the situation, then forcing it back toward Wukong. Boom! 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 With Gula's second surge of power, the supernova descended slowly toward Earth like a true sun intent on obliteration, instilling despair in all. Wukong's predicament grew increasingly dire. The terrifying energy sphere bore down on the Kamehameha wave, causing the ground beneath him to cave in. Drawing ever closer to the surface, should this energy truly strike the ground, the Earth would undoubtedly be obliterated. Wukong gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to resist. The blue Kamehameha wave appeared as a mere trickle against the overwhelming supernova energy sphere, on the verge of extinguishment. Ha ha ha. Son Wukong, I concede your strength, but I am the universe's strongest. That Li Feng is nothing but a fool. May you all perish alongside this planet. Gula, sensing his victory within grasp, could not help but laugh maniacally, believing himself the ultimate victor. Father and brother were simply too weak to withstand the Saiyans. I alone am the universe's mightiest. Humph. Simpleton, you have not yet won this moment. Li Feng uttered a cold snort, realizing that this was the critical juncture for victory. Gula then noticed that his supernova was perilously close to crashing into the ground, yet was being stubbornly resisted by a surge of energy. This technique was originally devised for Li Feng. It seems I must employ it now. Wukong resolved himself, finally unleashing the fruits of his secret training. Against me, Li Feng queried, intrigued by Wukong's final gambit. King Kai fist, whoosh! In an instant, the golden flames surrounding Wukong flared, enveloped by a layer of dark red fire, his aura intensifying, his battle power doubling. The blue Kamehameha wave, having undergone unprecedented augmentation, thickened several folds, instantly pushing back the supernova energy sphere. What? How is this possible? Gula was taken aback, his energy sphere being repelled. Why was this happening? Hadn't that son Wukong been on the brink of collapse? What did he gain such energy? Gula erupted once more, attempting to stabilize his energy sphere, but no matter how he exerted his energy through his hands, or even his feet, he could not alter the momentum of his supernova being pushed back. At this moment, Wukong's body operated beyond its limits. The combination of Super Saiyan and King Kai fist pushed his flesh beyond what it could withstand, causing excruciating pain, yet he clung to his final consciousness. Forcing the supernova back. No, I cannot lose. Gula's supernova was rapidly repelled by the Kamehameha, and he was forcefully slammed against his own attack, hurtling backward in alarming speed, unable to alter the reality of being blasted away. Boom! Gula's figure was entirely engulfed by the energy sphere, and with a deafening explosion, both the Kamehameha and energy sphere detonated in mid-air. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, annihilated. Gratitude to all the viewers for engaging with my work. This chapter has reached 100,000 words. I shall continue to write more exquisite content, and I hope for your unwavering support. 5-star reviews are requested. Follow-ups are desired. Please add to your shelves. Donations are appreciated. Thank you all. I am profoundly grateful. Chapter 48. Li Xing, the final form of Gula, was ultimately defeated by Son Wukong. Sensing Gula's energy had completely vanished, Wukong finally breathed a sigh of relief, reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Hiss! The burden of the Super Saiyan combined with King Kai fist hit him all at once, causing agonizing pain throughout his body as he collapsed to the ground. Wukong, father, Krillin, and the others soared towards Goku, a mix of joy and concern evident on their faces. Li Feng. At that moment, a swifter figure lunged towards Li Feng. Oh, you damn fool. You've finally returned. Feeling the soft touch against his body and inhaling the fragrant scent that had been absent for over a year, Li Feng experienced a wave of tranquility and happiness. Bulma, I finally see her. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng bestowed upon her a French kiss, causing Bulma's cheeks to flush crimson. Ahem, Bulma, there are children present. Voices from Master Roshi and others echoed from behind. Children? Li Feng was taken aback, wondering where any children could be. Then he noticed the infant cradled in Master Roshi's arms, and an overwhelming sense of familiarity and warmth surged within him. He looked at Bulma uncertainly, trembling as he asked, "Is this child?" He longed to hear Bulma affirm his suspicions. "Yes, he's our child, a boy, born 2 months ago when you were still away. I named him Li Xing. Li Xing. A splendid name. Li Feng held the infant, gazing into his round, bright eyes, and an overwhelming sense of paternal responsibility and love washed over him. "This is my child. I've become a father." He gently extended a finger, which the child grasped, filling him with immense joy, prompting tears of happiness to well up in his eyes as he embraced both the child and Bulma, saying, "Bulma, thank you. It is what I ought to do. I love you." Bulma's previous feelings of dissatisfaction, worry, and tension melted away in the warmth of Li Feng's embrace, enveloping the three of them in a cocoon of sweetness and happiness, just as they reveled in their blissful atmosphere. Goku's condition came into question. How did you get so badly hurt? From the other side, Krillin and Gohan looked on with concern, voices laced with urgency. Well, you take care of things. We can talk later. Bulma, aware of the gravity of Goku's injuries, tenderly held Li Xing and made room. Feng nodded and then flew towards Goku. It's time for the miraculous Senzu Bean to shine. One cannot deny that these beans are indeed lifesavers. Sizzle. At that moment, a swifter figure appeared before Goku. Nicely done, Goku. That last strike was quite impressive, but in your current state, it's still too premature to unleash it. The figure was Li Feng, who offered Goku a Senzu Bean. Saying, thanks, Goku readily swallowed the bean without hesitation. I'm alive again. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through Goku, restoring him from the pain and broken bones, his energy returning to normal. Li Feng checked Goku's battle-level post-recovery with a scouter. 15 million. Once again, I must admire the Saiyans' inherent advantages. The Kaioken stacked with Super Saiyan form seemingly boosts battle power instantaneously, but the toll on the body is extraordinarily severe. You are not yet suited to wield such a technique. Li Feng spoke slowly. That transformation took me a long time to devise. Do you have a new transformation, Li Feng? Goku inquired, astonished. Naturally, there are still numerous forms for Saiyans. Currently, I have merely surpassed the first stage of Super Saiyan. Achieving the second transformation. Li Feng explained. The second transformation of the first stage of Super Saiyan. What is that? Goku scratched his head, puzzled. For us Saiyans, aside from the conventional augmentation of basic battle power, the second method involved enhancing the multiplier after transformation. The multiplier of your recent Super Saiyan form combined with the Kaioken is 100 times, but it only lasts a few seconds and places tremendous strain on the body, which is why it is not recommended. I could see that moment. Everyone gathered around to listen to Li Feng's elucidation, as Vegeta had been awakened by the immense energy during Goku's clash with Cooler, and, after consuming the Senzu Bean Li Feng provided, approached as well that he was astonished by Kakarot's final transformation, but was even more shocked by Li Feng's words. The proper path for Saiyan transformations? So the correct method for Saiyans to transform should be reaching Super Saiyan 2. Then, what is your second transformation of the first stage? Vegeta could not help but ask. Over the course of more than a year, he had come to recognize Li Feng's strength and mystery. Although he did not know his origins, Li Feng had indeed provided Goku and Vegeta with numerous methods for becoming stronger. My second transformation of the first stage of Super Saiyan is, to be precise, a transitional form leading to Super Saiyan 2 with a multiplier of 60 times, Li Feng stated. There are still other forms yet to be clarified, but I'm certain that there are many more transformation states for Saiyans. Li Feng, how do you know so much? It seems as if you can foresee what will happen in the future. For instance, today we were still training, but you informed us a day early to return to Earth, warning us of danger, which prompted our return, where we carefully discovered Cooler's energy. In truth, Li Feng had been monitoring the energy emanating from Earth. Although planet Yardrat was far from Earth, he had mastered an advanced version of instant transmission during his training, allowing him to almost continuously sense events occurring on Earth. Sure enough, King Cold and his cohorts, driven by a thirst for vengeance, arrived on Earth earlier than in the original storyline. Thankfully, he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, it could have led to a grave disaster. Sometimes, I experience precognitive dreams, allowing me to know certain events in advance. Li Feng could only offer this explanation. Is that even possible? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, unable to counter the claim, as Li Feng had indeed assisted them numerous times. The world could be filled with the most inexplicable occurrences. Just look at that. Li Feng shrugged it off, pointing with his hand. The crowd was puzzled, as the area Li Feng indicated appeared devoid of anything. Whoosh! At that moment, a mysterious force began to ripple through the air, and then a flying object resembling a giant egg materialized from the void. Following this, a tremendous energy signature surged forth. What is that? Such a powerful presence. Krillin felt a sudden surge of energy and was astonished to discover that it rivaled that of Goku and the other Saiyans. Damn it, could it be yet another enemy? Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. This blow was still too great. He had thought that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would become immensely powerful. Yet he was still outclassed by Cooler. Now, this newly emerging energy felt to be even greater than his own. Why do the strong seem to have become as common as cabbage? Gratitude to the readers with IDs. Life is but a dream. Heartless, Flying Kun, Su Chong Kong, who loves Wheathead, etc. for their generous gifts. Thank you all for your support. I hope more readers will support my work. Please leave a 5-star review. Follow-up updates. Thank you. Chapter 49. Trunks the door of the colossal spaceship. Resembling a gigantic egg, creaked open, and a young man with violet hair emerged from within. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of cold sophistication, yet the formidable aura he radiated left no doubt about his strength. Have I successfully traversed time? He pondered. Indeed, this individual was Trunks, having journeyed from the future to the present. According to his records, he had returned to a time when Frieza and King Cold had just arrived on Earth. But why was there no trace of their presence? Furthermore, the group before him, upon comparing their appearances with the photographs stored as memory, seemed to be none other than Goku and his companions. Yet, the handsome young man at the forefront was a mystery. Why was he smiling at Trunks? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. That moment, Feng broke the silence. You are late. King Cold and Guldo have already been vanquished by Goku and Vegeta. What? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. According to the intelligence provided by his mother Bulma from the future, the original timeline indicated that Goku should have been the one to defeat King Cold and Frieza. And his father Vegeta should not have possessed such strength that a wave of despair and reluctance surged within him. Clearly, he had miscalculated the time of his arrival, and this was not the familiar era he had anticipated. Who are you? Why has the spaceship suddenly appeared here? Are you also here to invade Earth? Goku inquired sternly, still wary after his recent encounter with King Cold. Please wait. You must be Mr. Goku. May I have a moment of your time? Rest assured, I mean no harm, Trunks replied earnestly. Hold on, I'll accompany you, Feng suggested. My apology, sir, but Mr. Goku and I have urgent matters to discuss, Trunks stated, though he was puzzled by this unknown youth. Nevertheless, he felt that their conversation should proceed without interruptions. It seems I must resort to demonstrating my strength, Feng thought to himself. Stealing his gaze, in an instant he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura erupted forth, creating a powerful cyclone that made everyone stagger slightly. Fortunately, Feng had transformed using minimal energy. What? This is a Super Saiyan. Who are you? Trunks, utterly shocked, recognized the transformation all too well. The impressive energy emanating from Feng was far superior to his own, even surpassing that of the two demons from his future. But who was this individual? Why had he never heard of him before? Transform as well. Let me witness your strength, Feng said casually. What? Are you saying this kid can also transform into a Super Saiyan? The astonishment now belonged to Vegeta. Trunks, his expression serious and sweat beading on his forehead, responded, You must have many questions, but you'll understand after we fight. All right. Trunks' fighting spirit was ignited. A whirlwind erupted from Trunks as a golden flame ignited around him, his purple hair standing on end, eyebrows turning golden, and his pupils shifting to green as a powerful aura surged forth. What is happening? Why is there another unknown Super Saiyan? Krillin gasped in disbelief. Feng glanced at Trunks' battle power using his scouter. 250 million. Meanwhile, his own first-level Super Saiyan transformation stood at a staggering 1 billion. This rascal has become even stronger. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. The moment Feng transformed, Vegeta sensed his overwhelming strength. Although Feng had previously transformed during training, this transformation was significantly more potent. Even though Feng intentionally suppressed his energy, it was still evident what his true battle power was. Vegeta's shock. This suddenly appearing young man could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, his energy level was comparable to Vegeta's own. Now healed from serious injuries, Vegeta's standard battle power post-injury reached 6 million. Well then, I'll leave this battle to you, Feng, Goku said, scratching the back of his head with a resigned expression. After all, he had already fought vigorously earlier. If he didn't allow Feng to take a turn, he would surely become restless. Goku felt a surge of curiosity about whether this mysterious young man would prove a worthy opponent for Li Feng. "We shall battle over there." Li Feng gestured towards a desolate area before soaring into the sky. Trunks followed suit. The others, aware of the magnitude of their clash, wished to witness the extraordinary spectacle of two Super Saiyans battling, trailing at a safe distance to avoid being caught in the fray. With a thud, two pairs of footsteps landed, and the two figures radiating golden energy locked eyes. Trunks braced himself, adopting a battle stance. Yet beads of cold sweat continued to trickle down his forehead as he faced Li Feng, acutely aware of his formidable power. In contrast, Li Feng maintained a confident smile, exuding an air of calm. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a small stone from the ground, which fell, heralding the commencement of their battle. In an instant, the two figures vanished, and with a thunderous boom, the air trembled with astonishing energy. Thud, thud, thud. The two engaged in combat at blinding speed, their forms barely visible amidst the dazzling golden flashes, colliding and swiftly separating, each impact shattering rocks and shaking the ground. Their battle power far surpassed that of Guldo from earlier. Piccolo's eyes widened. This clash was even more intense than Goku's earlier confrontation with Guldo. Feng truly was powerful. It seemed he had not revealed his true strength during their previous sparring session. Goku mused. Though Li Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan during their earlier fights, those encounters had concluded swiftly, given that he and Vegeta had yet to attain this transformation, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. "Who are you really? Why can you also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks inquired, his astonishment growing with each exchange. His every attack seemed to vanish in a thin air, while the opponent's power and speed were terrifying. And judging by his demeanor, he still had plenty of energy left. "I am Li Feng. Just like you, I have traversed into this world," he replied. Li Feng elucidated, "In my world, the existence of all of you is acknowledged. Hence I am aware of your origins. My purpose in this realm is to continuously grow stronger and to safeguard my family, friends, and the earth. By the way, in this world, Bulma is my wife." Li Feng chuckled. "What?" Trunks exclaimed, momentarily stunned by Li Feng's revelation, his movements faltering, allowing Li Feng to land a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, Trunks was sent tumbling into the valley, the boulders collapsing around him. Chapter 50. Now and Future. As the dust settled, Trunks lay amidst the rubble, his gaze vacant, shocked by the news. "Indeed, in your world, your father is Vegeta, that bald man with the M-shaped hairline." Li Feng pointed behind him. "However, in this world, Bulma and I are in love. She is thriving, and we have a child together. Regardless, this world is no longer the universe you're familiar with. Thus, the events of your future will not transpire here." It took a considerable amount of time for Trunks to come to terms with this reality, that "I am aware of your purpose for coming here. It is to confirm your suspicions." Li Feng smiled. During their confrontation, Trunks was astounded by Li Feng's formidable strength, realizing that he far surpassed him, which gave him hope against the future androids, 17 and 18. "I have come to this world to deliver medicine to Mr. Goku and to inform you of the impending arrival of the androids, while also seeking a method to defeat those two vile demons." Trunks briefly recounted the events of the future, mirroring the original narrative. What? Piccolo, who had been silently observing, was once again taken aback by their conversation, astonished to discover such revelations. In the future, Vegeta actually married Bulma, and they had a child. He cast a furtive glance at Vegeta. "Oomph." Vegeta scoffed dismissively at Piccolo. "Goku, come here for a moment." After concluding his conversation with Trunks, Li Feng called Goku over. Is it over so soon?" Upon seeing the two revert from their Super Saiyan forms, Goku was perplexed but approached nonetheless. He then heard Trunks speaking of incomprehensible matters. Goku, who was solely interested in combat, was oblivious to the concept of time travel. He only knew that this young man was named Trunks and had come to deliver medicine, warning of even stronger foes in the future. "Listen, Goku, you should take the medicine now. Otherwise, we won't be able to spar later," Li Feng advised. "What? No way." Goku responded like a child, promptly swallowing the medicine. Had Li Feng not said that, Goku would undoubtedly have refused to take it. Moreover, with Goku having learned to combine the Kaioken with his Super Saiyan state, the strain on his body would intensify, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he needed to recover first. Trunks, witnessing this scene, stifled a laugh. Goku, you must train diligently. 3 years from now, a more formidable enemy will appear. Li Feng cautioned. Of course, I will become stronger. And I will definitely defeat you, Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Then Trunks and I shall venture to his world tomorrow. That should pose no problem. However, Trunks expressed concern, but Li Feng, could this affect both worlds? Didn't you come here as well? Worry not. We will surely resolve any future issues. Now, let us explain everything to the others, and then share a meal together, Li Feng warmly proposed. Goku, though confused, was eager to make new friends. With Li Feng's assistance, they concealed Trunks' true identity but shared all other details. The group was astonished yet ultimately accepted the truth. I do not concur that Li Feng is one thing. But now another peculiar Saiyan appears who can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta scoffed. What is wrong, Vegeta? Are you afraid? Didn't you also learn to become Super Saiyan? Li Feng teased. Impossible, Vegeta retorted in a haughty manner. Tonight, we shall host a grand celebration in my home. Everyone is invited to partake in the festivities and enjoy plentiful delicacies to commemorate our recent victory. Li Feng joyfully announced. Yay, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. There's food? I will definitely be there. Hee hee. Goku reverted to his childlike demeanor. Vegeta, if you aren't coming, I'll simply eat your share. Goku continued to banter with Vegeta. You wish, Kakarot? I will never concede. Observing the light-hearted, joyous expressions on everyone's faces, Trunks felt tears welling up, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. Come now, Trunks, this is your welcome as well. Relax, this is not the future. We shall protect everything together, Li Feng reassured him. Thank you, Mr. Li Feng, Trunks replied with a smile. Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, and others greeted Trunks, inquiring about many aspects of the future. Thus, they soared back to Bulma's grand villa in West City. Of course, Li Feng and Bulma comfortably traveled by plane, playfully entertaining their son, Li Xing, during their private moments. Li Feng confided in Bulma about Trunks' true origins. What? How was that possible? In the future, I marry Vegeta. He is my son. Bulma was taken aback. Regardless, in this world, you are my wife, and Li Xing is our child, she declared, embracing Li Xing happily against Li Feng. But the future me must be quite pitiful. Having lost family and friends, Bulma felt a deep sense of melancholy for her future self. Surely, you will venture into the future as well. Although the events of the future may be entirely different from the present, I still hope you can assist the future me. Though Li Feng remained silent, the perceptive Bulma has already discerned his thoughts and continues to support him quietly from the shadows. Do not worry. I should return swiftly this time, Li Feng gently reassured as he embraced Bulma. That evening, dinner was a sumptuous feast, with robots meticulously delivering an array of delectable dishes, astonishing everyone present. The three gluttons who had returned to Earth transformed into insatiable gourmands, voraciously consuming all manner of food. Trunks was equally astonished but soon joined in their revelry, fully immersing himself in the ambience. Later that night, after a long separation, Li Feng and Bulma shared yet another sweet and passionate evening together. Chapter 51. The Future World. The following day, Goku cheerfully declared, Li Feng, I will train diligently here. When we meet again, I shall be stronger. Li Feng, please be safe. Li Xing and I will await your return. Bulma said tenderly, cradling Li Xing in her arms. Humph, you stay there. I shall surpass Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed. Li Feng bid farewell to his family and friend one by one. All right, I will return soon, he proclaimed. With a click, the temporal machine's exterior closed, and it gradually ascended, becoming invisible before vanishing in a wave of distortion. Seated within the time machine, Li Feng felt a sense of curiosity regarding this journey through time and space. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Detection complete. Departing from Universe A1807, en route to an unknown universe, the view ahead faded into darkness, resembling chaos itself. Li Feng pondered. If the universe I am traveling to is A1207, Will the fragments I previously collected still be effective? They will not be effective. This temporal journey relies on technological power for traversal, whereas the fragments utilize temporal anomalies directly. Thus, the fragments can be used next time. And what of the mission? If I reach Universe A1207, will the mission still trigger? Feng inquired. Affirmative. The mission will activate upon arrival. The system explained it. So the time machine is yet another loophole. No wonder its use was prohibited in later arcs of Dragon Ball Super. Feng mused that he wondered if using the fragments for traversal would draw the attention of the gods of destruction and angels. If discovered, how would he respond? His current strength felt insufficient. The power of the time fragments belonged to the realm of time, overseen by the supreme Kai of time. The gods of destruction neither held authority over nor understood how to wield this power. Furthermore, the presence of time fragments indicated that the universe was experiencing issues requiring rectification, thereby avoiding the attention of the deities. It seemed that Trunks' revelation of the time machine during the Dragon Ball Super era was solely due to his careless use of it in front of the gods of destruction. Feng sighed in relief, yet simultaneously felt an urgent desire to grow stronger. The audacious gods of destruction acted with impunity. Initially, even Vegeta had to endure and present them with a fade of goodwill, while the omnipotent Zeno held unparalleled power, capable of annihilating universes at whim, intimidating the gods of destruction into silence. I need to surpass everyone in strength to protect my universe from arbitrary destruction and shield my loved ones from harm. I must become stronger, Feng resolved fiercely. Those gods of destruction will one day be brought to their knees. Just as Feng's determination ignited, the chaos and darkness ahead dissipated, revealing a beam of light. Detection in progress. Beep. Detected universe. A 1207. Mission issued. Eliminate androids 17 and 18. Mission reward. Enhance survival capabilities of the Frieza clan. Do you accept? The system's voice announced. Yes. Feng responded with excitement. He had not anticipated the mission would arrive so promptly, nor that the reward would be so remarkable. The survival capability of the Frieza clan. It was well known that Saiyans could not endure in a vacuum, whereas Frieza's race thrived in such conditions, exhibiting extraordinary vitality. In the original narrative, even after the explosion of Namek, they survived, impervious to extreme temperatures, able to navigate the cosmos. Should he acquire this ability, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Feng felt invigorated. It appeared the mission aligned perfectly with his aspirations. The future androids were exceedingly malevolent, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. It was high time to avenge the lives lost in this universe, as the temporal machine's exterior gradually opened. What greeted him was not picturesque mountains or bustling cities, but rather a scene of devastation. The once blue sky was shrouded in smoke, casting a gloomy and gray pall over the world below. Scattered across the ground were crumbling buildings, lifeless bodies, and the pervasive stench of blood, all telling a tale of a cruel post-apocalyptic future. Damn it, even West City has fallen victim, Trunks exclaimed in fury, immediately worrying about Bulma's safety. Calm down, Trunks. Bulma should be all right. We must first proceed to her hiding place, Feng urged, patting Trunks on the shoulder to steady him. Upon entering Universe A1209, Feng immediately sensed the familiar energies of his loved ones. The first to register was Bulma, followed closely by Master Roshi and Kami. However, the other Z fighters were notably absent, indicating that the number of casualties in the future was far greater than he had imagined. My apologies for my earlier outburst, Mr. Feng. Please follow me, Trunks said, having regained his composure after the initial shock. Now calm, he flew toward the ruins. With a series of taps, Trunks pushed aside a massive boulder. Searching within, click, he soon discovered a hidden switch underground, revealing a concealed exit, and they both leaped inside. Beep. Detection in progress. Detected subject. Trunks classified under the human faction. Entry permitted. Beep. Detection in progress. Detected subject. Unknown. Initiate attack. As Feng descended underground, the previously dim ground illuminated, revealing a robot scanning him. Wait. Do not initiate an attack. That is Feng, an ally. Please record in the database. Acknowledged. The crimson glow in the robot's eyes faded away. Truly, Bulma is remarkable. Even amidst the lethal assaults from the androids, she manages to clandestinely advance technology and, under such dire circumstances, create a time machine. One cannot help but admire her. With a swift motion, the two traverse the corridor, arriving in an expansive area where, in the distance, a woman was welding metal with precision. "Mom, you're safe," Trunks exclaimed, his heart relieved upon spotting Bulma, and he hurried towards her. Bulma removed her mask and embraced Trunks warmly. "Silly boy, you've returned unscathed. Though the frequency of attacks outside is increasing, this place remains secure," she reassured him, gently ruffling his hair. Feng observed Bulma at that moment. Her blue hair retained its luster. Yet the strands of white interspersed throughout revealed the hardships she had endured in the future. Bulma still exuded charm, albeit now tinged with the weight of time's passage. "Who is this?" Bulma inquired, releasing Trunks from her embrace. "Mom, this is Yardrat. He has come along with me on this temporal journey and possesses the ability to deal with the androids." Trunks hesitated, his words trailing off. I must have set the time correctly. Yet why is this individual here? Why do I not recall him?" The ever-intelligent Bulma found herself perplexed. "Greetings, Bulma of this universe. Trunks indeed hails from the timeline where son Goku resides. But due to certain circumstances, I was also drawn into that world, resulting in significant alterations to the past that I became friends with them and even a husband to you in that universe. We are quite happy together," Feng explained. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Trunks scratched his head in confusion. "Due to the numerous changes in the past, our abilities now surpass those of our counterparts from the same era. However, as their strength still falls short compared to the androids, I must assist in eliminating them in the future," Feng clarified. Chapter 52. Cursed Androids. Annihilate number 17, Bulma lamented, then, intrigue, began to pace beside Feng. "Indeed, he is of the type I find appealing. It is no wonder I was drawn to him in the past." "Ahem, Mom," Trunks interjected awkwardly. "Regardless, thank you for your assistance." Bulma expressed her gratitude to Feng, her demeanor shifting back to seriousness. Currently, androids number 17 and 18 are wreaking havoc in West City, mercilessly attacking countless innocent civilians. "This is intolerable." Trunks gritted his teeth in anger. "Time is of the essence. Feng, I implore you to lend me your strength to confront those two fiends." Trunks beseeched. "Of course. My purpose here is to eradicate those vile androids," Feng affirmed. "Please, take care of yourselves," Bulma cautioned. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures swiftly dashed out of the hidden chamber. Feng, "I hope you can truly perform miracles." Bulma gazed skyward, watching them depart. The androids emitted no aura, making it impossible for Feng to locate them by sensing their energy. Yet the devastation they caused was glaringly apparent. Help! No! You demons! A chorus of cries echoed from a group of innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. Scream louder! Number 18, let us see who can claim more prey. A youth, donned in a red scarf, laughed heartlessly. Though he possessed a handsome visage, his heart was far more malevolent than that of a demon. "Boring. Number 17, that area belongs to me," a blonde girl declared. She bore a striking resemblance to number 17, as they were twins. While she too was beautiful, she remained a monster clad in human skin, delighting in slaughter. Mom, what is wrong?" "Wah!" Amidst the blood-soaked ground, a small girl tugged at the hand of her fallen mother, who would never respond again. "I found a little prey. Don't worry, little one. You will soon be reunited with your mother." Number 17 grinned wickedly, unleashing a ki blast aimed at the girl. The innocent child, still crying out for her mother, remained oblivious to the impending doom. Just as the girl was about to meet her tragic end, a loud crash reverberated. Boom! The ki blast was deflected, crashing into the debris with an explosive sound. "Wah, Mom!" The little girl was swept up in the arms of a tall, handsome man. "Brother, what has happened to my mom? She will be okay, right?" Feng gently caressed the girl's head, whispering soothingly, "Your mother is merely asleep. She will awaken soon." He then utilized instant transmission to place the girl beside Bulma. "Take care of this child. The battle has begun." By the time Bulma processed the situation, cradling the child, Li Feng had already vanished from sight. Humph. You again, Trunks. This time, it seems you have brought a companion. Number 17 scoffed. Huh. The man who saved the girl just disappeared. Number 18 remarked, surprised at the sudden absence of the one who had intervened. So dulled, I suppose I must deal with you, Number 17 said, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to attack. Daha. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan instantly, golden light erupting around him, his aura engulfing him as terrifying energy sent debris flying. He understood that Li Feng had gone to rescue others and that his role was to buy time. Die. Swish, just as Number 17 was about to strike, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Bang! The shadow delivered a punch that sent him hurtling away. Thud! Number 17 crashed violently into a collapsed wall, causing it to shatter. What? Number 18 gasped, astonished at the emergence of such a formidable presence that could repel Number 17 with a single blow. Leave Number 17 to me. Are you confident in handling Number 18? Li Feng's calm voice inquired. Absolutely. Trunks' confident voice resonated through the A.I.R.I. In the very instant Li Feng engaged with Android 17, he utilized the system's combat assessment device to gauge the battle power of the future androids. Android 17, 350 million. Android 18, 300 million. Although both androids possessed slightly higher combat capabilities than Trunks, Li Feng firmly believed that Saiyan's possessed the innate ability to fight beyond their limits in one-on-one situations. He sought to enhance Trunks' combat prowess through practical training against the androids. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would not hesitate to intervene himself. Humph, 17, you truly are weak, mocked Android 18. Do you not interfere? 18, I will personally eliminate this scoundrel. 17 seethed through gritted teeth. It had been a long time since anyone had inflicted harm upon him. Not since the battle with Son Gohan 7 years prior. This individual must be subjected to his own torment until death. Foolish, Li Feng replied coldly. Ha! He bellowed, and with a swift motion, a blinding golden light erupted, surpassing even Trunks' brilliance, and a terrifying aura surged, shaking the very earth beneath them. Li Feng's hair stood on end, transforming from black to golden. His pupils shifting to green, his demeanor becoming icy, he had instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Initially, his fighting style mirrored that of Goku, gradually probing his opponents and savoring the thrill of combat before incrementally growing stronger, even against foes like Frieza. However, when confronting these ruthless fiends who showed no mercy towards innocent girls, he could no longer restrain himself. They must be vanquished in an instant. Allowing them to linger in this world would be a disservice to the fallen. Li Feng's formidable energy radiated outward in ripples, centered around him. What? A Super Saiyan, who are you? 17 exclaimed in shock. 7 years ago, Son Gohan, and 17 years ago, Vegeta, were both Super Saiyans, yet none emanated such a potent aura. I am here to end your life. Before 17 could finish his sentence, the golden figure appeared before him in an instant. Bam! Li Feng's fist struck 17's abdomen with tremendous force. Cough! 17 doubled over like a shrimp, expelling bile. Seizing the moment, Li Feng executed a flying kick, sending 17 hurtling into the air with a resounding crash. Crack! 17's ribs shattered, pain coursing through him. It was not over. Li Feng teleported, positioning himself at 17's trajectory, and unleashed a powerful double-fisted strike. Boom! The air crackled with thunderous noise as a dark figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor, causing the earth to tremble and fracture like a spider's web. 17 was utterly bewildered. First, he was struck in the abdomen, then his ribs broke, and, as the scenery whirled past him, he felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by encroaching darkness and all-consuming agony. His dazed gaze drifted skyward. Unable to comprehend how he had been defeated in an instant, he screamed in despair. The reason for his demise lay in the golden, godlike figure that had appeared before him, coalescing an energy sphere in its right hand. Filled with lethal power, a flash of gold illuminated the scene. 17's consciousness faded entirely. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, and 17 was obliterated into fragments. Dear readers, please leave a 5-star review. Add to your bookshelf. Follow for updates. Thank you. Chapter 53. Trunks surpasses his limits. Android 18's demise. With a deafening boom, 17 was reduced to mere particles. What? Android 18, engaged in combat with Trunks, momentarily lost focus upon witnessing 17's demise. Trunks, ever vigilant in battle, seized the opening presented by 18 and launched himself forward for a decisive strike. Boom! Trunks' fist connected with 18's face, sending her flying like a projectile. With a crash, 18's form collided with the ruins, sending shockwaves through the vicinity, causing walls to collapse and thick smoke to billow. How could this be? That was 17, her twin brother, who had been slain by this mysterious Saiyan, embedded in the wall. 18 was overwhelmed by shock, confusion, and panic. If this Saiyan were to join forces with Trunks, her life would surely be forfeit. What should she do? Tension gripped her as a cruel smile spread across her face. Since the Saiyans could not sense her energy, she could exploit this advantage to launch a surprise attack. If she eliminated Trunks from the shadows and then fled, the Saiyan would be unable to pursue her. Thus, she concealed herself amidst the debris and smoke, like a panther lurking in the darkness, waiting for the fatal moment to strike. She has vanished. Trunks flew towards the spot where 18 had fallen but found no trace of her. Yet his keen combat instincts alerted him to a dire threat. He scanned his surroundings anxiously, searching for 18 amidst the swirling smoke. Feng observed from the sidelines with folded arms. If I were in this situation, how would I deal with an opponent who cannot sense my energy? He pondered. It would seem prudent to feign a weakness, anticipating a counterattack at the moment of the enemy's strike. That as time passed, Trunks remained on high alert, beads of sweat cascading from his brow, yet he dared not relax, for his adversary could strike at any moment. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of slicing air reached his ears. Trunks quickly launched a ki blast. But it struck only a stone. The true attack was from the figure concealed behind the rock. The impact of Trunks' blast dislodged debris, momentarily stalling his movements. Boom! Now it was 18's turn to retaliate. She lunged forward, seizing Trunks by the shoulders, and drove her right knee into him with a resounding thud, bending him over in agony. Pooh! The searing pain forced Trunks to spit out ballpoint 18, then unleashed a relentless barrage, her fists flying with such speed that Trunks was left reeling. Ultimately, 18 sent Trunks hurtling away with a kick, then gathered energy in her hands, preparing a ki blast with royal finesse. Boom! 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 The yellow ki blast rained down upon Trunks with the speed of a Gatling gun, mercilessly bombarding him. In theory, the androids possessed limitless stamina, allowing 18 to bombard Trunks indefinitely. However, the future androids had existed for over a decade, and prolonged combat without regular maintenance had drained their energy reserves. After over a minute of relentless assault, 18 was forced to pause. Number 18 laughed heartily, a wild, unrestrained laughter. What Saiyan? I have personally dispatched one. It appears that number 17 was merely careless that I end this situation. Facing off one-on-one against Feng, my chances of victory have significantly increased. It seems there is no need to flee. Upon sensing the disappearance of Trunks' energy, the initial panic, tension, and despair vanished completely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Feng had been observing the battlefield, and when he witnessed Trunks being viciously attacked, he almost couldn't restrain himself from intervening. However, he noted that Trunks' energy had not diminished significantly. Rather, he had concealed it in an instant. Having trained on Yardrat, Feng's perception of energy was unparalleled, and he realized that Trunks was still alive, biding his time for a final strike. What was that about science? Feng, though you managed to ambush number 17 and achieved a fortunate victory. I'm the strongest. The Trunks who accompanied you has already met his end. You are next. Number 18 laughed maniacally. She gazed upon the malevolent smile of the future android number 18. A chill ran down Feng's spine. Although he harbored feelings for number 18, she was a version of herself that embodied gentleness, kindness, and charm. The current incarnation, however, was merely a demon clad in the same skin as number 18. Feng shook his head. Your battle is not over yet. Do you wish to perish so soon? He sneered, "Do you truly believe that Saiyans could be so easily vanquished, from what I know? Had it not been for Vegeta's carelessness and Gohan's desire to protect Trunks, they would not have fallen so easily. Under guarded circumstances, killing a Super Saiyan is no simple feat." What? Number 18's hair stood on end as she grew tense and vigilant. If what he said were true, then Trunks had not perished. Was he observing from the shadows as she had moments ago? She strained to sense her surroundings again, but could feel no trace of Trunks' energy. Though sweat continued to trickle down her forehead, that if this were the case, it would spell trouble, especially with Li Feng still present. Could she escape? Whoosh! Another sound of air being sliced through reached her ears. Number 18's instincts kicked in, and she swiftly launched a ki blast, taunting, "Humph! Hiding in the back, are you? Do you think using my own technique against me is too Navi?" Boom! She unleashed several more blasts, reducing the massive boulder to rubble. Yet, once the debris settled, Trunks was nowhere to be found. What? Number 18 was momentarily taken aback. He was not following the expected script. Swish! A sound came from behind her. Number 18 instinctively turned her body aside, but it was too late. Zing! A flash of silver sliced through the air, severing her arm. Ah! She screamed in agony as blood gushed forth. Trunks, emboldened by his newfound advantage, relentlessly continued his assault. Swish! 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 Countless silver flashes danced through the air, and after a flurry of sword strikes, only fragments and pieces remained. "This is for everyone," he declared, mirroring the final blow he dealt to the mechanical Frieza in the original story. With a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a ki blast that obliterated everything in its path. Number 18 was no more. Trunks had surpassed himself. Chapter 54. The Evolution of Life. Beep! Mission accomplished. Eliminate Android 17 and Android 18. Reward: the formidable survival abilities of the Frost Demon Clan. Would you like to claim it? The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Yes." Li Feng replied without hesitation. In an instant, he felt his blood boiling, accompanied by a surge of vibrant and powerful life force emanating from within. His bones and flesh began to grow slowly, their density becoming extraordinary. He now felt capable of withstanding the full force of a Super Saiyan's Kamehameha without sustaining any damage. His height had increased from 1.8 meters to 1.85 meters. His muscles grew more robust, and an astonishing power surged within him. Beyond the growth of his physical strength, Li Feng sensed a qualitative enhancement in his five senses. His eyes functioned like telescopes, allowing him to clearly see a spider hundreds of meters away. His hearing rivaled that of Namekians, enabling him to hear voices from a kilometer away. His sense of smell and taste became more refined, and his sense of touch became more delicate. Most exhilarating of all, he felt that he could survive in a vacuum, breathing not solely through his mouth and nose, but as if every part of his body possessed a respiratory mechanism. Inhaling gradually, roughly estimated, he could survive in a vacuum for several days. This was the extraordinary vitality of the Frost Demon Clan. No wonder Frieza, even without training, possessed a battle power exceeding 1 million. Such was his innate talent. Li Feng rejoiced, realizing that this system reward was indeed perfectly suited to him. He checked his power level with a scouter. 100 million, that this was nothing less than the evolution of life. The ascension of the flesh, the newly evolved Li Feng's battle power had quadrupled, and even more terrifying was the sensation of an endless reservoir of strength surging within him, with more potential waiting to be tapped. Clatter! At that moment, Trunks knelt on the ground. "Gohan, Father, all my friends, and so many innocent lives, I have finally defeated the androids. Your souls can now find peace," Trunks shouted to the heavens, hot tears streaming down his face. After years of battling the androids and fleeing, the despair, pain, and tension he had carried within him dissipated as this chapter came to a close. He had borne the hopes of the entire world on his shoulders, never allowed to falter, witnessing the suffering of the innocent, his heart bleeding, yet feeling utterly powerless. But now he had finally avenged them. The joy and excitement within him, along with a myriad of complex emotions, were beyond words. All he could do was shout to release his pent-up feelings. Li Feng stood silently nearby, moved by the scene that in the past, when watching Dragon Ball, he had admired Trunks from the future for his bravery and inherent kindness. ruthless towards foes, but gentle with loved ones. Trunks had carried an unbearably heavy burden. After a considerable time, once Trunks had composed himself, he gradually rose and approached Li Feng, bowing deeply in respect to him. Li Feng, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. Without you, we would not have eradicated the androids. There is no need for gratitude, Trunks. Ultimately, it was your strength and wisdom that led to their defeat, Li Feng replied with a smile. Da-da. I must hurry back to share this wonderful news with my mother. She will be overjoyed, Trunks exclaimed happily to them. Li Feng, please accompany me. Today is a day worth celebrating. All right, the two swiftly soared towards Bulma's hiding place. Whoosh, before long, they arrived. Mother, I did it. We have defeated the androids. Humanity is saved. Upon catching sight of Bulma, Trunks immediately leapt into her embrace, resembling a child sharing his joy with his mother. Yes, it's true. That's wonderful. You are truly remarkable. Bulma's eyes sparkled, illuminating her radiant smile. Thank you, Li Feng, for rescuing our world, and no need for thanks. This time Trunks has also defeated the enemy with his own strength. Then let us commemorate our victory today. I have decided to host a party. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. You Saiyans must have quite an appetite. While this is not a significant gesture of gratitude, at least allow me to extend the hospitality of my home. Laughter echoed throughout the room. Subsequently, Bulma utilized a robot to convey this joyous news to the remaining survivors. Initially, they were skeptical, but upon realizing that the calamities wrought by the two fiends had ceased, they erupted in deafening cheers. Chanting the names of the heroes, Li Feng and Trunks. That evening, Bulma invited the nearby populace to join the celebration. Everyone made space and began distributing food, with Li Feng assisting nearby. Bulma grew increasingly curious about the enigmatic and powerful man, inquiring about his encounters with his past self. Upon hearing her past self as proactive nature, she felt a flush of embarrassment, but soon composed herself, considering her advanced age and regarding these memories as mere anecdotes. Especially since her husband, Vegeta, had long departed. In truth, the Dragon Balls still exist, and everyone can return, Li Feng revealed slowly after sharing his past experiences. What? You say the Dragon Balls still exist? Trunks exclaimed in shock, eagerly asking for clarification. In this world, Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were one entity, living and dying together. Thus, when Piccolo perished, the Supreme Kai, who governed the Dragon Balls of Earth, also died, rendering the Dragon Balls ineffective. However, Namek, Piccolo's homeland, is the origin of the Dragon Balls. If the original timeline remains unchanged, then there are also Dragon Balls on Namek. Li Feng explained that such a thing exists. Trunks gasped in astonishment, followed by elation. Then that means Father and Gohan can... Wait a moment, Trunks, Bulma sighed. We cannot do that. They've been gone for a long time. Even if the Dragon Balls could bring them back, it would be a disrespect to life. Let them rest in peace. Bulma, unusually resolute, halted Trunks' request. Li Feng was taken aback, unable to fathom that Bulma, who had most desired the revival of her loved ones, would oppose this suggestion. Bulma, Trunks, and that powerful young man. Li Feng, right? At that moment, a familiar voice reached their ears. I am Goku. I have been watching over Earth from the afterlife. Bulma is correct. We have been dead for a long time and have grown accustomed to life in the afterworld. We do not wish to return. Moreover, it seems I have brought many troubles to this world, regrettably for Gohan and Vegeta. Kakarot, I will not be revived. I will not lose in training here in the afterworld. Vegeta's voice joined in. Trunks, you have grown. I feel a sense of pride. Gohan's voice followed. His father and Aunt Bulma have said, we have been gone for a long time. Reviving us would strip life of its meaning. It is better to let those who remain face the future more resolutely. Gohan. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Trunks could not help but shed tears. Well, the others have said they do not wish to be revived. In fact, we are quite well in the afterworld. Oh, by the way, Li Feng, you are incredibly strong. Thank you for saving Earth. I would like to spar with you. After you pass on, be sure to seek me out. Kakarot, after all these years, you still cannot speak properly. Do you curse others with death? Surely, one should speak kindly to a benefactor. My apologies, Li Feng, followed by their usual banter. In the end, Trunks also found solace and smiled. Chapter 55. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Ultimately, Trunks found peace and smiled. According to Bulma, the time machine required a substantial amount of energy for round trips, and replenishing that energy would take a year. Thus, Feng had no choice but to remain in the future world. He had contemplated whether to wish for an intellect rivaling Bulma's, or to possess the learning abilities of Majin Buu, to engage in invention and creation. However, he refrained from misusing the Dragon Balls, uncertain of whether this world might encounter GT events in the future. Consequently, he devoted most of his time to training. In the initial 2 months, he assisted in post-disaster reconstruction. After all, a Saiyan's strength was equivalent to that of thousands, surpassing cranes and other machines in speed and agility. Feng gradually integrated into the life here, constructing various infrastructures with his own hands, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Apart from training, he relished the beauty of life and the hope that people held for a new beginning. After the preliminary construction, Bulma's machinery factory began operations, alleviating the need for Feng to dedicate excessive time to assist further. Trunks, the future I hail from is even more distant than the one you currently inhabit. There will be more terrifying and formidable foes ahead, far stronger than Android 17 and his ilk. Feng remarked during a moment of respite. I realize that discussing these matters just after resolving the android crisis may not be appropriate. But this world can only rely on you now. You wish to become stronger, Trunks? I want to become as strong as you, Mr. Feng. Please teach me how to grow in strength, Trunks earnestly requested. Feng understood that he had less than 10 months in this world. Aside from enhancing his own strength, it was imperative that Trunks also grew stronger. With his arrival, the future had already shifted. And if Trunks did not train, he would struggle against even the first form of Cell, let alone the subsequent threats from Majin Buu. Very well. I know of a place ideal for our training. Feng proposed the hyperbolic time chamber within the Supreme Kai's realm. What? The Supreme Kai's realm? The hyperbolic time chamber? Such a miraculous place exists, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I believe Bubbles and the others will not refuse us. The two soared towards the Supreme Kai's realm. It is you, Trunks, and Feng greeted a diminutive, dark-skinned man wearing a white turban as they arrived. Hello, Mr. Bubbles. We have come to request the use of the hyperbolic time chamber, Feng stated, indicating their intent to train against the formidable foes that lay ahead. That if the Supreme Kai is present, he will undoubtedly grant permission. Thank you, Feng and Trunks, for avenging the Supreme Kai and many innocent lives. Bobo expressed his gratitude towards Feng and his companions for their contributions and granted them permission to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. However, he cautioned, each individual is permitted a mere 48 hours of training within its confines throughout their lifetime. Failure to adhere to this limit will result in an inability to exit. Feng contemplated this, thinking that being unable to exit merely indicated insufficient strength. After all, figures like Majin Buu in his later stages and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks had similarly torn through the fabric of space-time using sheer power. Hadn't they? Yet, he acknowledged that his current capabilities fell far short of that level. Even if he possessed the strength, he had no desire to linger in this void for too long, lest it lead to mental distress. Therefore, he deemed a year within the chamber to be more than sufficient. Reflecting on the original story, Goku and Gohan had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan at their first stage after merely 1 year of training. He wondered if he could achieve that state now. With a sense of eagerness, he opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, revealing a modest dwelling complete with a living room, hall, bathroom, kitchen, and other amenities. Beyond lay a vast, empty world. The most immediate sensation was the extraordinarily thin air, with oxygen levels plummeting to below half of their normal state, coupled with a gravity 10 times greater than Earth's. The temperature outside exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. Gasping for breath, Trunks struggled to acclimate to this harsh environment. Is this truly the hyperbolic time chamber? He marveled, as the surrounding desolation rendered the entire cosmos seemingly reduced to this temporal palace, where a colossal hourglass tilted with sand, serving as a stark reminder of time's passage. Feng, having long since adapted to tenfold gravity and other harsh conditions during his previous training, found life in his evolved body to pose no challenge. What intrigued him most were the chamber's unique attributes. One day inside equated to an entire year in the outside world. Trunks, take your time to adjust to this environment. I will begin my training alone and teach you to grow stronger tomorrow. Feng declared, launching himself into the distance after his words. Observing Feng maintain his composure under such intense gravity and thin air filled Trunks with admiration, prompting him to clench his fist and start adapting to the new conditions. Although Feng had developed resistance to extreme cold and heat, the thin air remained a hurdle, causing him to expend more energy than usual. After a brief practice session, he was already sweating lightly. Yet, this also indicated substantial progress. Training under such conditions would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Now let's test my current capabilities to ha. With a surge of energy, Feng unleashed a formidable white vortex, sending shockwaves through the palace, causing it to tremble. Incredible. Mr. Feng has grown even stronger, Trunks marveled, pondering why Feng had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, despite his aura rivaling that of their previous encounters. Excellent, truly the mark of an evolved body. Feng sensed the changes within himself. The negative states he had previously experienced had considerably diminished. Now, let us commence training. Full power, Super Saiyan. Here I come. Days later, a thunderous clash echoed as two golden energy blasts collided. Producing a deafening sound, a golden figure was sent tumbling backward, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Trunks returned to his normal state, coughing intermittently. Well done, Trunks. You're gradually adapting to this environment, Feng remarked, surprisingly still in his normal form, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yes, Mr. Feng, Trunks replied, rising once more. This training was at Trunks' request. Over the past few days, Feng had imparted much knowledge, not only regarding combat, but also about energy perception, breathing techniques, absorption, and more, significantly enhancing Trunks' physical strength. Let us conclude today's training here. We shall continue tomorrow, Feng instructed. Yes, Mr. Feng. A month later, two figures radiated golden auras. Come on, Trunks, Feng encouraged Ha. With a burst of speed, Trunks transformed into a streak of golden lightning and charged toward Feng. The impact of their fists resonated with a tremendous roar as their forms flickered and changed in midair. After a month of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, their base combat power had seen remarkable improvements. Trunks had escalated from 5 million to 10 million, while Feng had doubled his from 100 million to 200 million. After adapting to the harsh conditions, Trunks, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, could now steadily suppress Feng in his normal state, compelling Feng to counter with his own Super Saiyan form. Following a series of exchanges, Trunks created distance and unleashed several energy blasts. Feng effortlessly evaded them, but as the blast detonated, smoke obscured Trunks' figure. Feng raised an eyebrow, noting that Trunks had begun applying his energy in combat. He remained composed, acutely aware that no living being could escape his perception. There, Feng pivoted, delivering a punch into the air. Bang! Trunks' figure materialized. This is it. However, another of Trunks' figures emerged behind Feng, just as Feng's fist was about to connect with the first Trunks. That image began to blur and dissipate. Phantom Punch. This technique had been taught to Trunks by Feng. It involved creating illusions using energy during rapid movement, and today, Trunks successfully executed it. I got you. Trunks exclaimed, exhilarated, believing he was about to strike Feng, proving that he could deceive his teacher. But in that moment, Trunks experienced the same sensation Feng had moments ago. His punch did not land. And instead, he heard Feng's voice behind him. Boom! With a devastating blow, Trunks was sent crashing to the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form on the smooth surface. Cough, cough! Trunks struggled to rise. Very good, Trunks. You've mastered the application of the Phantom Punch. However, remember that in battle, your opponent might employ similar tactics. Never let your guard down when you have yet to strike the opponent. Feng advised that I understand. Teacher, Trunks replied, standing tall, elated to receive Feng's acknowledgement. Your body is now capable of withstanding even higher transformations of the Super Saiyan, Feng stated. Higher transformations? What does that entail? Trunks inquired, puzzled. Like this, Feng bellowed as a brilliant golden aura enveloped his body, expanding outward dramatically. A more astonishing and terrifying surge of energy erupted forth. Besides the alteration in his aura, Li Feng's physique underwent a tremendous transformation. His previously robust body grew even more imposing due to this metamorphosis. With his biceps, pectorals, abdominal muscles, thighs, and calves swelling to extraordinary proportions, transforming him into a veritable muscle-bound titan. The energy expanded with awe-inspiring magnitude, resembling a miniature sun radiating its light and heat. This overwhelming force instantly subdued Trunks' ordinary Super Saiyan form, even causing his aura to appear diminished. This is the second form of the first stage of Super Saiyan, abbreviated as Super Saiyan 1.2 in its muscular manifestation. Li Feng elucidated. Remarkable, incredible, gazing at Li Feng. Now transformed into the Super Saiyan 1.2 state, Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. The energy emanating from Li Feng was vastly superior to his own. The transformation multiplier in the Super Saiyan 1.2 state is 60 times, yet it consumes 3 times the energy. Li Feng clarified the current transformation state. This is the state you must strive to attain. Trunks displayed an envious expression. Is this the state that surpasses Super Saiyan? Can I also achieve this form? With diligent training, anyone can attain this transformation. Of course, there are further transformations, such as this. Li Feng continued to progress into an advanced transformation. Swish, a more intense whirlwind and an even more dazzling golden light radiated from Li Feng. His aura engulfed the entire space, rendering the world as if it solely existed within this golden flame. In comparison, Trunks' golden aura appeared as mere fluorescence against the blinding sun, utterly insignificant. Trunks was once again blinded by the brilliance. Trembling with fear at the sheer magnitude of this power, if he could withstand a few rounds against Li Feng in the Super Saiyan 1.2 state. Now, in this form, Li Feng resembled a golden demon, exuding an aura that instilled terror, obliterating any desire to fight, leaving only profound fear within him. Li Feng's physique also underwent another dramatic change. His height surged from nearly 1.9 meters to an impressive 2 meters. His muscles swelling further, resembling small mountains, as he radiated light and heat like an erupting volcano. This is the third state of Super Saiyan, referred to as Super Saiyan 1.3, with a significant power boost, achieving an 80-fold transformation multiplier. However, this state is a failure in the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Why is that? This form is much stronger than Super Saiyan 1.2, Trunks queried, perplexed, because although this form yields a tremendous increase in power, it significantly reduces speed, falling short of even the ordinary Super Saiyan speed, and consumes roughly 5 times the energy, imposing a severe burden on the body, making it ill-suited for combat. Li Feng elucidated the shortcomings of this form, guiding Trunks to avoid unnecessary pitfalls. Even the mightiest power is futile if it cannot strike the enemy. This form trades speed for power. They're an even stronger form. Indeed, the ultimate form of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Li Feng released the Super Saiyan 1.3 form, his physique returning to normal, the external aura diminishing, and that terrifying energy gradually subsiding, until finally the golden aura vanished entirely, and Li Feng's energy also receded. Now, Li Feng appeared akin to an ordinary Super Saiyan. Isn't this just the ordinary Super Saiyan state? Trunks sensed the disparity between his expectations and the ultimate form, though it may not be apparent. This is indeed the ultimate form of the first stage of Super Saiyan, also known as the full power of Super Saiyan. The transformation multiplier is 70 times, but both power and speed are vastly enhanced, with the remarkable characteristic of prolonged duration, consuming only an additional 30% of energy. Ordinary Super Saiyans expend excessive energy during transformation, while this state conserves the surplus energy within the body, enabling a longer duration of transformation. Chapter 57. Trunks' Super Saiyan 1.2 state. Indeed, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Li Feng has already mastered the full power transformation of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Li Feng returned to his normal state. Trunks, your primary objective now is to reach the Super Saiyan 1.2 state. Yes, Master, Trunks responded enthusiastically, eager to grow stronger to protect his world. Boom! Days later, during yet another intense battle. Li Feng sensed that Trunks' combat prowess had notably improved, adeptly mastering techniques like the instant transmission fist. Their figures flickered in the air, a testament to their mastery of the multi-shadow fist technique. Both were battered and torn, yet their fighting spirit remained undaunted. With a flash of light, Trunks created distance, raising his hands above his head to gather energy into a sphere. Li Feng extended his left hand, forming a Kamehameha wave. Magic Flash. Trunks unleashed the technique taught by Gohan. The Magic Flash, a stream of yellow energy, imbued with scorching heat, hurtled toward Li Feng like a meteor. Li Feng retaliated fiercely, launching a Kamehameha wave toward Trunks' Magic Flash. Boom! In an instant, the very heavens dimmed, seemingly reduced to the existence of these two brilliant flashes. Subsequently, both figures were propelled by the immense energies, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Trunks propped himself up, spitting out a mouthful of bitterness. Well done, Trunks. Li Feng straightened up, offering praise. Trunks had made rapid progress, now able to keep pace with Li Feng's movements. Consume a Senzu Bean and prepare to transform into the 1.2 state. After warming up, Li Feng tossed a Senzu Bean to Trunks. After consuming it, Trunks instantly felt his strength restored, all pain vanished, and he sensed a slight increase in energy. Remember what I previously mentioned. Concentrate your energy and let it flow through your muscle groups. Li Feng reiterated the key points for transforming into Super Saiyan 1.2. Swish, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, erupting with golden energy. Yet, not only that, his energy continued to surge, the golden vortex expanding gradually. That's it. First, elevate your energy, then concentrate the excess aura within your muscles. Trunks' veins bulged as he felt power surging wildly throughout his body. Although formidable, he struggled to harness it. However, through Li Feng's guidance, he realized that the key to transformation lay in controlling this overwhelming power. Thus, he exerted all his effort to tame the chaotic energy within him, storing it in his various muscle groups. Bang! With a powerful surge, Trunks' feet slammed down, indenting the ground beneath him. Trunks let out a mighty roar, his entire being exploding with the most resplendent radiance. The entire ground beneath Trunks collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. With a resounding crash, 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 the dust finally settled, revealing a golden and imposing figure emerging from the pit, enveloped in a fierce, flame-like golden vortex. Trunks had undergone a significant transformation. He had grown taller, his muscles bulging like small hills. Robust and brimming with explosive power, Trunks had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1.2. Li Feng observed Trunks in this new form, noting its similarity to his own and the original Vegeta's Super Saiyan 1.2 transformation, and nodded approvingly. Excellent. This is the state you should remember. Familiarize yourself with this newfound power, he advised. Trunks felt an overwhelming joy and excitement, but upon hearing Li Feng's words, he immediately understood the importance of mastering and maintaining this power. He suppressed his exhilaration and focused on stabilizing his energy. After a considerable time, Trunks' energy ceased its fluctuations, maintaining a steady state, and he was able to sustain the Super Saiyan 1.2 form without excess energy bursts. Li Feng assessed Trunks' current battle power, 900 million. Meanwhile, his own base battle power had risen to 210 million. He had inquired with the system, discovering that the original Gohan's battle power upon transforming into Super Saiyan Stage 2 was 100 billion, while the Perfect Cell's power was only 60 billion, with his base power exceeding 200 million. Even his transformation into the lowest tier of Super Saiyan rivaled that of Stage 2. Li Feng mused that should he truly unleash his strength, he could likely defeat Trunks with a single punch. Let me condense my energy and lower my battle power to around 900 million. Come now, Trunks, face me with your new strength. Yes, Trunks, filled with determination, felt certain he could defeat Li Feng. Thud! 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 The two resumed their intense battle, but this time, it was evident that Trunks held the upper hand. Thud! Their fists collided once more, but it was clear that Trunks' strength surpassed Li Feng's, sending him flying. Trunks rejoiced, charging forward and delivering a kick to Li Feng's abdomen. Clang. Li Feng instinctively blocked the strike. But feeling the diminished energy within him, he was struck by the sheer force behind Trunks' attack, as if it could shatter his bones. His entire arm felt numb. Trunks pressed his advantage, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Li Feng, treating him like a mere punching bag. Thud, 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 thud. Trunks had truly subdued Li Feng. Indeed, this new transformation was formidable, Trunks thought. With a flash, Li Feng executed a sudden movement, appearing at a distance that he understood that confronting Trunks head-on in this state was not a wise strategy. So he began to maneuver. However, Trunks' Super Saiyan 1.2 form had significantly boosted not only his power, but also his speed. Whoosh, a golden beast charged towards Li Feng. Boom! Li Feng's senses kept pace. But due to physical constraints, he was still knocked back by the impact. Ha ha ha! Trunks unleashed his royal combat technique, furiously launching energy blasts at Li Feng. Instantly, golden energy spheres rained down upon him like a meteor shower, engulfing him entirely. How powerful! This is the true essence of my Super Saiyan 1.2 form, Trunks exclaimed, reveling in the results of his transformation. The dust settled. Li Feng's figure was obscured from view. Trunks remained cautious, fully aware that he could not defeat Li Feng with just those few attacks. Suddenly, Li Feng teleported right in front of Trunks, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. By the time the lethal threat registered in Trunks' mind, it was too late. He was struck hard in the abdomen. Despite his enhanced defense in this form, he still coughed up bile from the blow. Thud, thud, thud. Now it was Li Feng's turn to launch a furious assault, utilizing his teleportation to keep Trunks on the defensive, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Ultimately, Trunks could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 1.2 power and was completely defeated. Dearest readers, I kindly request your 5-star reviews. Please add me to your bookshelf and follow for updates. Thank you. Chapter 58. The Return of Training. Li Feng, having gained the upper hand, relentlessly attacked Trunks with his teleportation skills, leaving him in a state of utter disarray until he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 1.2 form and was utterly defeated. This highlighted the greatest weakness of the Super Saiyan 1.2 state, its immense energy consumption. Initially, one could maintain the ordinary Super Saiyan form for at least an hour, but now, Trunks struggled to hold it for even 15 minutes. Li Feng helped Trunks to his feet, saying, however, this state is necessary. It will enable your body to adapt to high-intensity energy, paving the way for even more powerful transformations that I will certainly adapt to this state, Trunks replied, returning to his normal form. His spirits lifted. It turns out that growing stronger is such an exhilarating and thrilling experience. As a Saiyan, the blood and essence flowing within him ignited his fighting spirit. Excellent. Let us conclude our training for today. Take a look at the surrounding terrain. Li Feng gestured to the environment. The energies they unleashed had transformed the once smooth ground into a series of craters, with the distant earth scorched black and sunken several meters. Ha ha! The two erupted into hearty laughter. In the days that followed, they continued their rigorous training, taking moments to discuss the circumstances of their respective worlds. Although Li Feng had gained a preliminary understanding of the future world, hearing it from Trunks revealed just how dark and despairing it was. He learned of the struggles faced by Trunks, Bulma, Gohan, and the many survivors who had endured years of hardship, gaining insight into the challenges of their current lives. Li Feng also shared tales from his universe, explaining how his arrival had altered the future. Bulma was no longer his mother. Yet Trunks felt that during their time together, he experienced a mentor's care, perhaps a semblance of paternal love. Time flew by, and soon, a year passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. The disparity in their strengths compared to a year prior was nothing short of astounding. Their current battle powers were as follows. Trunks, normal state 100 million. Li Feng, normal state 500 million. Moreover, Trunks had mastered the full power transformation of Super Saiyan, able to maintain this state for extended periods. As for Li Feng, he had progressed even further, now capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His Super Saiyan 2 form was merely the basic transformation, 100 times his normal state. Yet according to his system's calculations, this power had already reached the level of Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 during the Majin Buu saga. Just imagine, his Super Saiyan 2 power was already on par with Super Saiyan 3 levels. Returning to his Dragon Ball universe, A1807, he would easily dominate, rendering foes like Perfect Cell and Lightning Cell as mere weaklings. However, he vowed not to allow Android 18 to be absorbed, but what would happen when the mission arrived? Regardless, his current strength was sufficient for traversing other Dragon Ball universes for quite some time, except when encountering powers above the God of Destruction level, or those related to the Dragon Ball GT storyline. Zila. After a day in the outside world, Bobo felt the door of the hyperbolic time chamber swing open and hurried over to assess the situation. Whoosh! Two remarkably potent auras emanated from within the chamber. Could this be Trunks and Li Fan's energy? How formidable! Bobo distinctly sensed that these two auras were significantly stronger than before. The most alarming aspect was that they hadn't even reached their explosive state. Yet it felt as though the entire temple was on the verge of collapsing. Indeed, the environment of the outside world is far more comfortable. Trunks, feeling the abundant air, along with the normal gravity and temperature, couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him, as if the oppressive force had intensified. All right, Trunks, rein in your energy to a normal state. Otherwise, your mere breath could obliterate the temple. Li Fan jested. Initially, when Li Fan stepped outside, he too felt an overwhelming sense of ease, almost overwhelmingly pleasant, but he promptly suppressed his power back to that of an ordinary human. Understood. Trunks immediately followed suit, tempering his aura. Trunks and Li Fan, have you completed your training? Bobo inquired. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. We have successfully utilized our time and trained effectively. Trunks has gained an additional edge in protecting Earth and no need for jesting. Teacher, Trunks replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Before anything else, Mr. Bobo, do you have any delicacies available? Li Fan asked. Although the food inside was plentiful, we nearly consumed it all over a month ago, and for the latter part of our training, we were almost perpetually hungry. That is not a problem. Please wait a moment. Bobo then went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Observing each other's disheveled state, Li Fan and Trunks couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their appetites had grown alongside their combat prowess, leading them to deplete the food reserves of the hyperbolic time chamber in advance, leaving them ravenously hungry towards the end. However, this very condition allowed them to fully harness the Saiyan physique, battling even while famished, which significantly enhanced their strength. As they beheld the table laden with an array of delectable dishes, they wasted no time and transformed into gluttons, devouring the food with fervor. Bobo, witnessing the voracious consumption of the two, was left speechless in astonishment. Afterward, Li Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for providing us with both the venue and the exquisite food that we would like to assist you in return. Li Fan paused for a moment. Currently, there seems to be no guardian on Earth, correct? Indeed, the Supreme Kai, along with Piccolo, was killed by the androids over a decade ago, Bobo said with a mournful and reflective expression. In that case, we could travel to Namek and request their kin to come to Earth as the new guardian to restore the Dragon Balls. Li Fan suggested, but is that truly feasible? Protecting Earth has always been the Guardian's wish. He would surely be delighted. With the passing of the Guardian, the Dragon Balls became unusable, and Li Fan felt their necessity, even if Goku and others in this world were unwilling to be revived. Should unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, the Dragon Balls would still represent a glimmer of hope. Very well, Trunks, let us return to prepare. We shall set off for Namek tomorrow. All right, Teacher Li Fan, Trunks replied, equally elated. Whoosh, whoosh, the two figures soared through the sky towards West City. They gazed at the various buildings that had been reconstructed over the past year, the new vegetation sprouting in the areas previously ravaged by battle, and the smiling faces of the people united in their efforts to rebuild their home, feeling a sense of comfort. Chapter 59. The Return, an Incident, Tap Tap. The two landed beside Bulma's villa. Mom, we're back. Trunks exclaimed joyfully. Oh, so soon. Bulma, still wielding her tools, was busy repairing a machine to TO'er. It seemed they had only been gone for about a day. Typically, training outside would take a week or two, then measuring Trunks' height. She remarked in confusion, how could you have grown a few centimeters in just over a day? You see, Teacher Li Fan and I went to the hyperbolic time chamber, and Trunks eagerly recounted his experiences over the past year. Like a child sharing his delight with his mother. I see. Thank you so much, Li Fan. Bulma expressed her gratitude. And no need for thanks. Trunks has already acquired the strength to protect this world. I merely offered a little encouragement from behind. Your clothes are filthy. Hurry and take a shower. With a playful scold, Bulma laughed. Before this woman, even the mightiest Saiyan must bow their head. The two proceeded to freshen up. The next day, Li Feng and Trunks traveled to Namek, where they found Dondi. After years of growth, upon hearing of the journey to Earth, he was the first to agree and expressed his desire to contribute to Gohan, who sacrificed himself for Earth. The two brought Dondi back to the temple using instant transmission. Upon seeing the other Namekians, Bobo was taken aback, subsequently overwhelmed with joy. Following this, Dondi utilized Namek's magic to reactivate the Dragon Balls. Li Feng cautioned them against using the Dragon Balls unless absolutely necessary, as it could have severe repercussions on the future, although he was uncertain if the events of GT would unfold. He believed it prudent not to misuse the Dragon Balls. He thought to himself that he had accomplished a good deed. In the days that followed, Trunks resumed the work of rebuilding their home, temporarily pausing his training with Li Feng. However, weekly training remained essential to avoid losing physical prowess. Li Feng planned to stay in the Dragon Ball universe at 1207 for approximately 10 months. During this time, alongside maintaining his weekly training, he focused on technology. Having traversed into the future, he was certain that the technological advancements would surpass those of his original universe. While the original Dragon Ball series may not have elaborated extensively on technology, the ability to invent time machines, develop space-folding technology, and engage in space travel indicated a significant level of technological progress. Li Feng endeavored to learn the technology of this world. Previously, he had been quite the academic achiever. Yet upon encountering the technological principles of the Dragon Ball universe, he found himself bewildered. Fortunately, he had the guidance of an intelligent robot, which facilitated his gradual understanding of various theories, at the very least. His practical experience with instant transmission allowed him to better comprehend the intricacies of spatial traversal technology. Throughout the final 10 months, he and Bulma invented a spatial transporter, capable of directing living beings to specific locations. With a transmission range covering any corner of Earth, this device functioned as a scaled-down version of instant transmission, requiring no energy sensing from the user, making it accessible even to ordinary individuals. Albeit with a considerable energy expenditure that diminished with increased travel distance. While this invention offered little personal benefit to Li Feng, it held significant value for ordinary people like Bulma, serving as a potential lifesaver and a means to buy time. Bulma playfully nudged Li Feng with her elbow, teasingly remarking, "It seems you truly have a fondness for my past self. How enviable." Clearing his throat, he replied, "Indeed, we share a profound bond. Shall I enlighten you about the preferences of my past self?" She queried. Is there such a thing? Teaching someone how to capture their own heart. Li Feng felt a surge of excitement. Thus, the two engaged in lively banter, in their respective futures. Bulma and Li Feng regarded each other as friends, both admiring the endeavors of the other. So she enjoyed wearing such attire. My past self must have been even bolder. The two old flirts embarked on an unrestrained dialogue, eventually exchanging knowing glances and erupting into laughter. Meanwhile, Trunks listened from behind the door. Initially, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort witnessing his mother and Li Feng's closeness. However, after spending time training in the hyperbolic time chamber and collaborating with Li Feng on technology and home reconstruction, he found himself no longer averse to Li Feng. Rather, he secretly wished for him to remain in this world. Deep down, he had already begun to regard Li Feng as both a mentor and a father figure. Time flew by, and before long, 10 months had passed. The energy for the time machine was once again ready, signaling that Li Feng was to return to his own universe. After conducting thorough checks, ensuring no malfunctions and proper coordinates, Bulma approached Li Feng, stating, "Everything is in order." Trunks also came to bid farewell. "Thank you, Master, for your assistance and for imparting knowledge during this time, that I shall never forget it." "Yes, Li Feng, we are grateful for your salvation of our world," Bulma echoed, "and no need for thanks. I too have learned much here. Li Feng responded. Indeed, had it not been for this journey to the future, he would not have realized the hardships of ordinary life, nor would he have appreciated the allure of technology. His intellect and scientific research skills had at least elevated him to the status of a scholar. And he had invented the spatial transporter, marking a substantial achievement. Trunks, make sure to train diligently. Approximately a year from now, a formidable green monster will threaten humanity. It must be eradicated, Li Feng warned, noting that the first form of Cell would likely make its appearance soon. He hoped Trunks would not underestimate the danger. I understand, Master Li Feng. I will train hard. When we meet again, I will be stronger, Trunks proclaimed with determination. Bulma, thank you. I must take my leave. Li Feng bid farewell to Bulma, then stepped into the time machine, closing the hatch and waving goodbye to the two. Whoosh. The time machine gradually ascended, and with a slight tremor in the air, it became invisible, vanishing from sight as Bulma gazed at the fading figure in the sky. She murmured, a sense of wistfulness and longing enveloping her heart. Watching the scenery outside transform into dimness once more, Li Feng marveled at the marvels of time travel. Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, the time machine, which had been operating normally, suddenly emitted an alarm. Unknown energy detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. What? What is happening? Li Feng was drenched in cold sweat. What unknown energy? Didn't we check everything was fine? There was nothing during the journey. I couldn't sense any energy at all. If I were to get lost in the temporal turbulence, it would mean certain doom. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm grew increasingly frantic, and the formerly stable time machine began to sway erratically, jolting violently until it felt as though it had been ensnared in a colossal vortex, tossing Li Feng chaotically. Boom! Ultimately, a blinding white light erupted as the entire time machine exploded. Chapter 60. Dragon Ball Universe 8 2007. Boom! A blinding white light engulfed the scene as the time machine detonated. Li Feng was hurled away, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, he slowly sat up. Inspecting his body, aside from being covered in soot from the explosion, he found no other injuries. Beep. Host detected traversing to another universe. Beep. Detection complete. The universe is classified as Universe 8 2007. Beep. Mission issued. Eliminate Broly of Universe 8 2007 in his legendary Super Saiyan form. Mission reward. Temporal Shards X1. Do you accept? At that moment, the system announced the mission. Yes. Li Feng responded without hesitation to it. Turned out that he had traversed into the universe of Broly, and he was about to confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. He quickly recalled the plot of the original movie. Essentially, Broly and his father Paragus had escaped Frieza's annihilation attack and fled to the South Galaxy. There, Paragus exploited Broly's ferocity to commit mass slaughter, establishing an empire and exacting revenge on the remaining Saiyans, including Vegeta. Given this context, the first priority was to locate the main cast. Li Feng sensed a few familiar and powerful auras nearby, and, upon further observation, realized he was indeed on Earth. How curious. Why were they all gathered together? Li Feng pondered, then instantaneously teleported to their location. In a beautiful cherry blossom grove, a formidable figure emerged as Li Feng appeared. The moment he manifested, his energy was immediately detected by everyone present. Who goes there? The Z fighters quickly surrounded Li Feng. Upon seeing familiar faces, Li Feng couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Among those present were Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin. Nearly all the main characters were gathered, with the exception of Goku. Greetings, everyone, Li Feng said, waving to the group. However, his gesture of goodwill did little to assuage their suspicions. Vegeta fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Feng, sensing that the young man's aura was undoubtedly concealed, emanating an overwhelming pressure. This is an inconceivable occurrence, Vegeta thought in alarm. Even when facing Kakarot or other formidable foes, he had never felt such a level of oppression. Unless this individual's power vastly exceeded his own. Thus Vegeta inquired, "Who are you exactly?" "I am Li Feng, a Saiyan," he replied. "Impossible," Vegeta dismissed. "The only Saiyans in this world are myself, Kakarot, Gohan, and Trunks. There are no others. I hail from an alternate timeline, Li Feng explained. The group found themselves perplexed. Yet, among them was the brilliant Bulma. Cradling little Trunks, she stepped forward and asked, "You come from another timeline? Are you similar to Trunks?" "Bulma, keep your distance from that fellow. He seems suspicious," Vegeta warned protectively. "Mom, be careful," future Trunks echoed, his demeanor wary. "There's no need for concern. This young man is likely not lying," Bulma reassured with a smile. "Trunks, are you not also from a parallel timeline?" Trunks appeared momentarily stunned. "I'm curious. How did you arrive in our world? Does your world also possess time machines?" Bulma queried with intrigue. "Indeed, I intended to use a time machine to return to my original world. But for reasons unknown, I encountered some interference during the transition, causing the time machine to malfunction, and I ended up here," Li Feng explained. "Upon sensing numerous powerful auras in this vicinity, I came to investigate. Not expecting to find you all here, that he realized that the timeline was still at the beginning of that movie, where everyone was enjoying the cherry blossoms before Paragus made his appearance. Krillin, Gohan, and the others sensed Li Feng's goodwill and invited him to join their cherry blossom viewing, promising to introduce him to Goku upon his arrival. As the festivities resumed, Vegeta retreated to a nearby tree to rest. Yet he remained attentive to the conversation between Li Feng and the others. Following some familiarity with Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, and the others, Li Feng began exchanging information. Krillin informed Li Feng of the events occurring in this universe, confirming that it differed significantly from the one he was acquainted with in this world. Cell had never achieved his perfect form. Although androids had appeared, Cell diverged from the original timeline after absorbing Android 17, as Vegeta had not allowed him to become perfect during their battle, instead eliminating him outright. Li Feng remarked, "So that iconic scene never transpired. Vegeta actually succeeded in his bravado. Therefore, the Cell games never occurred. And Goku was never sacrificed at I see," Li Feng mused, unraveling a long-standing mystery from watching the film. Logically, Broly's plot unfolded 10 days prior to the Cell games, yet they had no time adventure so far to confront Broly. It was, after all, a different timeline. "Trunks, your father is the savior of this world," Li Feng chuckled. "Even as a savior, he still cannot sing," Bulma teased. "Ha ha!" The others erupted in laughter. "Bulma," Vegeta said, his face flushed. Just then, a massive spaceship descended from the sky, landing before them. "Oh, is the plot unfolding?" Li Feng mused while conversing with Krillin, not revealing a hint of the impending events. "Who are those aboard that ship?" Gohan asked, glancing up at the vessel uncertainly. "It appears to be a Saiyan." "What is going on today?" "A Saiyan sail. Another one has appeared." "Is that your comrade, Li Feng?" Vegeta scoffed at, "No, I came alone. I do not recognize that ship or the Saiyan aboard it." Li Feng replied. Indeed, he had never seen them with his own eyes. As the hatch opened, a throng of extraterrestrial beings clad in battle armor surged towards them. Vegeta regarded them with disdain. Apart from the recently encountered Li Feng, these were merely a band of weaklings. Even a joint assault would pose no challenge beyond a flick of his finger. Li Feng, utilizing the system's combat power detector, assessed the minions and found their numbers to be but a few hundred. What intrigued him most was the combat prowess of this world's inhabitants. Gohan, 80 million, normal state. Vegeta, 70 million, normal state. Trunks, 50 million, normal state. Krillin, 500,000 400. 000 Yamcha, 300,000 Master Roshi, 2,000 aside from the Saiyans. The other Z fighters seemed to possess strength comparable to his own universe. It appeared Gohan had also entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training, emerging with mastery over the full power of the Super Saiyan form. Otherwise, he would not surpass Vegeta. Clearly, upon his return, he would need to elevate the combat abilities of his companions. Feng momentarily forgot that the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, 1807, had yet to reach the era of the androids. Yet the collective strength of the group already exceeded that of his original self during the same period. Their prowess had undoubtedly been significantly enhanced by Li Feng's relentless training. Heartfelt gratitude to all my supportive readers, especially to the one with the ID, a skull filled with determination for the generous donation. It is my first time receiving such a substantial sum. I also extend my thanks to all other readers who have contributed and those who are reading this. I hope for your continued support. Please leave a 5-star review. I love you all. Chapter 61. New Planet Vegeta. While the group remained on high alert, the soldiers suddenly knelt in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "All hail Prince Vegeta!" "Who are you?" Vegeta inquired. "Esteemed Prince Vegeta, I have finally located you." At that moment, a one-eyed Saiyan clad in a white cloak, with his tail wrapped around his waist, descended from the spaceship. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta scoffed. "Indeed, esteemed Saiyan Prince Vegeta, that I am Paragus, sent here to welcome you as the king of New Planet Vegeta." Paragus knelt on one knee, responding with reverence. "New Planet Vegeta? Yes, our old planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. However, I narrowly escaped and found a new planet, hoping to re-establish the Vegeta Kingdom. Only with your presence can the glory of the Saiyans be restored." Paragus rambled on, showering flattery upon Vegeta. Vegeta snorted, showing no interest. The notion of Saiyan honor had long been abandoned in the wake of Frieza's demise. He had forged a new life for himself and had no desire to establish a new dynasty. Noticing Vegeta's disinterest, Paragus swiftly devised another tactic. "Prince Vegeta, even if you're disinterested in New Planet Vegeta, what about the legendary Super Saiyan?" "The legendary Super Saiyan?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Yes, recently in the South Galaxy. A legendary Super Saiyan has been rampaging, annihilating planets with astonishing power. Our new planet Vegeta lies near the South Galaxy, and if this continues, our newly established world may also fall victim to this Saiyan's wrath. Esteemed Prince Vegeta, as the king of the Saiyans, do you not wish to eliminate this disruptor of our lives?" Paragus intentionally invoked the legendary Super Saiyan to ensnare Vegeta. "The legendary Super Saiyan? How intriguing." Indeed, upon hearing this, Vegeta became intrigued. "I must see for myself just how powerful this legendary Super Saiyan truly is." As Vegeta began to stride towards the spaceship, Trunks intercepted him. "Father, do not heed his words. What legendary Super Saiyan? Are we not Super Saiyans ourselves?" "What?" Paragus paused, taken aback. "Could they actually transform?" "Ha!" Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan. iPhone quickly checked the combat power of Trunks' post-transformation. 3.5 billion. Originally, Trunks' normal state power was 50 million, confirming they had indeed mastered the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. "How about it? Both my father and I can transform into Super Saiyans. That so-called legendary Super Saiyan is nothing remarkable," Trunks declared dismissively. This revelation caught Paragus off guard, as he stared in astonishment at Trunks' transformation, then glanced at the arms crossed Vegeta. However, he soon regained his composure. "You must be Prince Trunks, heir to the bloodline of Prince Vegeta. Indeed, your transformation resembles that of the legendary Super Saiyan, but pales in comparison to that of the demon Duel." "What do you mean?" "Prince Vegeta, the Saiyan who devastated half the South Galaxy, is said to be a once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon among our Saiyan race. He embodies slaughter and destruction. According to survivors of his attacks, the transformation of this legendary Super Saiyan is distinct from that of Prince Trunks. His aura is entirely green and exudes an intensely violent energy." "Ha! How fascinating. There exists such a being. Paragus, take me to confront this madman. I wish to see just how powerful this legendary Super Saiyan truly is." Vegeta's determination to visit New Planet Vegeta solidified as he stepped into the spacecraft. What legendary Super Saiyan? Could he be stronger than Cell? After defeating Cell, I have further enhanced my strength and now fully command the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. No formidable foe can stand against me. "But, Father," Trunks attempted to dissuade him. "Prince Trunks, why not join us?" Paragus invited. Trunks hesitated. "Let us go together. I too am curious about this legendary Super Saiyan." Feng interjected. Feng? Feng? Paragus questioned with puzzlement. "I am but a wandering Saiyan. I wonder if I will be welcomed." Feng grinned. "Certainly, New Planet Vegeta welcomes every Saiyan," Paragus replied with a smile. Feng? A wandering Saiyan? It matters not. After all, they are all deceased. Subsequently, Trunks, concerned for Vegeta, boarded the spaceship, while Krillin, Long, and Gohan were reluctantly dragged aboard by the inebriated Master Roshi. Paragus's vessel employed alien technology, allowing the journey from Earth to the southern galaxy to take less than a day's time. Aboard the ship, Paragus incessantly inquired about Vegeta's well-being. showering him with flattery. Though Vegeta remained stoic, the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed him. Who does not relish hearing praise? In his mind, he felt invincible. A true savior once more. Meanwhile, Feng engaged in conversation with the unsuspecting Gohan, probing for information about Goku. Gohan, in comparison to your father, Son Goku, how does Vegeta measure up? Gohan pondered. Well, after Cell's defeat, Vegeta has been eager to challenge Dad. But Dad has consistently declined. However, I have a feeling Dad is still a tad stronger. Feng smirked inwardly that in truth, Gohan was likely the strongest among them, though he remained oblivious to this fact. The absence of Cell's games in this world meant Gohan's Super Saiyan transformation had yet to manifest. Even if Gohan's combat prowess appeared superior on the surface, Goku might still excel in actual combat scenarios. As the group conversed, time swiftly passed. Thud! The spaceship landed rapidly on New Vegeta. Like a glance, the planet appeared desolate, yet it brimmed with potential. Structures were rising from the ruins. Numerous diminutive green-skinned aliens labored to transport stones, constructing palaces that in the distance. A host of soldiers lined the path in a welcoming display. It seemed prosperous, with the populace eagerly greeting Vegeta. However, Feng, well-versed in the narrative, understood this was merely an illusion, waiting to see how they would enact their charade. Heartfelt thanks to all the readers who have persevered to this point. Your support for my work is greatly appreciated. That I am aware that the initial chapters may be somewhat lacking and contain inconsistencies, but I am gradually improving as the story progresses. The ensuing content will undoubtedly become more captivating. That I hope that the charming or beautiful readers who have reached this juncture will kindly consider urging for updates, adding this to their reading lists, and perhaps sending a free gift. Nothing requiring expenditure. Thank you. Chapter 62, Broly. Amidst the throng of minions, Feng immediately spotted the standout figure of Broly. True to his recollection, Broly was bare-chested, adorned with a large necklace around his head and neck. Despite his seemingly listless demeanor, his robust musculature and imposing physique commanded respect. Esteemed Prince Vegeta, this is my son, Broly. I humbly ask for your guidance in the future. Paragus obsequiously stated. Greetings, I am Broly. He introduced himself. Vegeta barely glanced at Broly, his attention elsewhere to him. Broly's energy felt weaker than Feng's initial presence. Could he be yet another who concealed his power? Ridiculous. Super Saiyans were hardly commonplace. Feng promptly employed the system's power detector to assess Broly's base form, a staggering 150 million. The system's combat device revealed this being's true power level in his current state. Thus, despite the energy suppressors around his neck and head, Broly's actual combat prowess was an astonishing 150 million. Feng was taken aback. Had he not trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, he would surely have been outmatched. However, at present, he believed he could contend with him. Still, he pondered how substantial the legendary Super Saiyan's power boost truly was. Surely it could not reach the level of Super Saiyan 3, or else the original narrative would be excessively exaggerated. At that moment, a soldier reported, "Report, the legendary Super Saiyan has been spotted on Kato's star." As he arrived, Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, "Let us set off immediately to confront this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, accompany me." As they exited the palace en route to the ship, Broly brushed past Feng. Seemingly sensing the immense energy contained within Feng, Broly halted. It was as if the kings of the Saiyans were locked in a silent standoff. Energy flickering in the air around them. Broly's initially blank expression gradually morphed into one of anger. "Who are you?" Broly inquired. "I am Feng, and I too am a Saiyan, perhaps spurred by the warrior instincts within him." Broly's emotions began to spiral out of control. "Broly, calm down." Paragus, sensing the escalating tension, quickly retrieved the energy suppressor from his possession and began to operate. Broly's head and neck devices began to glow. He gradually regained his composure, diverting his gaze from Feng and redirecting his focus toward Vegeta. Whoosh! After the spaceship ascended, Trunks approached at him. Feng. That individual was quite dangerous. Indeed, I sensed that he was no ordinary foe. Gohan concurred. Vegeta, going alone, won't encounter any trouble. Will he? Krillin inquired. He should be fine. Feng reassured. It's curious why Broly lost control upon seeing him. One would expect it to be Goku instead. Let us explore this new planet, Krillin suggested. Soon, the group flew into the city. Although it bore the title of city, only the palace they had just seen held any semblance of grandeur. The rest lay in ruins. Why establish a Saiyan kingdom here? The environment is far too poor, Gohan questioned. Look over there, Krillin pointed to a construction site. Numerous diminutive green-skinned aliens were being mistreated under Paragus' command. Feng recognized this as an illusion, crafted to prolong Vegeta's stay on this planet until a catastrophic event would annihilate everyone. Stop. Compassionate Gohan could not stand by as the weak were oppressed. Intervening to halt their brutality, ultimately rescuing the Shamo people to that moment, having tracked Broly's energy, Son Goku instantaneously teleported to their location. Huh. Dad, Gohan, Krillin, what are you doing here? And who is this? Goku queried, perplexed. Dad, this is Feng. A Saiyan from another world, Gohan explained, recounting their journey to Gogeta. I see. Wukong gently scratched his head. Greetings, Feng. You appear to possess considerable strength as well. Shall we engage in a friendly sparring session? Should the opportunity arise? Certainly, Feng replied with a smile that it seems that no matter the universe, Son Wukong is always a martial arts enthusiast. My apologies, Feng. Wukong cannot resist the urge to challenge a formidable opponent. No worries. I too wish to test my mettle against a master. Are you, Mr. Son Wukong, in search of the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, but that aura vanished the moment it arrived here. I could see this moment. Paragus approached. Ah, Kakarot, you have arrived as well. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, Bardock. Come, let us share a meal together. Absolutely. Wukong's eyes immediately sparkled, transforming him into a voracious eater. Subsequently, everyone indulged in a grand feast. After the revelry, Vegeta and Broly returned. Well, Vegeta, Wukong greeted. Humph, Kakarot, did you come here in pursuit of that legendary Super Saiyan as well? Unfortunately for you, once I locate him, I shall deal with him personally, leaving you no chance to intervene. Vegeta declared, pride evident in his tone as he turned away. Hee, Wukong chuckled, accustomed to Vegeta's demeanor. I could see that moment. Broly approached Wukong. Destined rivals, we meet at last. Kakarot. Upon seeing Wukong, Broly exclaimed. Broly and Son Wukong were born on the same day, on planet Vegeta. But Wukong's cries had long troubled Broly, filling him with rage. Now, standing before Son Wukong, all the pent-up irritation and fury erupted within him, causing Broly's aura to swell dramatically. The overwhelming energy swept through the vicinity, prompting immediate caution among the others. This energy resembles that of the legendary Super Saiyan I have been tracking. Wukong recognized Broly's presence instantly. This is bad, Paragus exclaimed, hastily activating the control device to calm Broly. However, it proved ineffective, and Broly's aura only intensified further. Broly, what are you doing? Vegeta, drawn by the sudden surge of energy, returned to inquire. Vegeta, Broly is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, exclaimed the king. That cannot be. How could Broly possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Father, Mr. Wukong speaks the truth. There is something amiss with Paragus. Trunks chimed in. He is lying. Aside from that palace, this planet is nothing but ruins. Paragus found himself at a loss for a retort. Bang, to make matters worse. Broly's suppressor shattered under the weight of his burgeoning power. Chapter 63. The legendary Super Saiyan. Bang. The situation worsened as Broly's suppressor could no longer contain his strength, resulting in its destruction. Boom! Broly's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. Damn it! Paragus could no longer maintain his facade, revealing his true intentions. Humph, Vegeta, you foolish fool, you shall perish here today. Is this your grand scheme? Indeed, the glory of the Saiyans should have been obliterated long ago. I shall never forget the look on your father's face when he sought to kill Broly and cast me away. The Saiyan race deserved its demise, and now the remaining Saiyans shall meet their end. Go forth, Broly, and annihilate them all. Swish, 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 swish. Broly's aura rapidly expanded, his hair standing on end and turning golden as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, like a monstrous beast, Broly advanced towards Kakarot, each step leaving craters in the ground beneath him. What an astonishing aura! Feng marveled, noting that Broly's combat power had soared to 75 billion. Humph, the legendary Super Saiyan, preposterous. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched himself at Broly, aiming a kick at his neck. Thud, like a stone sinking into the ocean, Vegeta's attack had no effect. Broly continued to disregard him as he made his way toward Wukong. Kakarot, with each furious roar, Broly's aura surged higher. Incredible, he can completely ignore Vegeta's attacks. Wukong was taken aback, assuming a battle stance. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Wukong. How dare you disregard me? Die. Vegeta's fury erupted as he soared into the air, channeling energy into a powerful blast aimed at Broly. Boom! The ground where Broly stood was gouged out, dust billowing forth, even shaking the distant palace with the force of the energy. Yet Broly remained unscathed. Broly halted, unleashing a furious roar. His golden aura morphed into a vibrant green, erupting with layers of energy that tore the ground apart with fissures. Roar! Crackle! Crackle! As if resonating with the energy below, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, striking downwards. Broly underwent a remarkable transformation. His energy suppressor was utterly obliterated, and he radiated green energy, exploding outward like a sun. The green energy pulsed outward in waves, tinting the surroundings of vivid green. Broly's height surged from 2 meters to a towering 2.8. His muscles swelled like small mountains, his pupils turned white, and a breathtaking green aura enveloped him. Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. You are finished. Broly had embraced his transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. He would not rest until everything was destroyed. Paragus bellowed. Broly's hair stood on end, an overwhelming aura continuously erupting, his combat power skyrocketing. Feng was equally astounded by Broly's transformation, 150 billion, and his power continued to rise. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's presence resembled that of an ancient demon god, completely suppressing Vegeta's energy, forcing him to revert from his Super Saiyan form, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. Cold sweat beaded on Wukong's forehead. Broly's strength exceeded his expectations. Father, Gohan flew to Wukong's side, eager to join him in battle. Kakarot, first, I shall make your blood spill 5 steps. Broly revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Subsequently, he leaned forward and charged towards Goku at an astonishing speed. Gohan. Goku immediately grasped Gohan's hand and fled. Broly was unstoppable, obliterating the rocks behind him in a single blow. He then turned, clasped his hands together, and gathered a sphere of green energy. Whoosh! The terrifying energy ball shot towards Goku and his son. Quick, escape! Goku also sensed the disparity in power and swiftly carried Gohan away from the energy sphere. Boom! The energy ball detonated, creating a massive crater in the ground. Goku and Gohan, airborne, were also sent flying by the force of the explosion. With a swift movement, Broly appeared before Gohan, and a green energy coalesced at his fingertips. Bang! It blasted Gohan away. Gohan was struck and plummeted into the forest below. In the distance, Mr. Feng, please evacuate the innocent civilians with Mr. Krillin as quickly as possible, Trunks urged, soaring towards Broly. Feng complied, hurriedly assisting Krillin in leading the remaining Shamo aliens away from the battlefield. According to the narrative, he was meant to act only at the last moment. We are all doomed. That guy is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta, his fighting spirit extinguished, broke into a cold sweat, trembling all over. As the prince of the Saiyans, he felt the oppressive bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan King coursing through him, leaving him devoid of any desire to fight. Only purebred Saiyans like you can perceive Broly's ferocity and might, Paragus remarked. But it is too late. Broly has completely slipped from my control. That my plan to conquer the universe has crumbled. He will annihilate everything, including Earth, and on the battlefield. Broly relentlessly pursued Goku and his son through the forest, intermittently launching energy blasts at them. Goku and Gohan desperately fled. Broly formed an energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it towards the gathered Shamo aliens. Whoosh! the terrifying energy sped towards Li Feng's location. Had this followed the original plot, this group of Shamo aliens would have perished. However, Li Feng was present. He countered Broly's energy sphere with his own energy blast. Bang! The two forces collided in midair, violently shaking the earth. But fortunately, there were no casualties below. Broly furrowed his brow, as if sensing that something had obstructed his attack, yet he quickly dismissed it and grinned maliciously. Ha! If you do not reveal your fighting spirit to me, I shall simply relish in the destruction of this planet. Damn it! Cold sweat trickled down Goku's forehead, but more than that, he felt a surge of anger at Broly's malevolence. Bang! An astonishing aura erupted from within Goku, golden light shimmering, his hair standing on end. Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Similarly, Gohan and Trunks, arriving on the scene, landed and transformed into Super Saiyans as well. 3 Super Saiyans stood ready to confront the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 64. The oppression of the legendary Super Saiyan. As the 3 Super Saiyans charged forward, Broly laughed heartily, lunging at them like a ferocious beast. Whoosh! A green figure darted past, its aura sweeping forth, tearing the ground apart with Craxum R.Li Feng. Do you think Goku and the others will be alright? Krillin asked, leading the remaining Shamo aliens along with Master Roshi and Ulan. I do not know, but the most important thing is for you all to leave this perilous place, for this planet will soon face annihilation. Li Feng informed Krillin and the others about the approaching comet, causing them to gasp in shock. What about Goku and the others? Krillin inquired anxiously. He has instant transmission. You should be concerned for your own safety that I will join the battle soon. Krillin was the last to board the ship, yet he turned to Li Feng as they departed. Thank you, Li Feng. I can no longer intervene in this battle. You must survive. Afterward, they boarded the ship and left, returning to the battlefield. Broly engaged in a fierce struggle with Goku and the others. Goku threw a punch, aiming for Broly's face, but Broly swiftly evaded, maneuvering behind him and elbowing him aside. Then Broly kicked Gohan away and followed up with an uppercut that sent Trunks flying. Bang! 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 In a matter of moments. Goku and his companions were defeated, their bodies hurtling in different directions. Broly became an embodiment of destruction, radiating energy as he unleashed green energy spheres. They detonated upon contact with the ground, and he traversed through the fissures, pursuing the retreating Goku. Kakarot, your son is quite adorable, Broly cruelly chuckled. Gohan, quickly escape. Realizing the threat posed by Broly's terrifying energy, Goku urged Gohan to flee immediately. Goku and Broly clashed, their hands locked in a test of strength. Bang! Goku felt as if his power had sunk into a quagmire. Finding himself at a disadvantage, he thrust his right knee forward, attempting to break free from Broly's grip. However, Broly's chin met Goku's knee, remaining unscathed. Broly sneered coldly, then raised both hands, lifting Goku high into the air before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Goku cried out in agony as he crashed into a derelict building. Boom! Rubble shattered, smoke billowed. Whoosh! Gohan was frantically fleeing. Yet at that moment, a green figure suddenly emerged from the nearby ruins. A massive hand, akin to that of death itself, grasped Gohan's head and forcefully slammed it against the adjacent building. Bang! 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 Broly propelled forward, relentlessly pressing Gohan against the wall, leaving behind a jagged crack. Bang! Finally, Gohan was smashed against the wall, causing spiderweb-like fractures to spread across it. Despite Gohan's battle power of 56 billion after transformation, he ultimately succumbed to Broly's ferocious and brutal assault, reverting from Super Saiyan state. Gohan, Goku, and Trunks, witnessing Gohan's defeat, anxiously flew towards him. However, Broly's golden-green aura surged ominously, and he seized both Goku and Trunks by the heads, just as he had with Gohan, thrusting them towards the ground below. Bang! 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 Trunks was also slammed against the wall, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Goku, in his desperate escape, flew towards Gohan's direction. Broly instantaneously appeared before Goku, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that struck Goku directly. You are truly irritating. Wukong crossed his arms to shield his face, laboriously advancing step by step. Ha! Broly let out a cruel laugh, akin to that of a demon. The final energy blast sent Wukong flying, crashing into a massive boulder behind him. Ah! Broly felt his energy continuing to swell, spiraling out of control. Whoosh! He ascended into the air, erupting in a golden-green aura. Swish! 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 His entire being coalesced into a sphere of green energy, radiating waves of emerald energy rings outward. The subsequent green light transformed into countless energy blasts, careening chaotically in all directions. Boom! 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 Numerous green energy spheres struck the ground, producing a deafening cacophony as the earth was ravaged by terrifying energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Broly stabilized his aura after the eruption. Kakarot's son. Broly noticed Gohan against the wall. He formed a green energy sphere in his left hand and hurled it toward Gohan. Bang! At that moment, a yellow energy sphere collided with Broly's attack that on a nearby sorghum stalk. A white cape fluttered in the wind. Piccolo made his grand entrance once again. Humph! Another fool walking to their demise. Broly scoffed. Piccolo immediately flew to Gohan's side, cradled him, and provided him with a Senzu Bean. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed in delight as he regained consciousness. Hm. Piccolo smiled, then alongside Gohan, soared to where Wukong and Trunks lay, delivering Senzu Beans to them. Meanwhile, Broly stood atop a towering structure, laughing maniacally. Da-da! I've come back to life. After consuming the Senzu Bean, Wukong sighed in relief. It seems you all have encountered a formidable foe. Piccolo remarked. Indeed, Wukong's expression turned grave. Let us unite our strength. Piccolo, Trunks, Wukong, and Gohan gradually ascended into the air, encircling Broly. The three transformed into Super Saiyans, while Piccolo shed his ostentatious robe. Humph! If you simply embrace your fate, you wouldn't suffer so much. Truly a commendable trait of Saiyan. Broly continued his taunts. Wukong launched the first assault, striking Broly with fists and legs. Broly disregarded the attacks, arms crossed, effortlessly evading Wukong's strikes with agile movements. Seeing this, Piccolo joined the fray. Feng observed Piccolo, noting that his fusion with the Supreme Kai had granted him a combat power of 800 million. Yet, it had no effect on Broly whatsoever. Broly unleashed an explosive surge, sending Wukong and Piccolo hurtling away. Demon Flash, Trunks, and Gohan unleashed their attacks, sending two beams of energy toward Broly. Bang! Smoke billowed, yet Broly emerged unscathed. Broly teleported, striking Gohan and Trunks from the air. Bang! Bang! The two fell like marionettes with severed strings, easily felled by Broly's seemingly effortless punch. Broly then approached Piccolo, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Piccolo spat out blood, crashing against the wall, causing rocks to splinter. Broly then unleashed an energy wave from his right hand, blasting Piccolo through the wall, sending him flying away to land before a disheartened Vegeta. Useless, we're all doomed. Vegeta had completely lost his fighting spirit. Kneeling on the ground, what nonsense are you spouting? Instead of wallowing in despair, you should be fighting, Piccolo shouted, grabbing Vegeta by the hair. Useless, you have no comprehension of the terror of the legendary Super Saiyan. What kind of Prince of Saiyans are you? Piccolo fumed, pulling Vegeta upwards into the air. But if we do not eliminate him, no matter where we flee, we shall perish, Piccolo exclaimed. Useless, none of us stand a chance against him. Vegeta replied weakly. What kind of Prince of Saiyans is this? So pathetic? Piccolo released Vegeta in midair, allowing him to plummet. Chapter 65. Feng vs. Broly. Bang! Vegeta crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Why? Why do they continue to fight? It's a battle we cannot win. Vegeta's heart was gripped by fear and confusion. Wukong cried out in agony, once more struck against the wall by Broly. Boom! 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 Broly nonchalantly pinched several energy blasts between his left fingers, mercilessly flinging them at Wukong. Wukong was once again battered and bruised, yet no matter what, he resolved to rise and continue the fight. Kamehameha! Wukong flipped over and instantly unleashed his signature move, the Kamehameha. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yet, Broly's massive form remained unperturbed, advancing steadily. Boom! The blue energy beam struck Broly, generating a tremendous wave of energy and swirling dust. What are you trying to accomplish? Amidst the haze, Broly's figure remained visible, utterly unharmed. Broly seized Wukong by the head, lifting him entirely off the ground, then delivered a brutal uppercut with his left hand. Bang! Wukong's body was sent flying backward, powerless. Damn, what a bunch of foolish beings that ate tea this moment. Vegeta regained his composure, watching Wukong struggle that a lowly warrior fights so desperately. Yet I am so weak. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead. I am a prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. His fighting spirit reignited. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! The golden light surged rapidly toward Broly. Ha! Vegeta swung a fist toward Broly's head. Humph! Broly sneered, easily dodging, then struck Vegeta away with a right hook. Vegeta swiftly retreated, regrouping, and then aimed a kick at Broly's neck. Bang! A heavy impact echoed. The attack indeed landed on Broly. Yet he grinned malevolently, clearly unfazed by Vegeta's efforts. Ha! 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 Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, the prince's battle style. His left and right hands frantically fired energy blasts, sweeping toward Broly like a machine gun. Yet, nothing could halt Broly's relentless advance. He continued unscathed towards Vegeta. Father! Observing Vegeta's struggle, Trunks hastily positioned himself to obstruct Broly's path. You're in the way, with a swift uppercut. Broly sent Trunks hurtling through the air. Damn it! Upon witnessing his son's injury, Vegeta rushed forward. However, Broly's massive hand clamped down on his head, rendering him powerless. Whoosh! Broly surged towards the nearby boulders with astonishing speed. Vegeta let out a wretched scream as he was crushed into the colossal rock. Countless fissures spread across the stone surface. Broly seized Vegeta's head, pressing it against the stone, causing him to lose consciousness and revert from his Super Saiyan form. With Vegeta's collapse, Feng stood alone amidst the chaos. Humph. Is this it? Trash is ultimately just trash? Ha! 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 Broly erupted into another fit of laughter, reveling in his own might. Amidst his maniacal cackling, a golden-green aura ignited around Broly, exuding unparalleled arrogance. Meanwhile, in the distance, this planet had but a few hours left to exist. Broly, now that you're no longer under the control device, you merely hinder my efforts. Paragus approached his reserve spaceship. You shall perish alongside this planet. Click! The door of Paragus's spacecraft slowly closed. Humph! What do you think you're running off to? At that moment, Broly's demonic voice echoed. I was merely preparing an escape vessel to flee with you. Paragus stammered, gazing at Broly's fearsome visage outside the window. Humph! Broly raised his hands high, gripping the single-pod spaceship, and with a forceful motion, bang! The spherical spacecraft was crushed into an oval shape, and Paragus was squished like an ant. Ha ha ha! Broly laughed triumphantly once more. He then turned to see Kakarot, struggling to keep himself upright, attempting to stand once again. Die. Broly unleashed another energy sphere. Hiss! Goku, gritting his teeth against the pain, yearned to fight once more. Yet he beheld the terrifying energy sphere hurtling towards him. In times past, such an attack would have been easily deflected. But now, battered and weary, he lacked the strength even to rise. How could he possibly withstand this assault? Was it truly the end? Goku clenched his teeth in defiance. Bang! The energy sphere erupted with a violent explosion. Yet Goku remained unharmed, astonished to see Feng standing before him, having arrived unbeknownst to him. It's you, Feng. You should rest for a moment. Leave Broly to me. Feng's confident and resolute voice resounded. Be careful. That guy is extraordinarily formidable. Goku knew his own condition was dire. Thus he reluctantly entrusted the battle to Feng. Where did this trash come from? Broly scoffed at the emergence of yet another insignificant foe. Ha! Feng responded by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Swish, 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 swish. An astonishing aura erupted from Feng, dazzling with golden light, shaking the very earth. As his transformed presence surged forth, the unconscious warriors were jolted awake. Feng. He can transform into a Super Saiyan too. and his energy is vastly superior to mine. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it, why didn't that guy help earlier? Piccolo complained at Mr.Li Foam. Trunks exclaimed joyfully, sensing hope in this newfound energy to defeat Broly. Uncle Li Feng, you must give it your all. Gohan cheered for Li Feng. It is futile. We are all doomed. The defeated Vegeta lamented, his fighting spirit extinguished in despair. Humph, Broly derided. Even if you can transform, you will only end up like the rest. A mere waste. Li Feng scanned the battlefield with his scouter, assessing their combat powers. Currently, he was merely in his initial Super Saiyan form, boasting a power level of 25 billion. Conversely, Broly, having initially transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, had a power level of 15 billion, which after combat and energy surges, now reached an astonishing 20 billion. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Feng's figure vanished, reappearing before Broly. Then, summoning his leg strength, he launched a kick towards Broly's abdomen. Bam! The ferocious impact unleashed a wave of shockwaves. The energy was staggering. Broly, consumed by arrogance,